Order. Order. We will start with the daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a bill for you. Speaker, as Vice Chair of the Committee of Public Bills, I am directed to report that the committee has met to and considered the following bill, which is Bill number 36, an act respecting free trade and mobility within Canada.
Ordered that the bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as Chair of the Committee on Private and Local Bills, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 30, an act to authorize the Windsor Curling Club to convert to a society under the Societies Act without amendments. And also Bill number 48, an act to incorporate the trustees of the 3rd Cornwallis or Billtown Baptist Church, Kings County amended. The committee recommends these bills to the favourable consideration of the House without amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ordered that the bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham, or Atlantic.
Needham. Needham is a great spot. Speaker, I hereby table copies of 3 regulations made by the House of Assembly Management Commission on March 19th, 2025. These regulations must, pursuant to subsection 11.5 of the House of Assembly Management Commission Act, be tabled in the House and adopted by a resolution of the House, which I will propose during government notice of motions before they can take effect.
Tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood.
Back at it, Madam Chair, or Speaker, sorry. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future date I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the House Assembly Management Commission on March 19th, 2025 approved regulations amending the House of Assembly Management Commission regulations to increase the monthly amount outside members can claim for accommodation expenses, to increase the monthly amount members can claim for constituency expenses, and to provide for the automatic annual increases of the fixed amounts set out in the regulations, other than the amount set out in Clause 50A and subsection 33.2. And whereas subsection 11.5 of the House of Assembly Management Commission Act provides that a regulation changing the level of amounts of allowances and resources provided to members is not effective unless the regulation is first laid before the House of Assembly and a resolution adopting the regulation is passed. And whereas the regulation has been approved by the Management Commission on March 19th, 2025 and must be adopted by resolution of the House to become effective, was tabled in the House earlier today. Therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 11.5 of the House of Assembly Management Commission Act, this House adopts the regulations approved by the Management Commission on March 19th, 2025 and tabled in the House today. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Lanou Affairs. Oh no, sorry. Stop it. Minister of Acadia Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, nous célébrons la Journée internationale de la francophonie, une journée particulièrement spéciale ici en Nouvelle-Écosse, car c'est la première fois en tant que membre observateur que la Nouvelle-Écosse célèbre son statut comme membre de l'OIF, l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie. On est devenu membre en octobre dernier et nous avons la chance aujourd'hui d'accueillir des membres de la communauté acadienne. Madam Speaker, today is International Francophonie Day. We are celebrating here in Nova Scotia for the first time as an observing member of the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie, which Nova Scotia became member back in October of last year. So it is a very special day for the Acadian Francophone community, and we have members in your gallery to join us. Alors, je demande aux personnes suivantes de se lever pour recevoir l'accueil chaleureux de l'Assemblée. Denise Como des Hôtels, présidente de la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Denise is president of la FAN, la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Jules Chiasson, directeur général, executive director de la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Issa Mouad, qui est président du Conseil communautaire du Grand Havre. Isabelle Pédot, directrice générale, executive director de l'Alliance française d'Halifax. Et Mark Bannerman, directeur général, executive director du Conseil de développement économique de la Nouvelle-Écosse.
Welcome. Welcome to the host. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. En date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que la Journée internationale de la francophonie est soulignée le 20 mars de chaque année pour célébrer et honorer la culture, le patrimoine et la diversité de plus de 300 millions de francophones dans le monde entier. Attendu que la communauté acadienne et francophone s'épanouit continuellement et contribue considérablement à la vitalité culturelle et économique de notre région depuis son premier établissement à Port-Royal en 1605. Attendu que, de nos jours, en Nouvelle-Écosse, plus de 100 000 personnes parlent français et qu'environ 35 000 d'entre elles ont le français comme langue maternelle, qu'il s'agisse de membres de la communauté acadienne, d'autres francophones ou de nouveaux arrivants. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de l'Assemblée législative se joignent à moi pour reconnaître la Journée internationale de la francophonie et pour rendre hommage aux communautés acadiennes et francophones florissantes de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas International Francophonie Day is recognized each year on March 20th to celebrate and honor the cultures, heritage, and diversity of the more than 300 million French speakers around the world. And whereas the Acadian Francophone community has continued to flourish, contributing significantly to the cultural and economic vitality of our region since their first settlement in Port-Royal in 1605. And whereas today more than 100,000 Nova Scotians speak French, including 35,000 Acadians, Francophones, and newcomers who speak it as their first language. Therefore be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly joined me in recognizing Francophonie Day and honoring the thriving Acadian and Francophone communities in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas for over 300 years, Nova Scotians miners have shaped our communities, our culture, and our economy, enabling for the growth of rural and urban communities alike by harnessing those resources under our feet to power our cities and towns and to heat our homes, first coal, and now those minerals that will see our transition to clean energy. And whereas Nova Scotia would not be where it is today without the struggles and success of those miners and their families, and today we cannot move forward without them. As we continue to unlock all our critical mineral potential, bring good-paying jobs to communities across the province. And whereas this year marks the 100th anniversary of the death of William Davis, in whose name we honour miners for their sacrifices to ensure Nova Scotians today can have their good paying jobs so hard fought for and harness the natural resources that the world is demanding. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in observing Davis Day on June 11th, reflecting the legacy of William Davis and all miners past and present who build up our economy and in acknowledging the continued importance of mining for all Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Enhance Breast Screenings.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Enhance Breast Screenings.
Bill 97, an act to enhance breast screenings.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Pay Equity and Pay Transparency.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Pay Equity and Pay Transparency.
Bill 98, an act respecting pay equity and pay transparency.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006 of the Midwifery Act.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006, the Midwifery Act.
Bill 99, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006, the Midwifery Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2005, the Emergency Health Services Act, to make ambulance trips free.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2005, the Emergency Health Service Act, to make ambulance trips free.
Bill 100, an act to amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2005, the Emergency Health Services Act, to make ambulance trips free.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. No more bills. Notices of motion. Oh, okay, I'm going to strike that I said notices of motions, but I ask that everybody pay attention. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My apologies. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 1998, the Wilderness Areas Protection Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 1998, the Wilderness Areas Protection Act.
Bill 101, an act to amend Chapter 27 of the Acts of 1998, the Wilderness Areas Protection Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, and Chapter 504 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Wildlife Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resource Act, and Chapter 504, the Revised Statutes 1989, the Wildlife Act.
Bill 102, an Act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, and Chapter 504 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Wildlife Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act, to support mine rescue workers.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act, to support mine rescue workers.
Bill 103, an Act to amend Chapter 10 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Workers' Compensation Act, to support mine rescue workers.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Environmental Act, well water.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Environment Act.
Bill 104, an Act to amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Environment Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act respecting the viability of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act respecting the viability of Cape Breton Regional Municipality.
Bill 105, an Act respecting the viability of Cape Breton Regional Municipality.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our communities are a better place to live because of the people who give freely of their time for the betterment of our province. And recently, the King Charles III Coronation Medal was awarded to individuals who have made significant contributions to our communities, our province, and our country through various contributions and achievements. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to recognize the recipients from my region who were awarded the Coronation Medal for various contributions to our province and country, including advocating for veterans, serving on boards and committees, or their overall unwavering commitment and involvement in our communities. I'd like to recognize Curtis Doucet, Denise Babin, Casimiro, Clinton Saunier, Andre Boudreau, Don McCumber, Yolande Donaldson, and John Grattan. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of the legislature join me in congratulating Curtis, Denise, Cassie, Clinton, Andre, Don, Yolande, and John for receiving this prestigious award. Thank you for all your service and your invaluable contributions. Merci beaucoup.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, je voudrais reconnaître la Journée internationale de la francophonie. On célèbre cette occasion le 20 mars chaque année. Le thème cette année est Je me joue, donc j'agis. La date de 20 mars signifie l'anniversaire de la naissance de l'Agence de coopération culturelle et technique. Née le 20 mars 1970 en Niger, cette organisation deviendra éventuellement l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie. En ce moment, nous nous joignons avec des personnes partout dans le monde qui célèbrent cette journée importante. Madame la Présidente, j'invite tous les membres de l'Assemblée à me joindre en célébrant tous de 500 ans de la Journée internationale de la francophonie. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the International Day of la Francophonie, which takes place every year on the 20th of March. This year's theme for the celebration is I educate myself, thus I act. March 20th signifies the anniversary of the 1970 founding of the Agence de coopération culturelle et technique, which would later become the Organisation internationale de la francophonie. Together, we join with all those who celebrate la francophonie around the world. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in congratulating everyone for 50 years of celebrating la francophonie on March 20th.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Madame la Présidente, je veux prendre un moment aussi pour célébrer notre peuple francophone lors de la Journée internationale de la francophonie. Aujourd'hui, c'est une journée pour démontrer notre soutien pour la langue française ici au Nouvelle-Écosse et partout autour du monde. Nous célébrons l'histoire riche de la langue française et des peuples francophones et acadiens. Vive la francophonie. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to celebrate our Francophone population today on International Day of la Francophonie. Today we show our support for the French language here in Nova Scotia and around the world. We celebrate the rich history of the French language and the Francophone and the Canadian people. Long live the Francophonie. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Speaker, I beg leave to make a quick introduction before my member statement.
Please do.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in your gallery today, we're joined with Tasia Yuriev and her mother, Nadine. Tasia is a grade 12. I'll ask them to stand. There they are. Tasia is a grade 12 student at Millwood High School who is actually going to be helping us out in our constituency office as a summer student this summer. And I'd just like to take a moment to recognize them and welcome them to the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the arrival of spring, a season that brings with it a sense of renewal, growth, and hope here in Nova Scotia. The changing of the seasons holds special significance as we emerge from the quiets of winter and into the vibrant energy of spring. This time of year, marked with the vernal equinox, symbolizes balance and harmony as day and night stands at equal lengths. In Nova Scotia, spring is a time when our communities come alive. The snow melts away and reveals the first blooms and the calls of returning songbirds. Spring reminds us of the resilience of our province and our people. Just as the daffodils push through the thawing snow, Nova Scotians continue to demonstrate strength and perseverance in the face of challenges. This season inspires us to come together to support one another and look to the future with hope and determination. As we welcome spring, let's take a moment to appreciate the beauty of our province, the strength of our communities, and the promise of new beginnings. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you very much. In your gallery today is David Gallagher. He is the Executive Director of Aerosan Technologies, a dedicated international development activist, my father-in-law, and the subject of my member statement today.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge the great work and dedication of David Gallagher. David has worked extensively with CUSO, Oxfam, and CARE over the better half of 5 decades. During this time, he has spent working on international aid and development and promoting democracy in countries such as Cuba, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Bosnia, and Nepal. We proudly tell the story of David being the very first person to shake Nelson Mandela's hand after he cast his vote in South Africa's first democratic election in 1994. David has always had a passion for adventure and travel. In his 20s, he drove a Land Rover from his home in Oxford all the way to Kathmandu, Nepal. David is currently the CEO of Aerosan, a social enterprise that works towards sustainable technology development, policy advocacy, and equitable access to essential services. Aerosan's mission is to provide sustainable sanitation solutions to world's most vulnerable populations. David has worked on projects such as public washrooms and sanitation in Nepal, an initiative recognized by the UN Science, Technology, and Innovation Forum in 2020. I ask the members of the House to join me in thanking David Gallagher for his extensive work and career in international development.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place to recognize someone that many people know at home, and that's Audrey Heidi Marshall. She was just named the Atlantic Business Magazine one of the top 25 most powerful women. She lives in member 2, and as I said, she has her own media advisory and consulting services company, but she's also the CEO of the Mi'kmaq Circle of Hope Society. She does a lot of work with the Elizabeth Fry Society and other organizations across the community, across the provinces, and she does a lot of focus on reconciliation with communities, both in Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. She's a graduate of CBU. She has her law degree from Dalhousie, and she has been a friend of mine for many years. She puts on a fashion show each year in Sydney in support of advocacy work around missing and murdered Indigenous women. So I rise in my place to recognize a wonderful community leader, Heidi Marshall.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember Benton Gallagher. Benton passed away unexpectedly on March 12th while on family vacation in Cuba. He was with his wife Danny, his son Age, and his parents John and Linda. He was only 36 years old. Benton was a beloved teacher at Maple Grove Education Center in Yarmouth, where he taught grade 7 and 8 technology education. Benton was a strong community and union member, always putting others' rights and needs above his own. I had the pleasure of sitting with Benton on the board of directors of the local golf and curling club. He was genuine, he was thoughtful, and he was caring. Benton valued our community, the well-being of his students, the friendships he made so easily, and most importantly, his family. Our community lost Benton's grandfather just a few short years ago. Benton's grandfather, Pat, played golf every morning at 8:08 at Yarmouth Links. I have no doubt that somewhere this morning at 8:08, Benton was standing on the first tee with his grandfather, preparing for a friendly game of golf. Benton's energy and smile will be missed by many. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends at this time. I ask all members of the House to join me in a moment of silence in his memory.
Please be seated. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Today in the gallery, I have the privilege of welcoming a number of special guests to the People's House. Lisa Sullivan, the subject of my member statement, is here today with the loving family members. Her wife, Peggy McCann, Peggy's father, Donald McCann, Lisa's mother, Diane Sullivan, Lisa's sister, didn't make it? Nope. But our very own Wendy Burns, a dear friend of Lisa's.
Welcome. Welcome to the House of the People. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you. Speaker, I rise to recognize Lisa Sullivan, a pillar of Fairview community who recently celebrated her retirement after 15 years managing Freeman's on Dutch Village Road. Through her life and her work, Lisa has been a tireless community leader and champion. There has rarely been an event in Fairview that Freeman's has not sponsored or supported through her, whether it be food donations or any other help that might be needed. Lisa has brought people together through trivia, music nights, bingo nights, local music shows, auctions, fundraisers, holiday parties, family days, and so much more. Lisa fulfilled a dream by becoming a Justice of the Peace, being able to provide a safe space to us LGBTQIA+ folks. So many people have been touched by her generosity and advocacy. In retirement, I know Lisa will remain an active community member, continuing her rewarding work as a Justice of the Peace, enjoying quality time in her RV, the Sully Rose, golfing, and spending time with her wonderful family. Lisa, I wish you all the best in this chapter, and I ask all the members of the House to join me in thanking Lisa Sullivan for her extraordinary community building and offering heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Lisa.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Terry Lynn Rhino, the founder and dedicated volunteer at Southpaw Conservation. Terry Lynn has been an invaluable volunteer leader at Southpaw Conservation, dedicating countless hours to rescuing and rehabilitating animals in need. Her work has supported spay and neuter programs as well as the rescue and care of over 1,500 animals. Her profound and lasting impact extends beyond the local community of Tantallon to the broader municipality. As a volunteer leader at the Southpaw Conservation, she played a pivotal role in raising awareness about responsible pet ownership, spay and neuter initiatives, and the importance of animal advocacy. Terry Lynn has demonstrated that individuals can make a real difference by leading with empathy and commitment. I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me celebrating Terry Lynn's remarkable achievements and acknowledge the spirit of volunteerism and community engagement that she embodies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Arudra Dance Academy located in Bedford South. Not only do they strive to introduce Indian classical dance to the Halifax region, but they are also dedicated to giving back to the community, including organizing an annual fundraiser for the past few years. Kalanhali raised $2,000 in 2023, $3,500 in 2024, with the proceeds donated to Autism Nova Scotia. The 2025 event is taking place this month, Madam Speaker, and I am excited to see the result. I ask the members of this House to please help me in celebrating Arudra Dance Academy for their contributions to our community and wishing them all the best in 2025 in their drive to support Autism Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, may I make a quick introduction, please?
Please do.
Thank you. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we have two special guests who will be the subject of my statement today. We have Sultana Ahmed and Manaz Hanif. So please stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome.
Sorry.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, in March of 2021, members of the Islamic Association of Nova Scotia's Women's Committee were brainstorming on how to mark Ramadan during the thick of the COVID-19 pandemic. They came up with the Ramadan Art Contest, which is still going strong 5 years later. The art contest, pitched by Sultana Ahmed and Minaz Hanif, began as a way to cheer up the community and occupy the children when they couldn't go to school or the masjid. Once the contest was announced, many people requested an adult category. That first year, they received submissions from 30 contestants, the theme simply being Ramadan. Each year, around 35 people submit their art to the contest, and for the last 2 years, the pieces have been displayed at the Dartmouth North Library. This year's theme is Lessons from the Quran. The winner from each age category will receive a $50 prize funded by the sale of the mugs, featuring last year's winning community-themed piece. And I will say right now, if members would like to see this beautiful mug, I have one that they can take a look at. It's down there. I ask the House to thank Sultana and Manaz and the Women's Committee for their efforts to bring people together in the name of community and creativity through the Ramadan Art Contest. Ramadan Kareem to all who are observing. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday I was happy to hear an announcement at home of over $17 million provided by the federal government to the Tartan Down Community Housing Project. That is a big project in the core of Sydney that is being spearheaded by that organization, which consists of some of the board members at CBU, some community leaders, and of course, CBU overall. So I rise my place to recognize and congratulate that group. That's going to be a mixed housing space for students and for families in the community. And I know that the current government has invested in it too as well. So that's an important project for housing in Sydney. And I rise my place to recognize and congratulate CBU and that community housing group that put a ton of work into that over the years. A big step happened yesterday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we head into spring and the weather gets warmer, I would like to bring the issue of grass fires to the public attention. While grass fires may seem like harmless adolescent fun to many people, they're actually a serious situation for many of our local fire departments. Grass fires can get out of hand, causing injuries to those to set the fires or to our local fire departments who have to respond. The potential is also there to create property damage as well as more serious situations for homeowners. At this time, I would like to thank the various volunteer fire departments in my constituency, the Sydney Mines Fire Department, North Sydney Fire Department, Florence Fire Department, Coxheath Fire Department, and the Westmount Fire Department, Madam Speaker. These men and women respond to emergencies day and night to keep us safe. In addition, they add so much to our communities through volunteerism and community connection. Madam Speaker, I would ask the members of this legislature to join me in thanking all firefighters in our communities for keeping us safe. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member's statement.
Please do. Oh, I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Joining us in the gallery is Courtney Davis. Courtney moved to Nova Scotia from St. Lucia in 2017, attended SMU, and you'll learn more about him in a minute. So welcome to the House.
Welcome. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the continued impact of the Evolve Fitness organization, of which Courtney is a member. I have spoken about Evolve Fitness before in this House. Over more than 10 years, Matt and Mitch Benvey have built more than a gym. It's a community centered around supporting people to be their healthiest self. It's a community that regularly bands together to fundraise and support a multitude of community needs, such as Books Behind Bars, Barney House, and over $1.3 million raised through Ride for Cancer efforts. It's also a community that supports everyone who walks through the door, whether that be in Halifax, Bedford, Dartmouth, Truro, or now, right now, and here right in Halifax, Little Sable Island. Located in Founders Square, there is an Evolve gym where you can sign up for personal training or the Evolve Fitness Forever group classes. And best of all, when you go, you'll be under the expert guidance of Cotley Davis. Lifting really heavy weights is a great antidote to long days sitting in this house. Madam Speaker, I extend my gratitude to the Evolve community, to Cottney, and to encourage all members to check them out.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For generations, Canadians have stood firm against threats to our sovereignty. From resisting invasion in 1812 to proving our strength on the world stage at Vimy Ridge. We have never been a nation to back down. Today, we face a new challenge, one that comes not from the past, but from our closest neighbor. Every day, President Trump is making reckless claims about our country, calling us the 51st state and threatening our independence. His words are not just empty rhetoric. They are fueling anxiety, uncertainty, and division. But let's be clear, Madam Speaker, Canada is not for sale. Canada is not to be taken. Canada is strong, we are free, and we are unbreakable. At a time when the world is filled with instability, we must stand together as a nation. Let's stand for Canada, stand for democracy, stand for our future, united and unshaken. And let's let the world know, we are not the 51st state. We are Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to wish Doris Goodland good luck at the Canadian Indoor Track and Field Championships in Ontario this weekend. Doris is the daughter of David and Chelsea Goodland from Cloverville, Antigonish, and full disclosure, she is my beloved niece. Doris is a terrific young athlete. She's determined, dedicated, and disciplined in her training and her studies. More importantly, she is kind and compassionate. She has exhibited great sportsmanship and determination, especially in difficult moments. She is the eldest of 4 children and is a responsible and caring big sister to her siblings. She has an incredible sense of humor and a terrific storyteller. Doris will be competing in the 60-meter, 200-meter, and 300-meter races and the 4x200-meter relay. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to wish Doris good luck as she competes nationally. I have complete confidence Doris will represent herself, but also Nova Scotia well. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, I rise to recognize litter warrior Teresa Pilkey. Teresa has been picking up litter on the New Waterford Highway in South Bar, and the community has noticed her efforts. While in Halifax, a community member came to my office to tell us about Teresa and a group of volunteers cleaning up the community, specifically along this very dangerous highway. We can all contribute to cleaner communities by safely cleaning up litter and by simply not littering. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Savage Oil, a local business in Middleton that has been keeping our communities warm for more than 25 years. Founded in 1998 by Brock Savage, this family-owned and operated company has grown from a single truck to a fleet of 6 delivery trucks and 2 transport tankers. This allows them to service more customers across the entire Annapolis Valley. And it is indeed the entire Annapolis Valley. I drove for them one winter and we covered a lot of ground. As well, Savage Oil's dedication to supporting local organizations from the Middleton Arena to the Royal Canadian Legion reflects their care for our community. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing Savage Oil for their contributions to our communities and their commitment to keeping Nova Scotians warm this winter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Francophonie Day, March 20th, 2025. Francophonie Day is observed by the International Organization of La Francophonie to celebrate the French language and Francophone culture. It is celebrated in commemoration of the 1970 Niamey Convention, where French-speaking states signed to align their mutual interests. On this day, more than 300 million Francophones across different continents and countries celebrate their languages and the diversity and love for the French language. language. The beauty of language is that as we learn it, we too are a part of its evolution because language can change and adapt and intertwine us all. Madam Speaker, let us honor our French-speaking communities in Nova Scotia and celebrate Francophonie Day. And may we aspire to learn this beautiful language.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding individual in our community, Carrie Graham, who is the village clerk for the village of Greenwood. Carrie has been a steadfast and dedicated public servant whose commitment to the residents of Greenwood is making a tremendous impact. Carrie's leadership, professionalism, and forward-thinking approach have helped strengthen the village's operations and services. Beyond her role as clerk, Carrie is a champion for community engagement, whether it's through her involvement in local initiatives, her efforts to modernize administrative processes, or her unwavering support for village development. Carrie's work continues to shape Greenwood into the thriving and welcoming community it is today. She's the driving force behind bringing the ever-popular Rib Fest to the community over the last couple summers. It's been a great success. I'm very thankful for her friendship and support of my recent campaign. She did a great job running my campaign office. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in thanking Carrie Graham for her dedication, her vision, and her many contributions to the village of Greenwood and surrounding communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Recently, I congratulated Sackville's Craft Hockeyville Committee for a first-rate campaign founded on local pride and sincere dedication. Today, I rise to report that Sackville is the only contestant in the Maritimes to make the top 4. But the work isn't done yet. The next phase of the competition gives us a short window to win over the course of a single day. Canadians will be asked to cast a vote at crafthockeyville.ca. When the voting opens on April 5th at 9 a.m., all of us need to be ready to jump over the boards and get on the ice. Speaker, I'm no fan of the Boston Bruins or the Florida Panthers, but even I respect that Brad Marchand, a former Tassadoc and longtime rival of the Sackville Flyers, took to Instagram to voice his support for Sackville's bid, noting that Sackville Arena is a special place all Nova Scotians can get behind. Yes. Speaker, if even the little ball of hay can set aside his differences with Sackville, surely we all can too. Though it may say Sackville in our arena, a Final Four victory will be one all Nova Scotians can celebrate. Please join us on April 5th in showing Canada that Sackville is a clear-cut choice. It's Craft Hockeyville 2025.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What do when you have an egg factory, like Maritime Pride Eggs, and a bread factory, like Wonder Bread, and you're surrounded by maple sugar woods? You have a French Toast Festival. So this week in the town of Amherst, restaurants and coffee shops and delis are serving up a menu for French Toast Fest. In Amherst this week, from March 17th to 23rd, local restaurants are pulling out all the stops to create delectable, one-of-a-kind French toast creations in celebration of French Toast Fest. Participating restaurants include Abstract Coffee, Art of Eating Deli and Catering, Bliss Crystal Cafe, Breakfast at Brittany's, Portlander Jamaican Restaurant, The Elm Tree, The Old Warehouse Cafe and Lounge, Harvest Clean Eats, House of Brute Maria, and Johnny's Java. French Toast Fest was also celebrated this week at Spring Street Academy, and it was a huge success. Thank you to the original brainchild for this event, Rebecca Taylor, and thank you to all of the town of Amherst staff that worked with local businesses to put this together. Thank you. I can't wait to get home and enjoy some of the treats. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the life of Cyril McPhee of Sampsonville, who passed away on January 31st. Cyril was well known across Nova Scotia for his musical talent. He performed with bands Notework and Breakin' Tradition, touring across Canada and the U.S., opening for acts like the Rankins before venturing into a solo career. Cyril was known for his vast range of musical knowledge, performing Scottish, Irish, and rock music. He was a fixture in the festival circuit and served as the artist in residence at Celtic Colours in 2012, sharing the stage with world-renowned musicians. Cyril leaves behind his wife Rodina, his daughter Haley, and many extended family and friends who will deeply miss his sense of humor and his voice. He truly was one of a kind. I ask members to join me in honoring the extraordinary life of Cyril McPhee and offering our deepest sympathies to his family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, a friend of mine, Keith O'Flaherty, has Lyme disease. A number of years ago, he began experiencing severe health issues. Despite the number of tests, blood tests, doctor's visits from Sydney to Halifax, numerous ER trips, and the process of elimination, no one thought to test for Lyme disease. After 2 years of self-advocacy, Keith was diagnosed. He had been working hard to promote early detection because this disease can masquerade. The symptoms are linked to other illnesses. The diagnosis delay can be devastating and significant health consequences for people like Keith, especially the chronic health issues that can require time off from work. Keith still suffers from the health effects of the diagnosis years after treatment. Madam Speaker, more education on ticks and access to health care, testing, and Lyme disease specialists are needed in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize an outstanding entrepreneur and community leader, Brenna McNeil, owner and co-founder of the Corner Store by Miss Brenna in Inverness. Originally from Inverness, Brenna spent 25 years in Halifax, where she studied graphic design, a path that sparked her passion for creating her iconic Cape Breton collection. After 5 years as a vendor at the Mabu Farmers Market, launching a coastal collection, and hosting a successful pop-up shop, Brenna took the leap and established a permanent storefront. Beyond her business, Brenna is a true community champion. She hosts creative workshops, bringing people together for evenings of fun, relaxation, and artistic expression. She and her team actively participate in summer festivals and sees every opportunity to support the community that has supported her. I ask all members of this House to join me in recognizing Brenna's dedication, creativity, and unwavering community spirit. Cape Breton has always been known for its breathtaking landscapes, but thanks to artists like Brenna, it's also known for its breathtaking designs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Macaron Day. This day is meant to celebrate the tasty goodness that is the macaron. A macaron is a sweet-tasting confectionery that has its origins in France. It is a chance for macaron lovers to taste delectable French macarons from various bakeries while also supporting local businesses. I just have to say, P4 Patisserie makes the most amazing, delicious, melt-in-your-mouth macarons. Tasted by moi, et c'est très magnifique. This day also coincides with the first day of spring, as well as the International Day of Happiness, both of which are very symbolic of the effect a macaron has on us. Madam Speaker, I would like all members of this House to get out and have a breath of spring air and find a bit of happiness with a delicious macaron.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby-Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and extend my sincere gratitude to Alec Morrison, a dedicated public servant who has represented District 6 with distinction for the past 12 years. As a resident of Cornwallis Park, Alex has served an unwavering commitment and passion and significant contributions to the growth and development of our community. For the last 2 years, he has held the position of warden, a role in which he led with integrity, vision, and a deep sense of responsibility. Known for his quick wit, engaging history lessons, and a sense of humor, Alec has brought energy and enthusiasm to every meeting, every project, and every initiative he was ever a part of. His ability to balance hard work with laughter made him a beloved figure among his colleagues and the people he served. Alec, through his years of service, has represented the municipality of the County of Annapolis with the utmost dignity and pride. His contributions have made a lasting impact, and his leadership will be missed by all. We thank him for his years of service and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, as a frequent transit rider, I would like to mark this Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Week by appreciating all the transit workers that move many of us around every single day. I'm proud that the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 508 is located in Dartmouth North, just around the corner from my office. Transit operators and workers get us to work, school, appointments, the store, to see friends and family, out on the town and back again. They move us around in all sorts of weather and other difficult conditions. This week and every week, we can show transit workers our appreciation by treating them with respect and kindness anytime we board a ferry, bus, or accessibus. And we can also do so by properly funding and prioritizing public transit clear across the province so that they have the tools that they need to do their jobs. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Imagine my surprise looking up into the gallery and seeing a favorite constituent, Howard Gibson. Howard, was not expecting to see him today, Madam Speaker, but he is a dedicated volunteer in the Greater New Germany area, a stalwart of Royal Canadian Legion Branch 102 in New Germany, and if he's not at the Legion, he is at the school. He is a real worker for our community, and the fact he's up there probably means we need to speak about something, but actually we've got an appointment to talk soon. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to welcome Melissa Gidman to my office. Melissa officially took on the very difficult position of being my constituency assistant at the start of the year. And I am pleased that she has agreed to fill this position. I'm going to go a little off script here because my office has never been cleaner, Madam Speaker, and that's because I'm never there. Madam Speaker, I'm just joking. Melissa's incredible. She's such a good constituency assistant that at 7:30 this morning she dropped off homemade rolls to my house. So Melissa will be stepping into the shoes of my previous CAs, Kelly and Cody, who did an incredible job in a full-time capacity. With her previous work experience, compassion, and empathy, she is a fantastic fit for the office. She's always willing to listen to not only constituents, but my rants, and find solutions to the issues that our community is facing. Madam Speaker, I'm excited, really excited to have Melissa work with us in Halifax Atlantic, and I know she will be a huge asset to our office and to the community. Welcome aboard, Melissa.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to make an introduction?
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in that gallery, we have two very good friends of mine, Jeff Brown and Lisa Beto. Jeff and Lisa, I ask you to please stand and receive the warm welcome of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. Order. Oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader for the official opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when legislation is passed in this House, we often invite stakeholders to mark the moment. This is especially true when legislation has wide-ranging impacts or has been championed by advocates or community groups. But we have seen bills that get passed by this House fade into obscurity because governments never proclaim them. If a bill is passed but not proclaimed, does the Premier think that those same stakeholders deserve the courtesy of being informed?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When the legislature makes a decision on a bill, I mean, I'm not sure which ones are proclaimed and which ones are not. I think our government has proclaimed the legislation that we've passed. But listen, the broader theme of the question is this government listens very carefully to Nova Scotians and take every step to respect Nova Scotians. When we make a mistake, we have the courage to say we made a mistake, and we'll continue to operate like that. We're only here in support of Nova Scotians. That's why we do everything we do, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a law requiring criminal record checks and training for bouncers at bars in this province. It was passed, but it was never proclaimed. It was brought forward in 2010 after a young man died following an assault at a bar. His parents were here when it passed, and they were here to voice their concerns this week. The family only found out the law wasn't enforced after learning of another tragic, similar, preventable death, that of their son. Not only has the law been left unproclaimed, but it will soon disappear completely because of changes proposed by this government. Will the government enact this law so that no other family has to go through what this family suffered?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously, these are incredibly tragic situations for sure. Our hearts of all Nova Scotians go out when somebody's out with friends, you know, having a good time, and something tragic happens. Those are heartbreaking stories to hear. In the case of this piece of legislation, I think it was passed by the NDP. I'm not sure why the NDP didn't proclaim it. Then, of course, we had years of Liberal government. I'm not sure why they didn't proclaim it. My understanding is that when it came to our attention, the department worked to make some regulation changes and tried to meet the safety standards. But this is certainly an overall, it's just a tragic situation for everyone, for sure.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The families feel that this tragic situation could have been prevented by this law being put into force, and whoever proclaimed it, it's true. The NDP government didn't, but it's this government that has the opportunity to do it now. Another example of legislation that's passed in this House with all-party support is the Coastal Protection Act. Years later, with no explanation, this government shelved it, and there was a tremendous public outcry. Despite this government's terrible decision not to enact the law, that public outcry has actually forced some of the investments that we've seen. But now with these changes, Nova Scotians won't know when legislation isn't enacted. In addition to all of the other attempts to evade oversight, why does the Premier think that keeping information about the bills that govern us secret is necessary?
Order. We ran out of time. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly it was no secret that we were not going to proclaim the Coastal Protection Act. To insinuate that was a secret would be false. We are not proclaiming the Coastal Protection Act. It will not happen under our government. We made that clear before the election. Nova Scotians had a chance to have their say on what they thought of that as part of the election, and I think they spoke loud and clear. Because what we did do, and they had great respect for, is we initiated another suite of actions. So, Madam Speaker, if we're not going to proclaim a piece of legislation, we will be pretty frank and clear, and it's unfortunate that the NDP wasn't equally as frank and clear when they decided not to proclaim this legislation all those years ago, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we all support reducing trade and economic barriers between provinces. But we also have a responsibility to ensure that removing these barriers doesn't mean lowering professional standards in Nova Scotia. This government has already had to amend legislation multiple times, and still serious concerns remain. Last night, we heard from engineers, social workers, and other professional regulators who fear that under this policy, Nova Scotia could be left with the lowest standards in the country. Now that the government says they will exempt healthcare regulators, will the Premier do the same for the other professions to protect public safety?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I personally spoke to a number of those associations before the committee. I'm glad they had an opportunity to come to the Public Bills Committee. That committee functioning very well, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians having an opportunity to come here and have their say on legislation to members of the legislature. Now, 2 weeks ago, we were told by the NDP that that was not going to happen in this province anymore, that in our affront on democracy, we'd gotten rid of that committee. That was not true then, Madam Speaker. It's not true now. We will continue to listen to Nova Scotians, and that Public Bills Committee is a committee we watch very closely, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Attacking the NDP on my questions. Okay. Madam Speaker, beyond the risk of lowering professional standards, the government's approach also lacks a clear enforcement mechanism. If someone is licensed in another province but working here, who is responsible for ensuring they follow our rules? What happens if they violate those rules? Right now, there's no clear answer. Can the Premier tell us what steps the government is taking to prevent bad actors from exploiting these gaps?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've said that people practicing here who are licensed in another jurisdiction should be licensed here. We've said that. We made that clear. We'll make that change the bill. But, Madam Speaker, the reality is this piece of legislation is getting national attention in a very positive way. Madam Speaker, I had a tremendous discussion with Minister Freeland yesterday, who's thanking Nova Scotia for their leadership, saying they want to work with us. The Prime Minister is personally engaged in this legislation and giving shout-outs to Nova Scotian. This is a good bill for Canadians, and I think, Madam Speaker.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We support the bill. We support the economic components of the bill. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. That's right. You're right. Absolutely.
Please
My
rephrase
bad.
that. We're not allowed to speak about bills that are on the floor. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, we support the intent of what everyone's trying to do in this House in breaking down trade barriers. And Madam Speaker, professional regulators play a critical role in protecting public safety. But under the government's policy, regulations in Nova Scotia may not have the authority to properly oversee professionals working here with out-of-province credentials. We've already seen them backtrack on the health care. Regulators of other professions are raising the alarm. Will the Premier listen to them as well?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you. As we've previously stated just a few minutes ago and numerous times, yes, we will ensure that there's a requirement to license with the local register. I think that's an important thing. That came out of discussions that I had with a number of regulatory bodies. But, Madam Speaker, let's not lose sight of this is leading the country. We are leading the country, and I think when it comes right down to it, that's the opposition's problem with this bill. They don't like to see Nova Scotia leading the country. They prefer it when the sky is falling. Madam Speaker, the sky is not falling. There are good days ahead for this province, and I'm delighted to be leading it at this time.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Globe and Mail reported, or this morning actually, that the U.S. government is threatening the academic freedom of Canadian researchers. At the Trump government's request, U.S. funding agencies are being required to tie support to conservative government policy. The American government, under the guise of cutting wasteful spending, is letting conservative values dictate what research gets funded. Here at home, the government wants to let the minister decide and dictate the priorities of Research Nova Scotia instead of leaving these decisions up to the independent expert board. Why is this government imposing Trump-style policies on Nova Scotians?
Do you want to just hiss and boo at each other all day? I recognize the I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Madam Speaker, the only Trump-style politics I see is the fear and rhetoric coming from the opposition, Madam Speaker. The bending of the narrative to fit their narrative, Madam Speaker. You know, speaking into echo chambers, Madam Speaker. The truth is, we've said it all along. Hundreds of millions of dollars of money goes into investments here in Nova Scotia. We will have no input into that. There's $8 million that comes from Nova Scotia taxpayers. We are going to work with universities, W-O-R-K, work with universities to ensure that they are meeting what Nova Scotians need and the universities need also.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, and let me be clear. The minister has given himself the authority to dictate the research priorities of Research Nova Scotia. Period. Full stop. Nova Scotians know what's going on. The overreaching proposal to change how this funding works is being pushed forward despite tremendous outcry. A representation for the Association of Nova Scotia University Teachers, many of whom are funded by this, said, quote, the consequences extend far beyond policy. It threatens academic independence, institutional autonomy, and the very foundation of higher education in our province. Will the government drop this frightening agenda and walk back these changes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Madam Speaker, the only thing frightening is the flip-flop we hear, Madam Speaker. One day they support the AG. The next day they don't support the AG. The AG has been very clear about money that goes to universities, Madam Speaker, and the responsibility of government to make sure it's being spent and to track it, Madam Speaker. This does not touch academic freedom. Madam Speaker, those members haven't spoken to a single university president, but they seem to know what's on their mind. I've met with them several times, Madam Speaker. We are having conversations. I did not interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me.
Fair statement, and you are out of time. Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia NSCC's music business program attracts top talent. Grammy-winning artist Dyson Knight of the Baha Men recently said he was excited to enroll in this program so that his music can step up a bit. That's a quote, and I will table it. But we're hearing that this program is being cut because it doesn't fall within any of the government's priority areas. Why is support for the music industry not a priority for this government?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
So I'm confused, Madam Speaker. You want us to not interfere with academic freedom on one hand, and then the next person gets up and says interfere on academic freedom on the other. Madam Speaker, this government has supported the arts more than any government. Madam Speaker, there was an announcement today around a sound stage for the arts. Madam Speaker. The film industry and the arts industry is flourishing in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, no, the government is not directing NSCC on what programs to have and what not to have. They make decisions based on enrollment and what they see fit for their own institution.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, this government is intent on aligning post-secondary institutions with their own agenda. We have heard it over and over again, and we have a bill in front of us saying the very thing. The loss of this music program, or the music business program, shows that this government's agenda is having a real negative consequence on the lives of Nova Scotians. And speaking of film, Madam Speaker, many of the people who write and compose music for our film industry will have gone through this program that's being cut. Without this program, we will lose talented people and the continued success of our music industry will be put at risk. So why is the government putting Nova Scotia's vibrant and valuable music industry at risk?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
I mean, Madam Speaker, I don't know how many times I can repeat it before it sinks in. We are not going to tell schools what they can and cannot teach, Madam Speaker. What we're saying is when you have positions that are not being filled, healthcare positions, we need them filled. Madam Speaker, we are asking them because they are seeing a shortage in funding because of the temporary student caps to align with the workforce, to work with the workforce. But guess what? NASCAD is just as valuable as Dow. The School of Theology is just as valuable as any school, Madam Speaker. We appreciate the arts. We will continue to support the arts. And Madam Speaker, NSCC is an institution all to their own.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Despite the rhetoric about lazy policy and special interests, Nova Scotians have very real concerns that we hope the minister will respond to, such as, if uranium mining exploration starts in Nova Scotia, will I have the ability to protect my property or woodlot? How can people's well water be monitored? How can people's health and the health of workers be protected? And how many jobs will be created? Does the minister agree that Nova Scotians have legitimate questions about lifting the ban on uranium mining?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. Yes, of course, communication and conversation is very important. That's key in this development of this sector. Quite honestly, as the mineral rights regulator, we're not the regulator of the development. Mining for uranium is actually regulated, as we discussed during estimates this year. It's actually regulated by a federal agency. It's not a provincial agency, but they also have to work with their local Department of Environment to ensure that there's a regulatory pathway there. Conversations have to happen. Protection of well water has to happen. Madam Speaker, we've been clear right from the get-go. We will be having conversations with all partners, and we will make sure we can do things safe before anything takes place.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Throughout our discussions on uranium, the minister has asserted that all we have ever known about uranium in Nova Scotia is lost, and thus we haven't been able to manage this resource at all. But I think that the minister's own department has some information, such as this 2020 report that maps uranium and well water across the province, and I'll table that. We can do lots to learn about uranium and the risk of radon in this province. We can make well water testing free to keep updating this map. We can expand the provincial radon testing program, and we can learn a lot without ever touching the earth. There are airborne geophysical surveys, magnetic and gravity surveys, aerial radiometric surveys, and seismic surveys. What I would like to know is, can the minister outline how we can address the health risks of uranium and radon without mining uranium in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't stress it enough again. Safe, safe, safe. That is the process we are following on this. The studies that the member's talking about us doing research and evaluating what we have, the ban is there. We can't even study it for a health risk aspect. The ban needs to be lifted before we can actually look at this aspect. Madam Speaker, this is a process that we're taking for manyfold. Health and safety is one of them. Possible economic benefit. We know that there's radon issues in and around because of uranium in our system, but we don't know the amount of quantity and the quality of the radon that we have in Nova Scotia. This is one of the steps that we need to take, and actually uranium is one of the critical minerals in Canada that the Canadian federal government has on their list as well, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians are opening their power bills to find shocking increases, and some have more than doubled. I know members opposite would see those emails coming in. What makes this even worse is that the Premier and his party ran on lowering power bills, but under their leadership, power rates have increased by more than 20%, and they still have all of the expensive coal units running that were in 2021, 4 years later. Can the Minister of Energy explain why Nova Scotians are facing these massive increases, and what his government is going to do to ensure people can afford to keep the lights on? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And as a government, we've taken extraordinary measures to support Nova Scotians and reduce risk of significant increases in power bills, Madam Speaker. Absolutely, during colder months, and this has been a colder year, electricity bills do go up as we're typically in our houses more often. Just as an aside, Madam Speaker, smart meters are actually audited every year, Madam Speaker. 300 of them, approximately 300 of them are audited by Measurements Canada to ensure their accuracy. What I would say, Madam Speaker, is if people are feeling that they are being overcharged for their power, I would encourage them to reach out to Nova Scotia Power to get an understanding of that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia Power is in front of the UARB this week for hearings to justify its soaring fuel costs. The consumer advocate has made it clear over the last 2 years that Nova Scotia Power has spent millions of dollars on decisions that were, I'll quote, imprudent or uneconomic, and I'll table that. In New Brunswick, after seeing similar power bill increases, and I'm talking about comparing last winter to this winter, their government is launching an independent audit of their utility to get real answers and ensure accountability. Will this government commit to launching an independent audit of Nova Scotia Power or intervene themselves at the URB and find out exactly what's driving up costs, in some cases more than double?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We absolutely are always looking out for the best interest of ratepayers here in Nova Scotia. And as I said before, Madam Speaker, if people feel that they are being overcharged, I encourage them to reach out to Nova Scotia Power to make sure that they could have Measurement Canada have a look at that smart meter to see if it is acting appropriately. I will say also with respect to power bills, Madam Speaker, Efficiency Nova Scotia does some tremendous work, and I would encourage Nova Scotians to reach out to Efficiency Nova Scotia to have a conversation about how to support reducing their energy needs, Madam Speaker. As I said, we'll continue to look at supporting Nova Scotians to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, the Premier said he was proud that the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development took a taxpayer-funded trip to celebrate the inauguration of the American president. Apparently, this government was so proud it didn't bother to tell Nova Scotians about the trip. And the minister is so proud that he won't tell us what he did on that trip. My question to the minister is, will he table his meeting schedule so Nova Scotians will know that they got their money's worth?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, Madam Speaker, as I said the other day, I was proud to be part of a team of Canadians down celebrating not the inauguration of the President of the United States, but celebrating our ability to stand up for Canada, fight the tariffs, and make sure that our voices are heard amongst Canadian manufacturers, business leaders, many American business leaders and politicians. We need to use every connection we have, every ability we have to make sure that Americans understand the value that we have to them and how much these tariffs are going to hurt their people. That's what I was doing, Madam Speaker, and I was proud to do it on behalf of Canada.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, the Premier accused us yesterday of trying to minimize this government's efforts south of the border, and yet, by not being transparent about the minister's trip in the first place, the government minimizes the fact that Nova Scotians footed the bill for the minister to celebrate a president we all knew was threatening to annex our country and wreak havoc on our economy. So I ask again, will the minister table his meeting schedules so Nova Scotians can know that celebrating Donald Trump's big day was worth their money?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, I can tell you one of the meetings I had was with a reporter from the Boston Globe, where I stood strong for Nova Scotia, promoted Michelin, which was one of our biggest employers, as well as our seafood industry and many others. I was the only provincial cabinet minister quoted. There were many down at the inauguration, but I was a Liberal minister, a Liberal MP, and many others quoted defending Canada. I was proud to be part of that team. We need to get our voices heard amongst American politicians, amongst American business leaders, but more importantly, the American public. They have to understand what this administration, which I believe is the most protectionist administration since the 1970s, we have to do what we can to get our message out so the American people will stand up and fight for Canada as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Human rights lawyer Vince Calderhead has called this government's treatment of people who receive income assistance, and I quote, a borderline human rights violation. While the cost of food, rent, and basic necessities have skyrocketed, this government has done little to lift people out of poverty. Why does this government continue to allow folks on income assistance to live in poverty? And that's to the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Finally, a good question, Madam Speaker. Listen, nobody wants to be in income assistance. We need to make sure that we stand up for people and support them when they're going through times of need. And that's why, because of inflation, we've actually indexed income assistance to inflation. Many governments talked about it. It was this Premier and this government that did that. And I want to thank the Minister of Advanced Education for putting that through. It was passed on April 1st, but retroactive from July, 2.5%, 3.1% on January 1st. That aligned it with CPI. But what's really important is we're working to make sure that...
Order.
Okay.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government talks a lot about indexing the income assistance, but we're hearing from people every day it's just not enough. The rates are too low for people to afford the basics, and the rules are too strict for people to engage in flexible work when the opportunities are available. Will the minister commit to actually fixing the income assistance program? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, Madam Speaker, like I said, the income assistance program is there for people when they need it. We've indexed it. We're working on making sure that we keep up with inflation and support them. But the best social program is a job, and that's why we're putting effort, time, and programs in place to connect people to employment and work. I'm going to talk specifically about the EDGE program. This was a pilot project that we've now made permanent. Of the 252 participants in 2023-2024, 40% of them have now connected to employment and have come off income assistance. We want to make sure we connect people to work, Madam Speaker. That's our goal. Less people in income assistance, more people employed. That's what they want, and we're there to support them.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pierce.
Madam Speaker, the last time the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives analyzed the level of childcare that is needed versus the level of childcare that is available, Cape Breton stood out. The vast majority of towns were classified as childcare deserts, meaning access to childcare was so scarce that there were more than 3 kids competing for each spot. Can the Minister of Early Childhood Development explain why is it this government is making families compete for daycare spots in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question. Obviously, we're working very hard to meet our target. Right now, we have 50% of parents whose, we have, on average, most parents' childcare has been reduced by 50%. Madam Speaker, we're opening up thousands and thousands of spaces. We're going to continue to work with our nonprofit providers. And matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we're just in discussion on a new childcare agreement. So, Madam Speaker, we understand the pressures that are on parents. We want to make sure that every family has a childcare for their children, and we're going to continue to work toward that goal.
I I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, in 2023, this government promised 2 daycares with more than 300 spaces in Cape Breton. Slow progress has been made since they were announced. The cost of delivering these spaces has increased 7 times over, and I will table that. Neither families nor the province can afford to wait any longer. How much longer will the families in Cape Breton have to wait for the daycare spaces that they needed yesterday?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And they not only needed them yesterday, they needed them 5, 10, 15 years ago, Madam Speaker. And I wish that those investments would have been made then, Madam Speaker. But we are catching up, and due to the past child care agreement, lots of work have been done, and we've got a new child care agreement on the way. Madam Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that people who need child care will get it, whether they're in Cape Breton, they're in Digby, they're in Spryfield, they're Fairview. It doesn't matter where, Madam Speaker. We want to ensure that they have those child care, and there's no barrier to work, that people can find the child care so they can go to work, they can go to school, they can do the things that everybody's doing. So, Madam Speaker, we'll continue to work with people in Cape Breton, we'll continue to work with the federal government and our nonprofits.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, the government, my question is for the Minister of Immigration. This government has paused approving applications for the foreign worker program. And the results are that employers do not have enough workers. And many business owners in Cumberland North have told me they are on a pathway to possibly closing their business due to a lack of workers. The result also means that workers who have been employed here in Nova Scotia are anxiously awaiting for their work visas to be approved. They are stressed and they find themselves in financial hardship. Madam Speaker, will the Minister of Immigration tell the House when the foreign worker program will be reinstated and when will applications once again be processed and approved? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for this important question. Right now, in Nova Scotia, we're focusing on attracting the skilled workers that the province needs. The federal allocations were cut, so we are prioritizing key sectors such as construction and healthcare. But I believe what the member of the program the member's talking about would be the federal temporary foreign worker program. If you'd like to take it offline, I could help her navigate. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually have, in my defense, sent 2 letters to the Minister about this because I have people that are coming to my office every day who don't have enough money to pay their bills. They've been working here in the province for a couple of years, some of them, and many of our restaurants are on a pathway to being closed because they don't have enough workers because they're all waiting for approval of their applications. So this is something, this is a major problem. In fact, there's another thing that's happened. Our international nurses who have come here, welcomed in fact, and have Nova Scotia nursing license, are not being hired by Nova Scotia Health, and the bridging program has been paused. And I'm wondering if the minister can say, is there any connection between these 2 things? At a time when we need these workers, it's not the time to pause the door. Can the minister respond?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the important question. As I mentioned before, when it came to our skilled workers, we're working with our industry partners and we're working to fill the labour shortages. If the member has something in particular, I'd be happy to chat with her offline.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Public servants have been put on notice by this government. On February 18th, the Premier sent an email to public servants directing them to become more efficient problem solvers. That same day, the Premier shamefully tabled a budget that cut 159 positions from the public service and has since put forward measures to strip public servants of basic labour rights. Can the Minister of the Public Service Commission tell us what problem is being solved by this government scrapping the labour rights of public servants?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Again, and I've said this a number of times, and I will continue to echo it. We appreciate our public servants. They work hard every day for Nova Scotia. They are the backbone of our government. They will always be treated fairly. Let me tell you a little bit about the department that I am so proud to represent, the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission's role is to ensure that departments are supported to excel in their roles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Minister for an explanation of what her department does, but we still haven't heard a single viable explanation about why these changes are necessary. The government's trying to make it sound better by saying that employees dismissed without cause will receive compensation for years of service, but the fact remains that public servants standing up with expert evidence or concerns raised by Nova Scotians that don't align with this government can be fired without additional cause. It's also a fact that the government can already compensate employees above the standards of Labour Code without needing to bypass the Labour Code. So I ask again, why is this government giving less protections to public servants it says it values so deeply than people who work in any other sector in the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, as I've repeated, our province is growing. We need the resource and we need the talent as we continue to move forward. Nova Scotians expect an efficient and nimble public service. That is, as things change, as time changes, that we have the skill set, that we have the right people in the right place to carry out the responsibilities. Madam Speaker, we value and we respect our public servants. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, when in opposition, the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development advocated for a centralized daycare waitlist. He believed this would not only benefit parents, but also create greater transparency and accountability. He explained, and I quote, "This government is spending tens of millions of dollars every year, and they have no clue how many people are waiting for childcare." And I'll table that. Now, Madam Speaker, that he can make a real difference, will the minister create a centralized daycare wait list?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Hansard got me again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to work with our daycares, and obviously we're in the process of collecting the information and data. We want to make sure that every person that needs access to childcare, it is a big lift, Madam Speaker, and we want to make sure that everybody has it. Obviously, these are barriers to work and barriers to education, Madam Speaker. We are proud to work with the federal government on this, Madam Speaker, and we're going to continue to work to ensure that everybody has access to daycare.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
I see now, Madam Speaker, that this is the flip-flop that the minister spoke about is happening. I see it right now happening right before us. You know, parents are endlessly calling daycares, being put on dozens of wait lists, and given no clear timelines on when their child will secure a spot. Despite this high demand, the province has actually lost over, get it, 1,300 spaces since this government took office in 2021, and I already tabled that. The extreme level of uncertainty parents are facing with right now is unacceptable. Madam Speaker, why is the minister not delivering more accountability and transparency for young families in need of daycare spaces?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Flip-flop. On one hand, they're telling us, don't give universities accountability, Madam Speaker. On the other hand, they're saying give accountability for childcare. Madam Speaker, you can't have it both ways. Madam Speaker, we are working with our childcare sector. We're going to continue to work with them. We are working on getting information out to parents.
Order, order, order. Let's try to respect the person who is speaking. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
And Madam Speaker, we're going to continue with our childcare sector. You know, this government has given fair contracts to our childcare sector. Madam Speaker, we're continuing to invest it. Madam Speaker, we've created 2,045 childcare center spaces, 1,648 family homes, 2,849 before and after school care, Madam Speaker, and we're going to continue.
Everyone is spicy today, aren't they? I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, we've heard from this government that there are currently 212 households living in provincially funded short-term housing. That's 212 households living in small hotel rooms, spaces that lack basic things like stoves to cook meals, quiet areas for young children to complete schoolwork, and privacy for parents to process trauma of losing a home. Does the minister believe that a hotel room is an appropriate space for anyone to live?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for their question. The answer is no. We think that people should not be living in hotel rooms, and that's why we've invested heavily over the last several years in places like the Rose. And the Rose has moved 18 families in downtown Halifax out of hotel rooms into a proper apartment with a kitchen, with a bedroom. It's got a gym. It's got a playground. It's a great place. And there are families in there where babies were living in hotel rooms. So we're working really hard to provide the facilities necessary. We hope the NDP will support our budget because there's a lot of money in there to continue to build these type of facilities, to buy these type of facilities, and support families as we can move them out of any hotel rooms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
And yet we still have 212 households living in temporary housing. When will this government take real action to make sure all families in Nova Scotia have homes that they can afford?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We recognize that people do need places to call home. So while the Minister of OSD works to support vulnerable Nova Scotians, my department is working across government, working with other levels of government to build more supply, Madam Speaker. We have a 5-year action plan on housing, Madam Speaker. We're making groundbreaking investments, Madam Speaker. This action plan is seeing national attention. We're meeting or exceeding all of our targets, Madam Speaker. So we believe the solution to the challenges that we're seeing across the spectrum is investments in that spectrum, Madam Speaker. We're making that progress happen, and we're going to continue that work.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After the Ivany report was released in 2014, the One Nova Scotia Commission was put together to monitor our province's economic growth and its progress on the 19 goals identified in the report. Our province has hit some of these goals and still has progress to make on others. These goals remain an important part of our province's economic plan, and I've spoken to the minister several times this session about where we're at with this work. I was surprised yesterday to find the government has taken down the website monitoring progress on these goals. Actually, I wasn't surprised. I called it. This was an important resource for open public access to economic data like exports, which is super important today. My question to the Minister of Economic Growth, why is this information removed from public view? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So certainly the Ivany report at a point in time 10 years ago was important to provide some direction to government and beyond at that time. But how the world has changed, Madam Speaker. We've seen changes in government of all stripes, Madam Speaker, but we also have gone through a global pandemic. We're now faced with unprecedented challenges based on tariffs from China and the United States, Madam Speaker. We recognize that we need to continue to grow and scale up and diversify our markets, Madam Speaker. Whereas the work across government, we have a trade action plan in place that is being implemented, Madam Speaker. We're working hard, the Premier is working hard to break down interprovincial trade barriers. We're leading the charge, and we're going to continue that work.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would challenge the minister to say which targets are no longer important in this world. Is it exports? Is it tourism? Is it population growth? Is it the value of universities, perhaps? It's clear the government has no plan for economic growth. They haven't since they dismantled the Economic Growth Council. It's also clear that there is no need to put any public information that government doesn't want them to see. They will make the information private. They'll do it with the doctor waitlist. They'll do it with changes to the FOIPOP system. And now we're seeing it with One Nova Scotia tracking dashboard. In this House, we could all be working together to support real, sustainable economic growth, and that can't happen unless we see targets that are public. My question to the minister is, will he reinstate the website and work with us to modernize these goals for today's world?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, so the member may have been satisfied during his time in government to be last, to be 60th out of 60 on GDP, Madam Speaker. That is not the position of this government. That is absolutely not the position of this government. We believe in the future of this province. We believe in our traditional industries, forestry, fishery, agriculture, Madam Speaker. And guess what? We also support tapping into untapped opportunities, Madam Speaker. There's bills on the floor of the legislature to make that happen. I call on the opposition to help us make that happen too.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, this government often says that it wants to stand on the facts of an issue. And so, fact, this government launched a multi-year process to update the 2014 guidelines to support trans and non-binary students. And the previous minister recommitted to these guidelines on numerous occasions, and I have a whole bunch of answers to table on that. Fact, the current minister has made it clear that the guidelines aren't coming, but instead have been somehow subsumed in the soon-to-be-released Code of Conduct. Will the minister stand today and reassure students in Nova Scotia that the Code of Conduct will reiterate the 2014 guidelines and guarantee that students in Nova Scotia schools have the right to be addressed by their name and pronoun?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Obviously, we want every single student, no matter their gender, race, or religion, to feel safe in our schools and be able to express themselves freely, Madam Speaker. The report that was done, or the information that was gathered by the previous minister, is extremely important and very collaborative. And I'm very thankful for all the work she did on that. And we're going to use that, and we've used that for the Code of Conduct. And what I can tell the member is when the Code of Conduct comes out, it's going to address these issues and many, many more. And I'm willing to sit down with any group to have the conversation if they feel like it doesn't address certain things.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I've reiterated, as my tabled documents would demonstrate, in fact, the previous minister was able to make that commitment to students. And that was a really helpful commitment when students contacted me worried about their safety in schools and their experience in schools and that things were going to get worse. And it's also being respectful. On one hand, I mean, maybe this is the ministers, the government doesn't reach out to organizations and sectors time and time again. But this time, they did. They reached out to youth. They engaged them in the process. They've reached out to educators and engaged them in the process, and they've not provided any feedback. Will the minister ensure that specific communication regarding the fate of the guidelines specifically reaches students in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Madam Speaker, I mean, as a minister and as an MLA for the last, I don't know how many years, I consult, and that's what I do, and I will continue to consult. I'll continue to talk. I don't have all the answers. I don't have near all the answers, so that's why you need to speak to the experts. And yes, the code of conduct will be sent out to the students. The students will be very aware, and we will not tolerate...
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. Oh, I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Oh, please do.
Speaker, in your gallery.
Oh, hold on. There, your microphone's back on.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Lindsay Corkum, Cameron Corkum, Sadie Corkum, and Violet Fairn. They all worked so hard on our campaign and played vital roles. They helped with signs, office management, and get out to vote on Election Day. I'm so happy they could make the trip today, and I would ask that they rise and receive a warm welcome from all members.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoyed and enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My son keeps calling me. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for today be not 1 till 5:30, but be 1 till 10. Also, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for tomorrow be 9 till 5.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there's been a request that the hours for Thursday, March 20th, not be from 1 to 5:30, but from 1 to 10, and for the hours for Friday, March 21st, be 9 to 5. Would all those in favor of this motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? Nay. The motion is still carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, 9 to 5 isn't bad. Come on. Madam Speaker, would you please call order of business government motions?
Order of business government motions.
Speaker, would you please call Resolution 38?
Resolution 38. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, special interests have captured sectors of Nova Scotia and Canada's economy. Their veto over development undermines our economic and energy security. According to the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, the overly complicated regulatory process and vetoes exercised by special interests cost our country tens of billions of dollars. Building this infrastructure is an essential part of tearing down internal trade barriers. Without pipelines, rails, and transmission, we will continue to face obstacles to increase trade between provinces. The complete lack of west to east energy infrastructure makes us dependent on the United States for our energy needs. 100% of our natural gas flows through the U.S., and it comes from places that hydraulically fracture. We should not have politicians in this legislature prioritizing U.S. economic growth. Empowering the U.S. during a trade war is inexcusable. We need more energy infrastructure, not less. It's time for the NDP to stand with Canada and Nova Scotia and stop empowering the United States. Yet, given the chance to do just that, in this legislature, the NDP voted against Nova Scotians and instead stood by the Bloc Québécois and their leader Blanchette. I'd like to give the NDP an opportunity to explain why. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister needs to rise and ask that the resolution do not pass. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
I rise and now to ask that the resolution now pass.
Recognize him. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like when this resolution was tabled in the first place, Mr. Speaker, the reason the government, or the reason the NDP voted no on it was because we had no notice of the resolution. We didn't have a written copy of the resolution, and we are simply not going to say yes to things in this House without some real scrutiny and without some thought and some research done. So that's the number one reason. If the minister wants to know why we said no, A, we did not vote no on the resolution. We voted no on the passage without debate. So here we are in the debate. The minister maybe is not, familiar with the way that that these things roll out in the legislature. But with a resolution like this, we can vote for a passage of waiver and notice of waiver and passage without debate, and we can say no to that if we actually want to debate the thing that's being talked about instead of ramming it through like all of the other things this government has been trying to do. So that is the number one reason for the minister. Now, because we had no notice that we would be debating this today, I will probably let some my other colleagues speak on this. However, I remember my gut reaction, which is not a good thing to talk about in this legislature, frankly, but I remember when this was tabled, this notice was tabled or was first introduced a week or so ago. My gut reaction was this government is trying in the same voice that it is saying we must unite as Team Canada and fight Trump's tariffs and join together. In the same voice that they were talking about that, Mr. Speaker, they're talking about condemning leaders of political parties, condemning provinces. What does this government want? The Minister of Advanced Education stood up several times today in question period and talked about how we in the opposition were flip-flopping. On one hand, we want this. On the other hand, we want this. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, if he looked at the questions or listened to the questions we were asking, he would say, in fact, he would see that that is, in fact, untrue. In this case, I would put it right back on the government. What exactly do they want? Do they want to stand as Team Canada, or do they want to divide this country? It is shameful, Mr. Speaker. Just let me know, colleagues, if anyone else is ready to speak on the resolution, and I will have a seat. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on the resolution, the government is singling out a federal opposition leader, and comments that they made, and asking the legislature to castigate those comments and rise up against a comment made by a federal leader of an opposition party. While there is another federal leader of the official opposition that party has very strong connections with. And I know they try to shy away from those connections. But we also know that their former Minister of Finance from the last term, a ranking member of their cabinet, is now running for that team. So surely they have some connections to that party, who also has their former communications director running here in Halifax for that party. Whenever an MLA in this House from the PC party runs federally, which party do they run for? Whether that's Eddie Orr, Alfie MacLeod, Chris D'Entremont, the current Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, there is undisputed connections with the PC party and the Federal Conservative Party. It is literally structurally in their constitution to cooperate. And what has that leader said federally? That he wants to cancel the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. He said that to a Chamber of Commerce in Vancouver. Incidentally, our Premier has written a letter that he wants to tap into that fund to build a pulp mill. But what else is that fund important for? The Green Choice Program, renewable energy that we need. Now, this resolution is missing out on the whole picture of what we need in our region. That is, yes, conventional sources of energy. We're still using it. We need it. But we also need renewable energy, like what was in the Green Choice Program, the wind tender, that hangs in the balance if the government changes. So I think there could be appropriate energy, and there is now disproportionate energy spent on a party that has virtually no chance of becoming the new government in the next election, the Bloc Québécois, to a party that has conceivably a chance to become the next government. And they're openly saying that they want to cut the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, that we need to ensure that we have preferred financing for our renewable energy projects that are already approved, that this government purportedly supports. We have substantial funding on the line. And this party has former members running under that banner. Dental care, that's at risk. What about the pharmacare deal? That's at risk. We also know that the Canadian Infrastructure Bank funding is recently supporting the Intertide that will bring not only the fossil fuels that we're talking about, the pipeline in this resolution, but we need all of the above energy with our energy needs growing exponentially. And now we have funding for the Intertide system that I've been pushing for in this House. And I pointed out back in 2021 that that program was eligible for the CIB. They waited until months before a federal election with that official opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, saying he will cut that funding. So there is a number of things that I think are missing in this resolution. And the House Leader gave us what we were supposed to be talking about today, and this resolution wasn't on it.
That's right. Yeah.
The spirit of collaboration has completely vanished in this House. I was recently told that an important bill to the Down syndrome community will not be entertained tomorrow.
Shame, shame.
Every day is a different surprise in this House for me, Mr. Speaker. And say what you want about past governments and having a firm hand with certain bills progressing through this House, but we listened to the opposition.
That's right.
We passed amendments. I passed amendments myself. For the member of Halifax Atlantic, the former member for Halifax Needham came to me on an issue around the Crown Lands Act and embedding climate change lenses into the bill. And we passed that. We had deputy speakers from opposition. And this is a pattern from this government that's power hungry and doesn't like to share information. Talked about that in question period. So we have a resolution that's asking for the legislature to come out against the member for somewhere in a different province that represents a party that represents that province when they are silent about the threat to our national energy with the leader of that party. And I know some of them are worried to campaign with him because he's not particularly popular. But when any of them decide to run federally, guess what ticket they'll be on? So I would encourage bringing a resolution forward to tell Mr. Pierre Poilievre to back down on his threats to our energy security in our province, to our threats to the pharmacare program, which he said he would scrap. We're going into an election now, it's official, on this weekend. And then the government will go into caretaker mode, where you can't sign big important deals. We could be leaving the pharmacare deal completely at the whims of the next government, and if the Conservative governments come in, it's gone. Meanwhile, people in British Columbia, Manitoba, Prince Edward Island, I think now, New Brunswick has joined. Somehow, women in particular have greater equitable access to contraceptives than women in Nova Scotia. Diabetes treatment. Because that government wants to play politics with the Bloc Québécois. Our energy future is important. We need conventional energy in this province, but we need all of the above. We need to harness wind, the cheapest form of energy in our province, and there is federal funding that is supporting those projects to bring the cost down. I think it's 6.5 cents a megawatt. Now, had they acted sooner, actually at one point it was 5 cents a megawatt. But we have a federal government right now that aligns with so many different revenue streams that this province can leverage to create a better, more renewable, green future. We even still have performance standards. Bringing in $17.4 million of revenue, the minister said in estimates, to put forward on green projects. Now, if Mr. Poilievre has his way, that system is no longer required under the pan-Canadian framework to tackle climate change. And I asked the question, does the province keep that fund? The great thing about that fund is it's separate, needs to be spent on renewable energy, green projects. It's a different iteration from the former Green Fund. But that money can be leveraged exponentially from existing funding from the Liberal federal government. But what's more at risk here? The Bloc Québécois winning and stopping pipelines, or their federal cousins in Ottawa winning? And not only winning, but just having a voice during question period and more voices across the entire country outside of Quebec. I haven't heard anything from any minister or member talking about the need to tell Mr. Poilievre to back down on his dangerous rhetoric when it comes to our energy. Surely some of these members have connections to that party that they can make a call. Some of them campaigning right now in this city. Now, of course, we on this side of the House don't want that party to win. We, maybe not most of us, want Mr. Carney to win. And I have, I never hide the fact that there is relationships with the provincial Liberal and the federal party. We're not the same party, but there are relationships. And generally, when people leave the House from the Nova Scotia Liberal Party, generally they run federal Liberal. We don't report to them. They're separate entities, despite the last election and the success politically of the PC party tying the Prime Minister to the former leader of the provincial party. I mean, that's good politics, of course. But what I'm talking about today is the gap in this resolution and no mention of the party and the leader that they are most closely aligned with. It's in their constitution to cooperate with the federal Conservative Party. You know, when former high-ranking members are at fundraisers and for political reasons, this government does not want to be seen together with some MPs. But they are out there with them. So we have substantial funding on the line. That's real. To talk about Quebec politics, which is, as I would say, complex as any other province in our country, in this legislature, while ignoring the fact that we have serious issues with a federal Conservative Party, is not, frankly, not appropriate. So I would encourage any other member from the government to stand up and tell us about what their initiatives are to try to get any other leader to back down. Premier even sent a letter to Mr. Carney about a number of projects. Where's the letter to Mr. Poilievre about the threats to our energy security here in Nova Scotia? surely he's not going to try to trick Nova Scotians that he has more alignment with Mr. Carney than he does with Mr. Poilievre, like he did before with Mr. Trudeau when it was politically convenient. And then once the Prime Minister's polls started to go down, separate himself as much as he possibly could. This resolution is nothing about a game. It's a game. Resolutions in this House actually don't have any legal merit. That's my understanding. This is about a way to try to create a boogeyman argument that the NDP is blocking our economic interests in our province. And I hope the Premier gets up and speaks to his resolution today and espouses the value of his economic plan. Instead of having 19 goals on the website, we have one goal that costs $10,000 in the front of the Chronicle Herald to start fracking again. So at least replace the website that you took down with a new one with your two goals of fracking and uranium mining, because that is the only thing that was brought up in this House in terms of economic development. So where is the conversation with the other federal opposition leaders? The official opposition leader. That's right. Who is very clear and on record of not supporting the needs of really transforming our electricity sector here in the province. And I know there's members in the government that believe in that just transition. I know that. They support the wind tender. They support the Green Choice program. They support ensuring that there are ownership from Mi'kmaq communities on these very important projects. But those projects are contingent on significant preferred financing from a specific fund that is at risk. And this government says nothing. Unless you can table any evidence, a letter may be sent to Mr. Poilievre to back down on his threats to our energy security. When we're talking about energy, gas, oil, we should be talking about everything in that bucket, especially with the tariff war. We need to ensure that that intertie gets built, and we need to ensure that we continue to build up the Atlantic region and have stronger connections throughout the whole region to buy and sell to the United States. And anything can happen. Quebec may not have a sustainable partner when they sell their hydro into the United States, which makes an even better business case for connecting and bringing in Quebec hydro, lowering the price. Anything can happen. But this resolution's not a serious thing that they brought forward. They actually don't want members to speak to it. Otherwise, they would have told us it was coming. No warning. They just want to corner the NDP, and it's despicable. Some Nova Scotians will buy into it, and that's why they're doing it. They just want the NDP to vote no on castrating the Bloc Québécois for saying they have a position against pipelines going through their province. Like, so out of bounds. I mean, he could actually bring up his conversations with the Quebec Premier, you know, his counterpart about the issue around pipelines and energy and the need to move electrons around and where we're at with all that stuff. But he's picking on a leader of a party that represents a regional interest in the Federation and ignoring the detrimental public statements from their cousins in Ottawa. And so I encourage government members to tell me about their conversations, about their understanding of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank and all the opportunities that are around it to support wind projects throughout our communities. I mean, they're facilitating some of this work by making sure some of the projects go through and municipalities don't have unnecessary setbacks. We can support that. We can have that conversation, but that funding is there to make those projects economically valuable for communities, for municipalities, and to benefit ratepayers. You know, rates have gone up over 20% by this government under their watch. Yet we still have all 8 units of coal burning expensive coal. Most of those increases are fuel increases. And so we do need that more affordable, predictable, sustainable flow of energy into our province, which is why this resolution needs to be strengthened. So I'm probably on the attack ads now from the PC Party website, I don't know. But I will say I'm not against the resolution. I'm saying the resolution needs to be strengthened and more focused on areas that are actually pertinent right now to our province's economic and energy future. And it's beyond energy what's at risk if the federal government changes, especially to Atlantic Canada. It would have been nice to know that this resolution was coming. It would be great to hear from the Premier, so I encourage the Premier to get up and talk about all the merits in his way of trying to attack the leader of the Bloc Québécois and asking for our support to do that while ignoring their federal counterparts in Ottawa, where we have former MLAs, at least 2 of them I can think of, that ran for that party and that will be running for that party by this weekend. I hope it's clear on their campaign literature all the things that Mr. Poilievre is advocating for. We know that renewable energy is, especially wind, the lowest cost energy in our province and our region. And no one's disputing the need to continue to use fuel. Now, there needs to be discussion of what the Irving refinery can handle in terms of heavy crude from Alberta and who pays for the costs and all that. It's much more complex than drafting a resolution in 2 minutes, bringing it to the House. The government knows that. I'm sure there are very smart people that know that this resolution does absolutely nothing, that this is a political game. And that's really what we're seeing throughout the session, a consistent theme of no economic plan, no bills of any substance that came out of what their mandate they got from Nova Scotians, and congratulations to them. Complete different plan that they weren't bringing forward to the electorate. They want to dismantle institutions, quiet the voice of opposition, create enemies that aren't there, try to treat opposition members like we don't want to cooperate when we were literally tabling way more bills than they are every day with new ideas on economics, on energy. We're advocating for what we're hearing from our constituents, but I didn't get one email from a constituent asking me to support something about the Bloc Québécois statement on pipelines. Didn't get it. I did hear from different interest groups about, I'll call them an interest group, from the Down Syndrome Society. I got an email asking me to bring a bill forward that was brought forward by my former colleague. And I thought, in the spirit of collaboration, that's a great bill that we should look at again. Harvey's Law. And I brought it forward and thought, you know, this is one that the government could surely pass. The Premier has said, we're looking for new ideas, and we haven't had any new ideas yet.
Order. You're going off. I ask that you get back on to the resolution. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm just speaking to the resolution's intent to get support from other parties and the need to collaborate with one another. And an example of trying to collaborate is when we bring bills forward, and we thought we had support from a good bill from an interest group, and the Premier likes to talk about special interests, and you know, everybody has interests. My interest is the public interest. And when I see good things to bring forward, I'll do that. When there's good bills to support, I will support them. But when I have questions around it, or if I don't think that they're fulsome enough, like this resolution, I think this resolution could certainly be more targeted, more focused, especially in areas that they have relationships in. You know, I have relationships with some of these members, like Alfie and Eddie and Chris. They were great representatives for their people. And if I go up to Ottawa, I talk to Chris, I go to see him. He's a great guy, and I'll tell him what I think of Mr. Polyev. Why don't any of you?
Just in case.
My biggest problem is that we have so much money, tens of millions of dollars, that we think is needed for our energy future. And this resolution does not speak to the need to ensure that we lock that money in. Nova Scotia Power has big battery projects that will need the Canadian Infrastructure Bank funding to ensure that we are able to move in the just transition. That funding is at risk, not because of the Bloc Québécois, but because we have the federal leader of the official opposition, the Conservative Party, talking about the need to scrap that fund. And so I disagree with that federal leader, and I'm not in the habit of commenting on federal leaders, but this resolution that was brought up without consultation when it was tabled, nor when it was called for debate, is asking members to comment on the resolution. So puts us in an odd position, because it's in order, of course. You can put what you want in a resolution. But I find it hypocritical, to say the least, when there's a resolution brought forward talking about the leader of a regional party federally getting in the way of our energy future, when they have direct access and structural access in their constitution to cooperate in the progressive conservative, unless they changed it, but at one point they did. So cooperate then and tell Mr. Polyev in Ottawa to back down from his threats to our energy future, which includes renewable energy. Now, I don't know if all members agree with that transition and the need to unlock our energy future with lower cost wind, with battery storage, with the inter-tie build. It all costs money. But those projects, by and large, are contingent on preferable financing. The kind of preferable financing that is at risk from the federal Conservative government. I'm getting ahead of myself, not the federal Conservative government. Hope that never happens. But if it does, why not have a resolution? If you want to separate yourselves, here's the time. I don't know if you can amend a resolution, but why don't you put your money where your mouth is and criticize Mr. Polyev for his positions that would hurt not only Nova Scotia, but Atlantic Canada for sure. When we have battery projects which we need, more predictable flow of electrons from New Brunswick, whether that ends up being nuclear or not. The wind projects, specifically the green choice projects that my colleague here actually launched back in 2019. That program was worked on, and now the PC government, you know, I'll give them credit. They did endorse a lot of the projects that were started. The tender for wind, they did endorse it, and they're only endorsing it for economic reasons, but that's fine. They know. I remember when I was the only member in the House talking about how wind was the most cost-effective energy, and that we need to transition away from coal, which is becoming more and more expensive and tied to the market prices, commodity prices. And we continue to spend money, and I couldn't get it in estimates, but I await the information from the Department of Energy on how much money is spent on maintenance every year for our coal-fired generation plants. And how this is related to the resolution is because we need to make that transition. We need the Canadian Infrastructure Bank money to make sure that those projects are built as soon as possible to start shutting down those coal plants. It's literally in law that coal should not be burned beyond 2030. So we're 5 years away. Yet in the last 4 years, not one of those 8 units has been closed down. We're still burning expensive coal at over $100 a megawatt hour. And I talked in question period today also about some of the other issues that the consumer advocate is talking about in terms of non-prudent spending, but it has to do with fuel costs, right? So where in this resolution does it talk about the need to have renewable energy flowing through, along with the conventional energy sources the minister's talking about with natural gas and with oil? I don't really like surprises like this. I don't mind debating, and I actually wasn't going to speak to some of the bills at committee of the whole, but maybe I will. It's just the attitude around all of this that bothers me the most. When we were told just as early as this morning what bills were coming forward, and then I didn't even know what resolution the House Leader talked about when he said Resolution 38 until the Minister of Energy got up. So I'm looking forward to what the Premier has to say with his own resolution. Looking forward to his comments on his discussions with Mr. Poilievre, who I think is the bigger problem here, who I think has probably a better shot at becoming Prime Minister than the Bloc. I don't know, but I think most people would probably see that. But let's call this resolution for what it is. It's just a political game to try to villainize members of the opposition, particularly the NDP is their target. But I'm jumping up to become one. No problem. I'm proud of where I stand. I think this resolution needs to be strengthened, and I think it's misguided. And I think it was drafted within 2 minutes from somebody on the 7th floor and said, this is a good idea. Probably the same people that drafted some of the bills that are now being walked back. How do we play games and corner our political opponents in this session? How do we silence them? How do we get away from the media? How do we not have a problematic Auditor General or FOIPOP officer, or the list goes on and on? Just as long as we still can walk back and claim that as some kind of, I guess, show that they're listening to Nova Scotians. This session has accomplished nothing that they ran in the last election. How are they going to lower power bills when we're at risk of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank funding, not actually funding our programs, if the federal Conservative Party leader wins the next election? And their former members are running under that banner. Their Minister of Finance, great person, Al McMaster. Presumably you still have his cell phone number, and why can't you talk to him about Pierre Poilievre's stance on energy, of course, in this resolution, but a whole bunch of other issues like the farmer care plan that's at risk, like the dental plan that's at risk. How come the members don't see that individual as a problem? Because that's too inconvenient. Because there are people that are federal conservatives in that caucus, and maybe not all are, but there certainly are. And if they run, they will run conservative. So I would recommend that a resolution be modified, or at least pulled back, and then another one brought forward to talk about all of our relationships with federal members and how we can position Nova Scotia in the best way to ensure that none of the federal leaders are talking out against our region's interests. We can always have disagreements with our federal counterparts, and we in the Provincial Liberal Party have had disagreements with our federal counterparts. Agree on a lot of things, though. But those conversations are important to have, especially when it comes to pocketbook issues and energy. You know, the climate crisis is still there, and we need to find ways that we can transition in a way that brings people along. And if it's a pipeline that takes a number of years and has to go through the regulatory process, and the company, I don't even know if the company is interested anymore in building this pipeline. But in the meantime, we have very important projects right here in Nova Scotia so that we can make that transition to benefit our ratepayers here. But this government is not interested in talking about that with other federal leaders. For some reason, they want to talk to one federal leader who they think somehow has a shot in the next election to block pipelines. And that's why I thought it was important to rise and speak just for a few minutes on this resolution, which I don't have a copy of right now in front of me because I had no idea that it was being called for a debate. Oh, here it is. So they want us to affirm support for the responsible development of Canada's natural resources as a cornerstone of our economic security and national self-reliance. Of course, that's important. And they're calling upon the Government of Canada. So they do have two parties covered with this, because currently the federal Liberals are the government, to prioritize, streamline the approvals for oil and natural gas infrastructures. Just oil and natural gas. I don't see any interest in any other source of energy. When we know, and it's already a fact and proven in this House, that the lowest cost energy comes from renewables. And I'm not saying that I'm against this resolution. I'm saying that it needs to be strengthened, and that we, at this juncture, need to ensure that we have a plan to move beyond conventional sources. Now, I'm not saying keep it in the ground, to be clear, but I do think that when a resolution such as this is brought forward, that it would be helpful if we actually talk about some of the opportunities we have here and support from the Government of Canada, who has specific programs that this government is tapping into that are at risk when the federal election starts, that their staff members are now running in, that their former MLAs are now running in, and probably some of their staffers will be campaigning for. We know that Nova Scotia has relied on traditional sources of energy for a long time, Whether that is oil or the move to coal, and we need to start moving in another direction. And I thought this government was in favor of that by putting that in law. So if this resolution is not a gain, which I think it is, you would think that they would want to include not only the leader of the Bloc Québécois, not only the federal government, which happens to be Liberals, but maybe the Conservative Party, who happens to be the official opposition in Ottawa, and the NDP too, maybe the Green Party. Why aren't we talking to all leaders about our need to be more self-reliant and our need to ensure that we have a better energy future in the province? We can all get behind responsible economic development and building infrastructure in this House. But bringing a resolution forward to try to corner your opponents is not the way to do it. We're all for job creation, as this purports to try to promote. We're all for energy security. We're all for developing and transporting these resources responsibly. But getting kind of tired of the political games. And frankly, the hypocrisy of omitting the federal party that they have the greatest ties with. That's just a fact. I think I've laid that out pretty clearly. So I don't know when the vote comes on this resolution, but I will vote that we support efforts to work together to build infrastructure projects that support our energy. But I want to make sure that we have a fulsome discussion with all leaders of influence, since we're opening that up. They're the ones that opened it up. I didn't come here, I could, with just a normal notice of motion, demanding them to speak down to Pierre Poilievre and his, it's okay, the number of statements he's had. And I could do it with energy, I could do it with social programs. It's all on the record. But this government brought the resolution forward. They've opened themselves up. So one member spoke, and I can't wait to hear the Premier especially, but others get up on why they can't speak to Mr. Poilievre, or how closely they are connected with them or their candidates that are now running in a federal race starting this weekend. What are their views on Mr. Poilievre telling the Vancouver Chamber of Commerce that he will scrap the multi-billion-dollar Canadian Infrastructure Bank Fund that we need to secure our energy future? We have a federal government right now that is the most friendly to moving in the just transition than we've ever had. And we need to tap into all those programs, and there's federal leaders that are talking about dismantling them. And we don't have an answer of what will happen with our performance standards. Mr. Carney supports that. That's still part of his plan, industrial carbon pricing. It is carbon pricing. And if Mr. Poilievre wins, what happens to the provincial OPBS system? We need to have that conversation with, if we're talking to the Bloc Québécois leader and trying to pick a fight with a leader in Quebec, surely we can have conversations with their counterpart in Ottawa. So I think most members would support maybe a strengthened resolution that talks about our need to secure our energy future, not only conventional sources, but also the need to secure renewable sources here, battery storage, hydro, wind, solar. These are all important projects, but they need significant financing, and traditional lenders don't give preferred rates like the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. So I would ask the Premier to, in case he might be going to Ottawa to meet with folks, that maybe he take a meeting with Mr. Poilievre. Presumably he's meeting with the leader of the Bloc Québécois, since he's put a resolution before the House and he's asking members to vote about their, in his words, critical opposition to critical infrastructure projects. Like, that doesn't seem like spirit of Team Canada and unity to me. Whether we agree or disagree with a particular party in Quebec, surely the Premier could use his trip to speak to this person, who I think has good intentions, that if he believes something, then he should be able to do that on behalf of his constituents. But instead, we have a resolution that was drafted to play political games in this House, when we could be speaking about very important issues. We have to speak about this. We've tabled, I don't know how many bills, I think the NDP caught us, probably passed us now, about economic development. And economic development is tied directly to what we're talking about in this resolution and our energy future. We're talking about lower power rates in the long term for our industry, for Nova Scotians, to grow jobs. And there are thousands of jobs in the renewable field. It's just exploding. It was exploding when we were in government, especially with solar. And the 350 megawatts of wind will create about 5,000 jobs. I remember that I don't have to table it because I just know it off the top of my head, throughout rural, mostly rural Nova Scotia. So I think that given the stakes of all those big projects and the province asking for securities to start moving forward on some of these, you know, proponents are worried about uncertainty. And if we have a massive fund that's willing to finance it, and who knows what happens with the tariff war and interest rates, they're not going to move forward until they have greater certainty. So I think maybe Poilievre is a more imminent threat to our energy security in the region than Mr. Blanchette. That's why I think it's important to speak a little bit to this resolution, just for just a couple minutes, to ensure that my point is clearly that this resolution, there are obviously some good words in it. Economic well-being. This is probably the only piece of paper that they brought forward that mentions the economy in the whole session. When their only economic plan is to start fracking and start mining for uranium, right? Unless somebody else has something else they want to bring forward, but that's all I've heard so far. That the Ivany goal that has goals around exports is outdated. Not interested in exports, not interested in population growth. We've done too much of that, even though it's slowed down significantly. Tourism, we had great tourism years, but the pandemic set us back, and we need to start building our tourism sector back. We need to start valuing our post-secondary. We need to start attracting more investment here. So not only are they not interested in any of those 19 goals that all three parties in this House supported at one juncture, but they want to distract Nova Scotians on how bad, because their economic record is so bad, that they want to convince as many people as they can that we're going to find liquid gold in massive amounts and start growing jobs across the province for an infinite amount of time. And I think it's short-sighted to just speak to one sector and spend taxpayer money and put it on the front page of the Herald rather than actually having different mandates for different ministers, especially Minister of Economic Growth and Energy. It seems now that the approach to energy beyond conventional natural gas is to have one-off announcements. And if the government changes in Ottawa, you're going to see those announcements go down significantly because there is not any more funds to tap into. So I guess it's an opportunity for me to campaign a little bit in the House because there is a danger. And I will be supporting the federal party. And I said that to people when I was campaigning. No, I'm not a federal Liberal, but I will be supporting them in the next election, whether that was Justin Trudeau staying or not. This government took in more windfall revenue, from the government of Trudeau than any provincial government in the history of our province. And they villainized him. And some of these programs are only there because of his passion for protecting the environment and ensuring a better energy future for the whole country. And I am worried about the future and the direction that Canada will take next. So for this resolution, we need to start calling out people that are in the way of what needs to be done. And the federal Conservatives are certainly in the way of what needs to be done to protect our children's future. So let's look at this resolution and strengthen it a bit more. Let's use the connections we have in Ottawa to speak to all candidates that are running for Member of Parliament, whether that's Liberal, NDP, or Conservative, because we do have real big issues with our energy future in the province here and in our region. We also have big opportunities, and how we maximize those opportunities and how we ensure that Mi'kmaq communities benefit from those projects and African Nova Scotians, and ensuring that those that are traditionally left behind, those most marginalized, benefit from the significant public funding that is going to be needed to build up Nova Scotia, whether that is potentially pipelines. I supported the LNG proposal that I was criticized for from some people, and that's okay. That's okay to have criticism. These are really tough conversations to have. But I did feel very strongly that we need to move away from coal. And I do see natural gas as a short-term alternative to bridge that movement away, to protect ratepayers, to ensure that we aren't disproportionately harming Nova Scotians, especially those most vulnerable, especially those that live near coal plants that traditionally have higher rates of cancer, whether that's Pictou or Cape Breton. How we move in that direction responsibly. So I do support still today conventional uses like natural gas, but we need to do it all. Projections are showing we're going to need to double our energy. It's actually, that was some time ago. It's probably more like close to triple our energy output in this province, especially with electrification of our transportation sector. We are going to need the funding that the federal government has that's at risk. You know, incentive for EVs, something that the PC party, predictably, like their federal Conservative counterparts, were opposed. There was letters sent out to targeted rural ridings in 2021 mocking the EV incentive, and the art gallery. Now, they did follow through on the commitment and canceled the art galleries. Something to do for, I guess they're the champion of arts, but not for that big project. But they kept the EV incentive, and I think they did that because they knew that Nova Scotians wanted it. And I mean, I will give some credit to this government. When they do think 51% of Nova Scotians want something or don't want something, they tend to either do it or pull back on things. So they govern a little bit more by polls than anything that I've ever seen before, which is why it's important for us to speak as opposition in terms of what we can do to work together, because we have constituents that are bringing forward real priorities around energy and economic development. And I can tell you, more people in Timberley Prospect are angry about Mr. Polyev than they are about Mr. Blanchette. So if we're going to spend just a couple minutes each speaking to a resolution, and I would love to have some time to prepare for such an important debate, maybe we could talk about people that actually are in a position that they could take over the federal government, and they could be the government of Canada. So I'm fine with affirming my support for responsible development of Canada's natural resources as a cornerstone of our economic security and national self-reliance. Of course, that's what I've been advocating for 11 years in this House. Responsible. Now, we can support many projects together, not just natural gas projects. There's no mention of that untapped, affordable, clean energy that we can move around the province, the region, the country in a better way. Like folks mentioned the Atlantic Loop. That was not a new concept under the Liberal government. That's been going on for a long time. I think it was called Eastern Energy at one point. But eventually, we are going to build that. That's going to need to be done. And it already was started with the Maritime Link before I was even in this House. And the next piece is the intertie. Then it's how far do we need to go to tap into Hydro-Quebec? Or maybe there's a nuclear option in New Brunswick. Those conversations need to be had. But if we're only talking about interest in natural gas infrastructure, what happens with the conversation around the need to move those more long-term, predictably priced electrons around our region to protect ratepayers, to protect long-term jobs, because the resource is renewable. So what we can do is we can support this. We can support a resolution and have a fulsome debate, and I look forward to members opposite either extolling the virtues of why they don't want to call out the leader of the federal official opposition, the Conservative leader, or why they are okay. I think they owe it to the House to tell us where they stand, the members. Why do they see fit to only target one leader of a federal party and open up this box where Nova Scotia's legislature is going to start to weigh in on federal issues? Why is it the leader of the Bloc Québécois and conveniently not the leader of the party, the only party that's mentioned in their constitution to cooperate with? The only party members where they're seen at public events, at tables.
Order. It's just starting to get really a little bit too chatty in here. I'd ask that everybody respect the person who's speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
I'm feeling the respect. Don't worry. No. It's well, if you gave me time to prepare, I wasn't going to speak to some of the bills that were on committee of the whole, but this was question period ended and a resolution was called with no notice. So don't be surprised when you do that to me as a member that I will get up and speak. And it's not that I'm against the resolution, but I do believe that it should be strengthened. I do think that it's misguided in terms of who the government, the Premier, is aiming his disdain towards when he has clear relationships with people that are in the federal government, staff level, donors are probably overlapping significantly, base of support. And obviously some of his people that are in this race ready to run within 3 days. So call the member from, the former member from Argyle, Chris D'Entremont, the now Deputy Speaker of the House, that reports to Mr. Poilievre. Call people that used to be running that up in the Cape Breton area. Again, good members. Alan's a friend of mine. He was a great MLA for Inverness. And I just don't agree with the choice he's making on running for the federal party, obviously. But it also doesn't surprise me because generally PC members run federally for Conservative Party. So clearly there's relationships, and I look forward to learning more about the relationships with this debate that was called today, whether there is an agreement on if we should add Mr. Poilievre and the need for him to back down on threatening Nova Scotia and the Atlantic region's future by saying he would scrap a multi-billion-dollar fund that will make sure that we build more affordable wind, more affordable solar, battery projects with Nova Scotia Power to protect our ratepayers, to protect our economy, to grow jobs, not only with natural gas, not only with infrastructure, but young Nova Scotians that are looking to work here in Nova Scotia and not leave our province. All of the above, Madam Speaker. Let's add to this resolution and strengthen it.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not plan to speak for that long. I must...
Order. So we're supposed to go in a circle, party by party. This is the first person that I saw because I was looking this way. So I would prefer that I don't get looks like that. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I said, I do not plan to speak for that long. I want to start by, first of all, saying that we do not have any cousins in Ottawa. The PC party does not have cousins anywhere else in Ottawa. That needs to be clearly said. I see the member opposite spending quite some time trying to trace an imaginary line between the PC party and the federal party, with attempts of former cabinet ministers now running federally under the banner of the Conservative Party. I can't speak about individuals who do what they do or don't, but the Premier has made it very clear that his alliance stands for Nova Scotian, that what he would do constantly will be to stand for Nova Scotians. Our party, that the PC party, is aligned with what is in the best interest for Nova Scotians. This resolution, I think, is very simple and is very clear. When someone's house is under attack, it's important for everyone in the house to be united and to speak in one voice. Today, what was offered was an opportunity for the NDP to be able to speak with one voice with us, to denounce the fact that a statement was made that pipelines cannot reach us because of a statement by the Bloc Party. It's important for everyone in this House to speak united and for us to be in one voice. The resolution is about speaking in one voice. The remarks made by the leader of the Bloc Party against us having a pipeline that connects us with Alberta's energy, we need to stand united and to speak united and against it. It's important we speak against it. I hear the member of the opposition speak about the fact that we can strengthen the resolution. This is not about trying to strengthen a resolution. This is about us speaking as one voice to say that we need the energy that flows from Alberta. We cannot continue to rely 100% from the oil that flows from south of our borders. It's important for us to have the Canadian oil flow towards Nova Scotia. Without this pipeline, as Nova Scotians, we will remain dependent on U.S. oil. And we can't afford to continue to be dependent on U.S. oil. And that's why we've offered an opportunity. And we thought that the NDP party and probably the Liberal Party will stand with us today to say to the Bloc Party that that pipeline needs to be built. But rather than hearing the voices be echoed around that resolution, we've heard stories and postulations being made. Madam Speaker, I think that it's rather unfortunate that they didn't get to speak or stand with us and stand with Nova Scotia. It's really interesting that NDP still can't put aside their political ideology to stand for 1 second to support us as Canadians. I don't want to spend too much time because I understand that time is valuable and there's a lot that we can achieve with our time. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to move for an adjournment of this debate.
Order. The motion is adjourn debate on resolution. On the resolution, would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? Nay. The motion is carried. I'm following the rules. Halifax, if the member from Halifax Needham did not see that I brought the chief clerk up here to understand how to proceed, then the member can rewind the tape. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on point of order just to try and clarify what's going on. And so it's not direct, I'm just gonna try and get there. So when this was initially tabled, again, I rose on point of order because we hadn't seen it in writing. It had been said very quickly, orally, and we needed a couple minutes to have a look at it. And then we weren't gonna waive notice, we were waiting for the debate. We were never advised that it was coming back for debate. We've been now invited by several members to respond as the NDP. We do have some responses that I would love to bring forward on the floor of the House. And so at the time when the member for Clayton Park West stood up, the leader of the official opposition also stood up at the same time. I think earlier, I understand there's a rotation that often happens, but I would ask, I would ask that debate be reopened on this. This is not fair.
Okay, I would ask you to state what rule was breached. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Sable Island because right now nothing has been breached. There's no point of order for what you had stated. So if you can point it out to me, then
you know, honestly, there might not be. But my point is that our leader was standing first, and we accepted the rotation. And I believe that there is value in actually having this discussion. I'm ready. folks, I'm ready to talk about economic development. I cannot wait. And I am also going to table every time I've said the words economic development in this House since.
Order, that's enough. So first of all, government, the Minister of Energy stood up, then official opposition did, then the Liberal Party did, and then the government party did. So and this is, like, it's right in my book, can't make this up, that you follow along from party to party. Now, I saw this member from Clayton Park West, oh, I got it right without looking, stand up first. I recognize this member. No law has been breached here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do. Let's lighten the mood.
So, Madam Speaker, in the gallery above, I have my youngest son, Benjamin Lohr. He's almost finished his BEd, and he will be going off to Birmingham, England in September to be a teacher. Very proud of him. And right beside him, his cousin, my niece, Alison Glode from America, like the famous book, My American Cousins. Alison's here studying in a university at Dalhousie and in nursing. Very pleased to have her here as well, so I hope we'll give them the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the hosts. We hope you enjoy your time here just as much as we all do. I recognize the Honourable Government Host Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call order of business government motions?
Order of business government motions.
Speaker, I move that you now do leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into committee of the whole on bills.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order. I call the Committee of Whole on Bills to order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please call Bill 1?
Bill 1, an act respecting government organization and administration. I recognize the Clerk.
Chair, Bill 1 was reported back to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 18th, 2025, and contains 68 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Government House Leader.
Mr. Chair, since the bill was introduced, there's been quite a bit of discussion around certain aspects of it and the rationale for the changes. These amendments are designed that we're about to introduce these amendments were designed to cut through the red tape and update outdated legislation to be more aligned with the province's current and future needs. Our government is one that listens. Through feedback on this important bill from the Auditor General, the FOIPOP Commissioner, and Nova Scotians, we are going to propose some amendments today. We will be voting no against all clauses related to the Auditor General. That's clauses 1 to 7. These changes were intended to bring us more in line with other jurisdictions. We heard from Nova Scotians who were concerned that it could inadvertently impact the objectivity and independence of the Auditor General. That was never the intention. The province has and will continue to support the work of the Auditor General. By voting no, this will remove clauses 1 to 7 from the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to rise and say a few words to this clause, which I think we'll all vote no to, but which should never have been a part of this legislation. And I think it's really, really important at this moment to counter both what we just heard from the Government House Leader, but also what we know government members are emailing to their constituents. So we're hearing things like alignment. There's only one other province. It doesn't work there. The former Auditor General of that province came out publicly and said so. The inadvertent nature of this bill, it was not inadvertent. I don't know if vertent is a word, but if it is, that's what this was. This was very clearly designed to put a chill over the office of the Auditor General, full stop. That is what this bill was designed to do. And for a government who listens, the fact that the Auditor General was not consulted prior to the introduction of this bill is absolute proof of that. If they had made a single phone call, not just to our Auditor General, but to any Auditor General, past, present, someone thinking about being an Auditor General in the future, they would have said, this is bad legislation, but they didn't do that, Mr. Chair. This government didn't make that phone call. Instead, they attempted to quietly interfere with one of the only remaining independent watchdogs this government has. And it might have been because she wouldn't give a positive opinion about this budget. It might have been because she has criticized the over $1 billion a year for the last 4 years that this government has spent outside of normal accounting and budgeting procedures. It might have been because she actually does her job and audits the government's programs. And Mr. Chair, the Auditor General is never a popular person with a government of the day. No government likes the Auditor General. I remember being at a conference years ago and sitting with a number of senior government staffers from another province and telling them about how we were, at the time, how the official opposition, led by the current Premier, was campaigning for order-making powers for the Information and Privacy Commissioner. And they turned white and said, no, that's a bad idea, it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea. Because governments want to do what they want to do, and they don't want oversight. But that oversight is in the public interest, Mr. Chair. Just like all of the regulators and professional bodies we heard from last night around a different piece of legislation that I think we'll be talking about today or tomorrow, that's what these bodies do. They regulate, they oversee in the public interest. Their constituency is Nova Scotians. as frustrating as it is, their constituency is not the government of the day, not the progressive conservative government, not the Liberal government, not the NDP government. It's Nova Scotians. And so I think the record has to show what a gross overreach this attempt to legislate away that independent function is. We are glad that the government has come to their senses, but we would ask that when constituents reach out to them, that they not respond with, platitudes like, we understand that this has been misinterpreted. We understand that the reasons for this might not have been well understood by the public. That is not what has happened here. What has happened, I'm very happy to report, is that somewhat shockingly, the people of Nova Scotia have become very concerned with the way we do business, with the way that government operates. And if we can thank Donald Trump for anything, it's that the actions of the government to the south of us are so horrifying that people can't look away. It's like having a giant 7-car accident happening next door. You don't want to watch, it's gross, you know some of the people involved, but you can't not look. And when you look, you suddenly become interested in what's happening in government administration, and maybe you decide you want to have an opinion about it. And I think that's what we've seen here. And so I want to be clear that we will vote no, that we are glad that this is happening, that we commend the Auditor General in a difficult climate as someone who does not seek to be in the public eye for speaking out against this, that we commend Nova Scotians who rallied around this House, who wrote to all of us and called us in the thousands, I would say, at this point. But make no mistake, what's happening here today is not the mark of a government who listens. It's the mark of a government who doesn't consult, who doesn't listen, but who thankfully has been pressured into doing the right thing by Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering, can the member confirm if it's clause 1 through 7 or 1 through 6 that's being removed? 1 through 7? Okay, good. Thanks.
No further speakers? Shall clause 1 carry? No. It's defeated. Clause 2? No. No speakers? Shall clause 2 carry? No. Clause 3? No. I didn't call for the vote now. Just to be clear, my notes say I have to call for it to be spoke on first and then call for it to be voted. So I got to check to make sure. So, clause 3. No speakers. Shall clause 3 carry? No. Thank you. Now we're getting it. Clause 4. No. Shall clause 4 carry? No. Defeated. Clause 5. Shall clause 5 carry? No. Defeated. Clause 6. Shall clause 6 carry? No. Defeated. Clause 7. Shall clause 7 carry? No. Defeated. Clause 8. Clause 8. No speakers. Shall clause 8 carry? Yes. Carried. Clause 9. I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Of course, we're going through extensive amendments and trying to match up with the bill before us and making sure that we're on the right track. Again, I would just suggest as we begin discussion of this bill that this would have been a great reason to have been open and transparent and shared this with us. You're going to get it passed anyways, but you could have shared it with us so we could have come to this discussion. Much like the resolution earlier, we'd love to have that one called back so we can have a discussion. So on this, so I'm speaking to the portion around the changes to the Civil Service Act that would make it easy to fire excluded employees without cause. And I wanted to talk a little bit on this point. I think we've had lots of discussion, but I worked in the federal government for about a decade. I worked in the provincial government for about 5 years. My partner is a lifelong civil servant in the federal government, and I can tell you that we really want a nonpartisan, professional public service. And this comes from the Westminster model. So I've already had a chance to talk about the history of governance a little bit in this session. And, if we can recall that after World War II, with the rise of, dedicated and more complex government services and programs, the Westminster model really sort of grew. So it has a few tenets that I think are really important for this discussion. So it is that public servants speak truth to power. What does that mean? What does that mean, speak truth to power? It means that whoever is sitting across the table from you, whatever minister of whatever political stripe is sitting across the table from you, and you're grappling with a serious public policy issue, you, as a civil servant, are going to provide the best available information you have. And that information should be the same about whether you're looking at, Mr. Chair, a progressive conservative minister, a liberal minister, an NDP minister. The information should be the same, because as a professional public servant, you are charged, you are the holder of the relationships with stakeholders and organizations in that particular sector on the particular question. You have built up your expertise to understand the question. You know the law behind it, you understand the government structure and organization. Again, you have like the specific sector knowledge. And I mean, I guess it's tempting to actually just want people to say yes. But I can tell you that that's not going to make for good policy. What you want is you want people who take your idea and think about it. Okay, so this is how policy making should really work, right? So the minister comes in, says, an example, and I'm only using this example because I can talk a bit more thoroughly from it. We're not going to do those guidelines anymore. We're just going to concentrate on the code of conduct. Deputy, go. And so what the deputy should do is be like, okay, let's think about this, and come back to the minister and say, okay, so I've thought about this. I'm going to give you some of the background information about who we've talked to for the guidelines, who we've talked to for the code of conduct, where we got to in both processes. And then think about what are the options. So ideally, and honestly, like this is trained into you to present 3 options. So option A would be the minister's preferred option. So it would be like, scrap the guidelines, go for the code of conduct, and then there should be some pros and cons presented to the minister. And then there should be an option B that's like, well, really status quo. We keep the guidelines, we keep the code of conduct, the pros and the cons. And option 3 could be some variation on theme. But like, this is what the professional public service does. And you do not want people just sitting in front of ministers and premiers and saying yes. You don't want that. You know what's going to happen? Bad policy. We come from a variety of backgrounds in this House. We come with a variety of expertise. But I would argue, even at this point, 10 years or so out, we need the experts in government. We need the experts in the Nova Scotia government right now to help us understand what's happening in this province. They're going to, what should be happening in the professional public service is that they should be there before a particular minister or political party comes into power, and they should be there after. And throughout that, they should be providing the best possible nonpartisan advice that they can. They should be speaking truth to power. This government, I don't think, likes that idea. It doesn't like being spoken to. We can't even look at ministers. I'll wait, Chair, if you want to address that.
Order. There's a lot of talk in the chamber, please. Let's respect the person up speaking. I recognize the member for Halifax, Little Sable Island.
And, I really think, so maybe a couple of other examples, if I just could have, about what it looks like to be a professional public service. So I had the enormous opportunity to work in the Privy Council Office of the Government of Canada. And I had the enormous opportunity to be there on domestic policy at the time of a federal election. And so what happens at that time is that we all write briefing books, basically like probably what ministers got when they got their portfolios. Here are the key issues. This is what's coming up. Here's your decision timelines, 30 days, 60 days. Here's the money, blah, 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 all the information. And you know what we do is we write one set of briefing books. And this was a change election. We did not know what was going to happen in this election. And we wrote one set. That was our professional responsibility. So whether or not the next day, I believe it was June 6th. Is that the right date? I don't think it's the right date. Anyways, I can't remember. But June of that particular year, whatever we came in on the next day, we were either going to be sitting in front of perhaps a liberal minority, perhaps a liberal majority, or perhaps a progressive conservative majority. It was a change election. And we wrote one set of briefing books because we knew what the platforms all said. They had different, I was working on Indigenous issues, so they had vastly different perspectives, frankly. But we talked about what we've been involved in, the discussions we've been having, the specific and land claims that we've been negotiating, and what were the next steps and what government should do. Because we were talking about 20-year-long processes where First Nations were fighting for their rights. And I know that in every minister's department, in this government, that there are equally critical issues that are not just like they appeared in 2025. Like they have history and they have stakeholders, they have communities engaged. And if you don't have your senior public service coming and talking to you and giving you that advice, you are going to make mistakes. We need the excluded, which is generally like the senior civil service, to be there for us no matter what. And I think the Premier said the quiet part out loud more than once. So, when he keeps referring to the search for problem solvers in the public service and not problem stretchers. And respectfully, I think that a good deputy minister should probably be a very good problem stretcher because I want to know everything about this issue. I don't want to walk into an office and be like, hey, do X. And the person says, sure, I'll do X. What I want the person to say is, we can think about X. But we could think about Y or Z. Here, can I have some time to bring forward the research and the information and the experience I have to tell you about this issue so we can make the best decision and we'll work towards your goal. We're going to work towards your goal, but we're going to make the best decision. So this is why, we are deeply alarmed. And I think I just also want to say a couple more things about this. This will absolutely 100% make us less competitive to recruit senior public servants. We have never been competitive in terms of recruitment. People who, for instance, come out of the federal government and come home, like myself, like my partner, we came home because of family. We basically said goodbye to a lot of opportunities, and we definitely went down the pay scale. Folks, I'm making the same amount of money as I did when I left Ottawa. So we are not competitive, but I can tell you we're going to be way less competitive if also a senior bureaucrat who's like, hey, I could stay in Ottawa, I could go to Toronto, but I have protection because I'm going to be that bureaucrat, I'm going to be that person. And deputies know this. They know that their neck is actually still on the line. Okay, they know that they serve at the pleasure of the minister. But you want them going into that dedicated to the service of public service. And I just a couple more thoughts on this issue too. And so the other thing we're going to lose as we shake the foundation of our public service, and this is shaking the foundation of our public service. The other thing we're going to lose is, that excluded and senior public servants also are dedicated to the whole public service. So it's not just about the job in front of them. They are often engaged in all sorts of efforts to strengthen the public service. They're thinking about things like diversity, ethics and value, public procurement. Most, I would say all, senior civil servants have undergone extensive training that the Public Service Commission has developed over years and provides that allows them to meet with their colleagues, strengthen their capacities. They've also sought education in other ways. I hold a Master's of Public Administration from Dalhousie, and I know that A number of folks in the public service in Nova Scotia took advantage of the Master's MPA program. So we have invested in these folks, but they also have so much knowledge. And we want a public service that can have that. This is where the flexibility comes from. This is where the ability to respond to dynamic conditions and changing conditions comes from, is that you have people who understand what's happening in Nova Scotia, who are dedicated to this public service, and who will give you the best advice possible, even if you don't want to hear it. Thank you.
Well done.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take a few minutes to talk on this. This is one that is important for a whole lot of people, one that we've been vocal about really from day one, and something that I still think the government could change. You know, we all supported the change of the legislation around the Auditor General. I agree with my colleague from the NDP. It was absolutely, in my opinion, it was absolutely the intent of the bill. So I want to thank Nova Scotians for their advocacy in pulling that legislation out and protecting the independence and the integrity of the Office of the Auditor General. I do, particularly on this, I've said this multiple times in the House, that I have not received, not even close to a solid argument of why the government wants to have the ability to fire the civil service without cause. I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that I've received calls from all over, walking through the mall, talking to people that I know that work for the civil service, who feel burnt out, they feel devalued, they feel scared, and no matter how many times the government says it, that they value employees, this legislation exists, and it sends the complete opposite message to the employees, the non-unionized employees of this province. It does. Don't care if it's this organization, government, or any other one. If you're going to hire someone, and you're going to say, move to Nova Scotia, Mr. Chair, and when you come to Nova Scotia, we want to hire you in the civil service, so you're going to uproot your family, and you're going to come here, and you're going to buy a house, and you're going to do all those things. And we're going to hire you in a senior role within the provincial government. Congratulations. Oh, by the way, we can fire you without cause at any point. So move to Nova Scotia and come work for the government. It's just, it's bonkers to me. That is, I don't know if that's unparliamentary or not, Mr. Speaker, but I just don't get it. Like, I just don't get, I don't get why. Oh, it might be. I'm sorry if it is. My apologies. I'll happily retract, Mr. Chair. But I just don't understand why, again, I have not received a good, solid argument from the government, from multiple people within the government to say we need to keep this. This is why we want to put this legislation in place. This is the concrete reason why we want to have the ability to fire someone without cause. And they're digging in on this one. And, you know, we've asked the question multiple times, and the response was, well, we value our employees, and we value our employees. And then my argument was, well, okay, well, if you value your employees, and I've talked to the Premier about this and members of the PC caucus, then if you value them, then show them that you value them and remove it. Remove it if you don't need it. We heard that there's no operational review coming, so why do you need it? There's other processes around, you know, if a department lays someone off or if they remove someone for cause, there's a process for that. There's laws around that. And this would supersede those laws that have been in place. And it is just this ultimate power to put over a human's head that I'm just like, who would want to come work in that environment? Like, I'm using examples and stories that people tell me, and it's scenarios where it's like, you know, the scenario of someone coming to move to Nova Scotia to work for the government. That was somebody said that to me last night. We were just having a conversation. I said, Derek, they said to me, they said, imagine if I wanted my daughter to move home to Nova Scotia. Go work for, she applies for a senior level government position. As high as a deputy, right? I'm not telling her to move home. Why would she do that? Buy a house, uproot her family to be closer to mom and dad, to work in an organization that can fire her at any time they want for no reason. She could be the best employee going. But guess what? You can fire at cause, without cause, without cause. So I just, and again, so like, and what really sparked my interest, Mr. Chair, was, you know, the messaging was, well, we're going to be nimble and we got to be flexible and we value our employees. And then the conversation turned to, well, we'll be fair with compensation and it will be a fair process and we'll do more than usual. And I'm sitting there going, okay, something's up. That was the real alert for me when I started getting those answers, because that tells me that the government is going to make some changes, and governments make changes. But those comments sent a ripple, it sent a wave right through the public service. And that's when the messages started coming, because then people started getting concerned. They're like, well, what does this mean? What does this mean? We're going to be fair in our compensation to people that are fired without cause. And that, we've been getting messages on this from the beginning, but those comments in this chamber changed the dynamic big time, because then people started saying there is a reorganization coming. Something's going to happen. If ministers are talking about fair compensation for employees, what is the true intent of this legislation? They want to be able to fire multiple people at once without cause. And we've heard the argument in here, Mr. Speaker, around, well, again, we value our employees, and they use the example of Communications Nova Scotia not being a department anymore, and you know, people are moved over. But Communications Nova Scotia was dissolved before this clause was in this bill. Those people couldn't be fired without cause then. You can't use that example. This is a blanket statement to the employees of this province by this government that whenever we want, if we want to pull the plug, we're going to pull it. Nobody's safe. And it is absolutely, just think of any organization. You know, we're going through this with non-unionized public servants. I would argue that negotiations in the unionized environment will probably start looking at some of this language too as well. The difference being is that the union leadership sees this and they're in there negotiating the contracts. Who's negotiating on behalf of the civil service? We're trying to. We're trying to. We're trying to be a voice for them because they're looking for one, because they don't trust the government. They don't. For no reason. It's really unfortunate. You do not need to do this. And if you changed it, it would send a shot of goodwill right across the multiple departments where these people work to build the programs for families every day. And listen, I know ministers have good relationships with their employees. In question period, Mr. Speaker, you hear members talk about the initiatives around seniors and long-term care. You hear the initiatives around housing. You hear the initiatives around supporting the most vulnerable. And ultimately, the people that are doing that work are the people that you're putting this legislation on. Who wants to go to work in that environment? It's not fair. It's not fair to those people. We celebrate as governments. Governments will come in here and they'll celebrate the work and they'll celebrate their mandate, Mr. Speaker, and they'll celebrate the good work that the government's doing. This government does it all the time. Governments after them will do it. But ultimately, at the end of the day, while we are in here having these debates or celebrating the work and the commitments of a government, it's not the politicians that are doing the work around the clock. We're doing our jobs in our constituencies and helping our people and, you know, part of a caucus or not, looking at policy, looking at all of that stuff. But ultimately, while we are here and the government puts an initiative forward, most of the time, It is these employees that are building that program. They're the ones that are looking at the policy. They're the ones that are getting it ready to go through committee or any of the channels that it needs to go through. These are the ones that get it to Treasury. These are the people eventually will get it to Cabinet if it has to go that far. These are the people that are writing the regulations around laws. These are the people that are promoting the environment. These are the people writing environmental policies that the government will support. These are the people that are writing programs to make sure kids can get food at school, whether it's breakfast or lunch. They're the same people who built pre-primary. They're the same people that built all the programs and social development so that we can all do our best to make sure we put a roof over people's heads. These are the people that, and the list goes on and on and on. These are people that develop policy around public safety. They develop policy around health. They work in our healthcare system. They support our doctors. They support our nurses. They support our teachers. They support our first responders. And we're telling them we can fire you without cause. Sad. And they're watching. They're watching this debate right now. I guarantee it, because they told me they're watching it. They're watching it. They feel betrayed, many of them. They feel betrayed by this legislation. Big time. For what? At what end? Something wrong? Is there? No? Okay, thank you. To what end are you doing this? There's no reason whatsoever. And the arguments that I've received to date just don't add up. We're being flexible, we're being responsive, we need to be more responsive. How much more responsive can you be when these people build COVID programs in the middle of a world pandemic? They were responsive, they were flexible, they did exactly what we needed. They're doing it again in a tariff war as this thing escalates. They're already flexible, and they're already willing to step up and work 24/7 to build the programs that are directed to them to build by this House and by the government. And they're willing to do it, and they've been doing it their entire career. And have worked in a lot of cases, worked for years under the government. Now, all of a sudden, a government comes in. And yes, there's been tough negotiations throughout the years. Mr. Speaker, I was involved with some of them. But never have we ever looked at a clause to put on someone to say we can fire you without cause. Never. Never. Ever has ever happened. So why are we doing it now? So, it's really unfortunate that it's there. Like I said, I've made my point. It's just fundamentally wrong for me. The government hasn't explained it well enough to me why they want to keep this in. I think this is one piece that they could definitely remove, and it would not impact the operation of the government one bit. Not one bit. Doesn't impact any of the programs they want to implement. Doesn't impact their platform commitments. Doesn't impact a lot of the discussion around interprovincial trade barriers, breaking them down. Doesn't impact the work around health, supports the work around healthcare. So, by removing this piece of the clause, this piece in the bill, the one thing they will do is that the people who are working for them now, the people who are working for them each and every day that are affected by this clause, can go home and say, you know what, that's one thing that won't be over my head, that I feel valued, that they did the right thing. The Premier talks about pulling stuff out all the time. We listen to people, we're going to pull it back. Did it multiple times with this bill. Just the first 7 clauses were just defeated by the government. You don't see that very often. Kudos to them for doing it, right? Kudos to Nova Scotians for stepping up and paying attention too. But the government saw it and they did it. That's the first time I've seen that, like multiple clauses just deleted by the government, presented by the government because it was wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. You can do the exact same thing right now by removing this. And I'll say to all the public service employees that this impacts, There are people in this House that value you, your work. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for the programs. Thank you for the services you provide. And I'm not classifying it. Everybody in here does. I know that. So let's do the right thing for these people and remove that piece of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to stand and speak against this amendment. And of course, what we're talking about here is Section 9 of Section 25, rather, of Chapter 70. It's being repealed, and I wanted just to read that, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, just so everybody knows what we're repealing. So it says layoff or termination of services. Notwithstanding any other enactment, when the services of an employee are no longer required because of shortage of work or funds or because of the discontinuance of a function or program, the deputy head, in accordance with the regulations or in accordance with the terms of a collective agreement, may lay off the employee or terminate the employee's services, and it's being replaced with, notwithstanding any other enactment, including the Labor Standards Code. So hopefully everyone saw that. Notwithstanding any other enactment, including the Labor Standards Code, but subject to the terms of a collective agreement, the deputy head may dismiss an employee in the department without cause and compensate the employee in accordance with the regulations. And then, of course, we'll be talking about that in the next clause, because that shows where regulations can be made for procedures without dismissal or cause. So in Clause 9 here, I should start by just reminding, you know, I myself have been someone that the Premier's fired. So I can, you know, speak to how that feels and how people feel even when they're being threatened, like do this or else. And if you don't follow in accordance to the rules of what I have mandated, you'll be gone. So that's actually happened to me. But I have no regrets, because I stood on principle of what was right. And when truth is your foundation, no one can shake that, no matter what. So, so keeping that in mind, I do have to ask a couple of questions of the government. Why are they doing this? And I know that question has been asked several times, whether it's been in question period or otherwise, and we haven't really been given an answer. Like, what is the motivation behind this change? And I think, first of all, also we have to ask, why are we passing legislation that the government can fire without just cause and put in these special regulations, but every other business owner in Nova Scotia has to follow a labor standards code? So why would the Premier and the government have a different set of rules than every other business owner in the province of Nova Scotia? So if this is something that's good, then we should be seeing this come forward as an amendment to the Labor Standards Code for every other business owner in Nova Scotia. That's just my opinion as a former businesswoman. I don't think the government or the Premier should have different rules, different set of rules. I do have another question, and maybe I'm off track in asking this question, but I am wondering, I've heard through the grapevine over the last few years that there's been a lot of deputy ministers fired by this government since 2021, and I'm wondering if someone in the government would be willing to answer the question, how many deputy ministers and assistant deputy ministers have been let go, dismissed, fired, since they became government in 2021? I would like to know that answer. And then a follow-up question I would have for the government is, how many of those people that have been let go or fired or dismissed are currently in litigation with the government, or have been since they were fired? I think that would be good information to know. And the final comment that I'll just make is that I think it is important for those in government to know, and they likely do, but just in case no one is talking to them, as my fellow members here in opposition have already stated, that people working in our civil service are having a lot of anxiety about this piece of legislation. In fact, one spoke to me last week and said it's very Doge. And I'm sure everyone here knows what that means if they're watching the news, right? You see that President Trump has appointed Elon Musk to basically clean out the civil service, the public service in the United States. It's in, he's in the news every day, proud of his work. But I don't think comparing us to that is a very positive thing. And that's what our civil servants are saying right now, that this is very Doge, it's very negative. And having been a former businesswoman for 20 years, I believed wholeheartedly that the success of my business was fully on the health of my staff and the health of my employees. And if they weren't well, if they were not feeling healthy, whether it's physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, spiritually, they were not able to do their best job, whether it's productivity or otherwise. And I would say the same goes for our staff that work for us here in government, in every department. They should feel respected, they should feel safe to be able to come to work, that their job is not being threatened, and have a very positive workplace. And this piece of legislation, I believe, Mr. Chair, does the opposite. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. And to reiterate one thing that my colleague from Cumberland North had said, and that is to actually read the clause for which we are about to vote on, or we're speaking about. Section 9, Section 25 of Chapter 70 is repealed and the following section is substituted. 25, notwithstanding any other enactment, including the Labor Standards Code, but subject to the terms of the collective agreement, a deputy head may dismiss an employee in the department without cause and compensate the employee in accordance with regulations. Speaker, it is no surprise to anyone here. I am I'm heavily involved in the labor movement, and I also live with a teacher, and I have a mother who works for a department. And the concept, now she's unionized, thankfully, but we have so many employees that are not unionized that this is going to affect. Imagine having that hammer over your head every day when you're trying to make decisions about what is best for Nova Scotians, knowing that if it's possible that the government of the day does not like what you are telling them, you could be fired without cause, just because the government of the day does not like what you have to say. And it supersedes the Labor Standards Code, meaning they don't have to comply with the Labor Standards Code. The question has to be, there's only one question. What is the government thinking? And what are they doing here? This is absurdity at its finest. The civil servants keep us going. The civil servants know way more than most of us will ever know. They are intelligent, they are thoughtful, they know the programs better than anyone. They know the departments better than any minister. And to threaten their jobs so that they, what is this? Is this a way of the yes minister? And if anyone's not aware of it, it's a British sitcom, satire. And The civil servants spend most of their day chasing the minister, trying to make the minister stop making poor decisions. That is the whole premise of that sitcom from the UK, is to stop the ministers from making poor decisions. So they go, yes, minister, and then spend the whole day ensuring that that minister doesn't throw that department into chaos for the decisions that they're making. That's what civil servants do. They do their research. They make sure that government is making the right decisions. So what happens when the decision that they are making, the decisions, or, I shouldn't say decisions, the issues of the day, for instance, and the civil servants lay out, well, minister, here's our options, but this one that you don't like is actually the best option for the province. And they tell the minister, this may not be the one that you want, this may not fit your ideology, this may not fit the political landscape of the day for your party, but this is the best option for Nova Scotians. And because they take that stance, they could be fired. Now, under this bill. Or because they want to keep their jobs, they decide not to give the minister of the day the best option because they know they could be fired. Instead, what happens is they give the option that the minister wants to hear. Even though chaos may ensue, even though there could be unforeseen dangers and problems and issues. Is that really the province that this government is trying to move toward? Like, is this really what the government wants to do, is move towards this cliff where our civil servants are not able to speak truth to power and explain why one way of going is not the right way? And that's just the higher up civil servants. Then you've got your non-unionized civil servants, public employees, who work at the various departments. Actually, you got not social workers, but those that are doing the remedy. Many of the workers who are involved in the remedy are non-unionized. There's a good portion of them that are non-unionized. There's a good portion of others that work in the departments that are non-unionized employees. They too could be fired if they say, the direction the government is going is wrong. The direction the government is taking is wrong. It is not working here on the ground. And so...
Order. Is there a phone going off? Sorry about that. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
No worries. I was actually enjoying that. It was soothing. Chair, so those that are not high up in the civil service, but those working on the ground delivering programs, could be fired when they say, you know what, the programs on the ground are not working. We need more investments, or we need to go this direction. And because the government of the day, I believe there's a point in this where, I want to make sure I get the right wording here. The deputy head, because the deputy head could dismiss this employee because they don't like what was being said. Or even if it's not a program, if something is happening in the departments, I've spoken about this before, and I've showed proof that there has been issues in departments of bullying and harassment. So if a non-unionized employee says, I'm being bullied and harassed in this department, they could be fired without cause because they brought up an issue that was causing them harm. Is that really appropriate. I don't understand, and the other part of this, I have been trying to understand for the past several weeks as the minister responsible for the Public Service Commission continues to stand up and say flexibility. We need to be flexible. There's nothing flexible about firing somebody for non-cause. There's nothing nimble about firing somebody for no cause. Nothing. There is nothing at all that anyone could say that makes sense. I am firing you for flexibility. I am firing you for nimbleness. I am firing you because Nova Scotia's on the move. Make it make sense to me. There is no reason to fire anyone in Nova Scotia without cause. None. Full stop. You want to fire somebody? You make sure there's cause. You don't fire anyone for non-cause, especially when they are doing the work that the government has entrusted them to do, that Nova Scotians need them to do. But a government should not fire somebody because that person has spoke truth to power and said when a program's not going to work, or this legislation shouldn't go forward, or this is going to cause harm, or because somebody's experiencing bullying and harassment in the workplace. This needs to be taken out. This is a hammer over the heads of our civil service. They do not deserve it. Thank you.
Shall Clause 9 carry? There has been a call for recording a recorded vote. The bell shall ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. I will now ask the clerk to carry a recorded vote. Please be silent during this process. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lohr. Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
John White. Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McQuarrie.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns.
Yes.
Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
Becky Druin. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Ian Rankin. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaud.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson.
No.
Lena Hamid.
No.
I recognize the clerk.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 36, nays 11.
Clause 9 is carried. Ready? Clause 10. I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak against the clause. The government, by giving itself notwithstanding powers, lowers the bar for job security for senior civil servants. We've heard any number of allusions to the fact that, or the government's suggestion that it will be generous and fair to people in severance. And in the same breath, we've heard other government ministers say the most important thing that we can give people is a job. These are people that already have a job. They're good paying jobs. These are also jobs that deliver high levels of impact for the people of Nova Scotia. Removing procedures that protect workers against suspension for cause and procedures for dismissal without cause
is unfair to these people. These folks are not unionized and don't enjoy the protections of a collective agreement. The Labor Standards Code of Nova Scotia is their sole protection against unjust termination. And the government has moved to eliminate that protection for them. Suggesting that you will compensate somebody in severance is a far cry from keeping the job that you love, that you know, that you're highly qualified to hold, are two very different things. They are not equivalent, they are not equal, and they are not fair. Government says that language will be put forward in regulation to address these concerns, and yet again, the government has furnished no draft language to allay the concerns expressed on this change. We've heard the Minister for the Public Service Commission indicate that there are no significant plans to reorganize the public service that would warrant sweeping powers to terminate people without cause to support a reorganization. And I have to scratch my head at the idea that termination without cause somehow gives the government flexibility, or that previous governments facing the need to reorganize the civil service have been impeded by the Labor Standards Code that applies in this case. There have been numerous department shuffles over the past 3 or 4 decades, and no government has stooped this low to achieve its goals in reorganization. There is capacity to move staff across departments, to equivalent roles, to red circle people, to transfer their expertise into new positions, to ensure that they are treated fairly, and to deliver services in newly organized government departments. And yet somehow that remarkable flexibility that has served every government before, well, somehow is a set of handcuffs to the most powerful majority government in history. Has no problem spending more money where it's required in other respects, but on this matter, it can't simply spend more money to make sure that public services are continued and skilled workers are retained. Under labor law, there's no board of arbitration, there's no judge that would treat budget flexibility on the part of a public sector employer as just cause or under special circumstances for termination with cause. And yet that is the sole rationale put forward by this government. That if it decides for the purpose of budget that it wants to shrink the civil service, it can send people packing and not have to worry about being sued or taken to court for unjust dismissal. These people would not have access to that avenue in civil court because they wouldn't have a right to dismissal with just cause, which means that the only compensation they might have is whatever the government decides is right or fair for them. So this is a clause that we simply cannot support. It's patently unfair. It takes employees that operate on a bit of a sacred trust. They're not allowed to belong to a union because of their senior authority in government departments. But they are vulnerable without this protection to being sent packing when a minister or a high-ranking government official decides that they don't like what that minister has to say. It's worth noting that this change comes in the context of sternly worded emails from the Premier, the most powerful politician in the province, directing public servants that he doesn't want to hear why things can't, why things shouldn't, or why things are harmful. All he wants to hear is yes, and how high, sir, when he gives direction. Anybody that doesn't return that response, in his view, is a problem stretcher. And this is the fix to problem stretchers: to send them packing and to replace them with somebody who will just say yes, even when that's not the right thing to do for the province. So for compelling reasons, I urge the members of this House not to support this clause and to vote down this bill should this clause pass. It's just it's a poison pill. It's bad for government. It's bad for the civil service, and it's bad for the people in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, just want to spend just a few more minutes reiterating what I was saying earlier, along with my colleagues, about this clause and the ability to have the policy in place that, you know, can ultimately supersede labor laws that we have in the province. And reiterate again that really, and my colleague just made an excellent point when he talked about, you know, how we got here. You know, letters go out from the Premier talking about all need to do more, problem solvers and not problem stretchers, and then the deputy the deputy responsible for the civil service comes out, you know, correspondence going out to employees. We all need to do our part, and then all of a sudden, this comes. So it's been just hit after hit after hit after hit to the morale of the civil service and the people who are impacted by these changes. Really since the government took power, Mr. Speaker. From day one, this has been something that the government has planned to do. There is a process around why they're doing this that they're not, in my opinion, I'm not getting a complete answer on, which is unfortunate, because I think if they were more clear about it, they probably may have a little more goodwill from the public service. But as I've said, the messages we've heard are we're going to be flexible and we need to be accommodating, and Nova Scotia is changing, and our workforce needs to adapt to it. And which I've made the argument, and others have made, is that the civil service has been very adaptive to the needs of this province in the good times and in the hard times. And I have lots of examples of those hard times. We all do. I've seen them in my own community with weather events, hurricanes, floods. We've seen terrible fires that have taken place across our province in the last number of years. We've seen tragedy hit at times. We've had global pandemics, as I've mentioned, and now we're into an unprecedented period of economic uncertainty with a volatile neighbor in the States and a government that questions our sovereignty on a daily basis. And we have major employers that could be severely impacted by this in the forestry sector, the fishers. You know, there's lots of examples of companies that were large exporters to the United States, and they're all going to come looking for help. And the help that they're going to receive are from programs. The government said they have a $200 million contingency outlined in their budget. Well, it's not budgeted, but they're saying if they need to, they'll spend the money. So that $200 million will be used in a variety of ways to support families at home, maybe, to support businesses, to support economic strategies and growth as we all try to do our best to help support the concept of breaking down interprovincial trade. You know, this government, not to get off the topic of this bill, but, you know, interprovincial trade is a big conversation for this government. They celebrate it very much. We all want to see it happen. That will be a debate for another day. But guess who's going to be developing all those programs, Mr. Chair? That program that might help the small businesses in the strait, or those families that were impacted that work for larger employers across the province. Guess who's designing those programs? The civil service is designing those programs. And the expectation will be, because government will need to respond quick, they'll need to be flexible, and they'll need to put programs and supports together to support families. And we're going to expect those employees to build all of those programs, because that's what they do, because they care. They care about their neighbors. They care about this province. They've invested their careers in it. They've made the decision to stay in Nova Scotia and work for government. And we're going to ask them to build all those programs. And we're going to tell them they can be fired without cause. That's really sad, because they will. They'll work 24/7. I've seen it. I've seen it 100 times through pandemics. When I was, as I said, we all have relationships with employees within the government. They're good people. Politicians come and go. None of us last in here forever. Some longer than others. Some way longer than others. There's been many in here that have been here, well, you know, there's a few in here. There's four. I'm number 5. There's four that have been here longer than me. But the point is that politicians come and go, and parties will come and go. I always say Mother Nature takes her course all of the time. This will be no different. But the civil service remains, and those institutions within government that will support whoever represents the government side, whoever is the party of power of the day. That is the constant. That is the nucleus that no matter what happens or who's in these seats, the programs and the supports for families are there, and they build them. And they put their heart and souls in them. They put their names on them. Like I use examples of when we were negotiating the child care deal a few years ago, there were a wonderful group of employees within the department who work day and night because they fundamentally care about our kids. That was the foundation of all of it, is that there was a chance to give families a level playing field when it came to child care. Same with pre-primary. Our whole focus of pre-primary in those years, and I'm using it as an example for this legislation, Mr. Speaker. People work day and night because we wanted to give every 4-year-old the same opportunity to succeed. Financial barriers, remove them all. Every kid gets the same chance at 4. Daycare was the next step. It's like when this government, we had a universal breakfast program. We supported that. This government brought in a universal lunch program. We all supported that. 10 different departments worked on that program. Guess who those people were? The civil service. And all of those departments built a program so kids, we know that our kids can go to school and be fed and be supported the best that we can. And all the policymakers in this room were part of that and celebrated it. But they built it. They built it for all of us. And now we're going to tell them we can fire you without cause. Sad. Like, if somebody could give me a logical explanation, not one that's, we got to be flexible in this and that and the other. There has to be a rationale for why the government wants this. And as I said in my previous comments, my fear was the comments that came from the minister in the later rounds of questions, when it was about compensation, and when it was about we're going to be supportive and we'll make sure our compensation is better than normal. And my colleague made a point too, because these employees are not protected under a collective agreement. They work for the government, and they need somebody to speak on their behalf. And that's what we're trying to do today. So we're going to talk about this again, because I'm not going to let this one go until this thing's finally over. And you know what? I'm probably not going to be successful, but as I said, there's a few of us in here that are really trying to speak up for those employees. It's important. They're feeling it. And you don't have to do this, Mr. Chair. The government doesn't have to do this. I'm going to continue to plead the case. Others in here will continue to plead the case. You know, I try to get up on my feet to provide examples of the programs. They're just a few. I can list off a million. They're building programs right now, as I said, around interprovincial trade barriers. They're building programs now around healthcare, and they're building programs around education, and they're building programs around housing. They're building programs around immigration. All of the things this government is talking about in this session. Look at what we've done. Beat the drum. Join the team. Those people are writing all of your policy, and you're telling them you can fire them without cost. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to stand also and share some of the reasons why I will not be voting in favor of this part of Bill number 1, an act respecting government organization administration. So clause 10 here follows up and is a part of section 9. So when you actually look at the civil, what this bill is, just one second, Mr. Chair. Civil Service Act, when you look at the Civil Service Act, what this is replacing is the N in the Act before this amendment happens is the procedures for suspension or dismissal for cause. And what this new legislation will create in regulations, N and then NA. So procedures for suspension with cause, and then procedures for dismissal with or without cause. And as I said when I was talking and sharing some points about Section 9, I asked the question, why does the government have different labor standards or have to follow different laws than every other business owner in Nova Scotia? And if you look at what the Labor Standards Code says right now around if somebody is dismissed or let go without cause, there's certain guidelines that a business owner has to follow. For example, if the person has been employed for 10 years or more, 8 weeks notice in writing to the person if his period of employment is 10 years or more. That's just one example, Mr. Chair, that now what the government have here in this bill will no longer have to be followed for government employees in the civil service. And one thing that we always have to remember here in the House is that every bill that we pass, every bill that we put forward, ideally, in a perfect world, will hold up in court. And I would suggest that this will not hold up in court. That if this bill passes, as I'm sure the government will pass it, they have their majority, that there will be an employee in the future that will, regardless of this legislation that we're passing, will still challenge this in court and will likely win, because not only based on Nova Scotia labor standards, but labor standards, the Canadian labor standards, as well as labor standards across other provinces. So I do think that's something that the government should be looking at. And I'll table this little document. It's just an article from a law firm here that says it's not just as simple as you're fired. Dismissing an employee is a serious thing and needs a solid reason. And in the last clause, I did mention about, myself being fired. And I want to just say, it's a serious thing. And I was making maybe light of it when I shouldn't have. Many people, their job is part of their identity, is part of who they are. And when they are let go, especially when there's no just cause. It can be very, very devastating for people. So I do want to just make sure I say that. It's not something to joke about. If there is a very serious offense, such as theft or something else serious that an employer can justify dismissal for cause, then there's less likelihood that they would win a lawsuit. However, if there's not just cause for termination, the employer has to provide a reasonable notice or pay in lieu of notice, severance, when dismissing an employee. The Nova Scotia Labour Standards Code lays out the minimum notice required, but common law, which takes into account many factors, including how long the employee has worked, their position, and their likelihood of finding new employment, must also be considered. What does it mean to be fired without cause? Getting fired without cause means your employer terminated your employment without any wrongdoing or not meeting performance expectations. In such cases, employers are required to provide reasonable notice or pay in lieu of notice. And as I mentioned, what this bill is doing is putting into law here in Nova Scotia that government employees will not have to follow the Labour Standards Code. So I'll table these two documents. And with those few comments, Mr. Chair, I'll take my seat.
Shall Clause 10 carry? There has been a call for a recorded vote. We shall ring the bells until the House leaders, the House whips, are satisfied. Order, please. I will now ask the clerk to call a recorded vote. Please remain silent during this time. I now recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lord.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McCory.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns. Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
Becky Druin. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balser.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaud.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson.
No.
Lena Hamid.
No.
I recognize the clerk.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 37, nays 12.
Clause 10 is carried. Clause 11. I recognize the honorable member for Cape Breton Center, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to take us down the path of a relationship. So in October 13th, 2021, the PCs met and then introduced, for the first time in Nova Scotia, established fixed election dates. During that time, it was reported that Nova Scotia would finally join the rest of the country in having a fixed election date. The Chief Electoral Officer for Nova Scotia was quoted as saying, "I am pleased with the introduction of fixed date elections, and I appreciate the flexibility to choose an alternate date if necessary. This change will bring certainty to Elections Nova Scotia's planning and budgetary cycles and improve the efficiency and our election readiness efforts." Chair, a number of us stood in this chamber and we supported the idea of this relationship. We had a few uncertainties of the time frame. So that's where we differed on this relationship. We believed that a summer election would stifle the vote and create even lower voter turnout. Because in some elections, people are not engaged, and we had just come out of an election cycle where people were not engaged, with only 55% of registered voters cast their ballots in August of 2021, an historic low for Nova Scotia. So we had concerns about a summer date because we just come out of a historic low one, and many others thought the bill should be in the spring or the fall. Those were the two times that most Nova Scotians actually gave us. However, the bill passed on October 29th, 2021, and we were expecting to go to the polls July 15th, 2025. Now, this is where we felt the relationship headed into some trouble, Chair. On June 12th, 2024, CBC reported in an article titled "Premier No Longer Wedded to Fixed Election Date His Government Set in 2021." The article states the Premier is no longer committed to the fixed election date he championed and his party passed as its first law in government. So let's see, where am I here? In that CBC article, it was said that the Premier said it'll be determined on circumstances, he said. I think it's really important that people have their say. Later, he went a step further, suggesting fixed election dates might be an impediment to the wishes of Nova Scotians. Keep in mind, Chair, I don't remember Nova Scotian coming forward in law amendments to actually say that they were against fixed election dates. They were mostly concerned about the time frame. And just so you know, I have all these. I will be tabling them later. And the Premier went on to say, when it comes time for the people to have their say, I think it would be pretty selfish of me to say no. You have to wait because it doesn't suit a political legislation that was passed. That's a far cry from what the Premier had told the House on October 14, 2021, the day he led off the debate on Bill 1, the Elections Act. We're listening to Nova Scotians, and we're keeping a campaign commitment that we made, the Premier said during second reading of the proposed law. The amendments to the Election Act will establish fixed provincial general election dates every 4 years in this province. That's a good thing. It will bring predictability to our elections, and our elections, of course, are the cornerstone of our democracy. So that was the relationship. You know, now it's suffering from all that love and attention it was given. Now, we agree that again, as I said before, that the election turnout was low, with only 55% of the registered voters casting their ballots in that August of 2021. Many Nova Scotians were right in that a fixed date could work, but not in the summer. That spring and the fall were the best options. But again, I will say that nowhere did anybody state that they didn't want fixed election dates. That was the Premier who decided that Nova Scotians didn't want fixed election dates. And then this relationship hit a really rough patch of us on October 27th, when the Premier called a snap election, thus starting the separation of his government with fixed election dates. Tom Urbaniak, professor at CBU, stated, it feeds into the credibility issue. If that starts to dominate the discussion, then the broken promise around Bill 1 will become part of a larger conversation. When Houston spoke on October 14th, during the House debate about fixed election dates, he said it was to ensure fairness by not allowing the governing party to call elections at times that would be beneficial for them. Nova Scotians want to have confidence in their electoral system, he said. Parties in opposition want a level playing field, and elections, Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, they want to be able to prepare as effectively and efficiently as possible they can for a general election. Just gonna move all this here. So here we are. We are at, let's see, where are we on this election date? So now here we bring ourselves to February 18th, 2025. And the Premier has begun divorce proceedings from his fixed election date. When the PC government introduced legislation to repeal the province's fixed date. Chair, this repeal comes less than 4 years after the province of Nova Scotia adopted this legislation. Chair, if the government felt they erred in a summer election date, they could have brought an amendment to move a fixed date election to the spring or the fall. Instead, they threw the baby out with the bathwater. Chair, we often hear the government talk about what's happening in other jurisdictions. So fixed election dates are actually the norm in Canada. Nova Scotia was the outlier. This government continuously tells us they want to align with other jurisdictions. And yet, the government has put forward a repeal of legislation, being fixed election dates, that would de-align ourselves with every jurisdiction in Canada. I would love for this to make sense. I would love for someone to make this make sense to me, because it doesn't. The legislation was clear. The Premier could still go to the LG and call an early election. He did. We had one, a snap election. He did that. He still had the ability. This piece of legislation is not even 4 years old. It's, you know, I have children, so it's still in pre-primary. It hasn't grown up yet. And to continue on with my relationship status, this is a very young relationship here, 4 years, less than 4 years. And already we've seen separation and divorce proceedings here in this relationship. Why? The question I have to ask this government is why? Why are you going back on your first piece of legislation in 2021 that they chose to pass? Only 3 years old. Actually was never used. It would have been July 15, 2025 if it had been used. It hasn't even been used. And you're repealing a bill. Now, again, I would say, if the government realized summer elections not so hot, not so great, fine. Give us a fall or spring option. We were in line with every jurisdiction in Canada, and now this bill will cause us to again be the outlier, the only province to not have a fixed election date. This is shameful. It's a shame on the government that they're going to divorce their very first piece of legislation. And they are going to go against what the Chief Electoral Officer has stated, what Nova Scotians have stated. Nova Scotians came out and supported fixed election dates. The thing that Nova Scotians disagreed on was the time, the season for that date. That was the only thing Nova Scotians disagreed with this government on. But everyone agreed on a fixed election date, and it is shameful that this government is going to go and get rid of it. And with that, I take my seat and I will table these.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to stand and share a few reasons why I do not support this amendment to the Elections Act repealing the fixed election date. Everyone in the chamber already likely knows this, but I'm just going to read through some fixed election dates. So British Columbia has a fixed election date every 4 years on the third Saturday in October. Alberta has a fixed election date every 4 years, the third Monday in May. Saskatchewan, every 4 years, the last Monday in October. Manitoba, every 4 years, the first Tuesday in October. Ontario, every 4 years, the first Thursday in June. Quebec, every 4 years, the first Monday in October. New Brunswick, every 4 years, and the third Monday in October. Prince Edward Island, every 4 years, the first Monday in October. Newfoundland and Labrador, every 4 years, the third Tuesday in October. Northwest Territories, every 4 years, the first Tuesday in October. Nunavut, every 4 years, the last Monday in October, and Yukon every 4 years, but the date is not strictly fixed. So, Mr. Chair, this is a step backwards for Nova Scotia. It's a step backwards for democracy. We're going to be going back to being the only province in the entire nation of Canada without a fixed election date in actual legislation. So I believe this is a step backwards for democracy. I don't know if everyone else here in the House heard this at the doorstep, but when the Premier called the election early here in Nova Scotia, certainly what I was hearing at the doorstep was people just like, it's just another reason why we don't trust and respect politicians, because they say one thing and they do another. And I believe, you know, we should be doing everything we can to try to build the trust of the public, not taking measures like this here and repealing legislation. And as my colleague already mentioned, you know, the Premier, when he first established the fixed election date, I'll share a quote from him, from the Premier. Nova Scotian voters need to have confidence in their electoral system, said Premier Houston. Having a fixed date will mean predictability, transparency, and it will limit any perceived advantage by the government to control the timing of the next election. The changes we are proposing will also allow Elections Nova Scotia to better plan for future elections, which can result in significant cost savings. So I'll table that, sorry. Thank you. That's great. So I would not be doing my job, Mr. Chair, if I didn't stand and speak on this, this repealing of the fixed election date. It is well documented that a fixed election date provides predictability and stability. It also reduces the partisan advantage. It also creates a higher voter engagement, which all of us should be striving for. The last election that we all just won and why we're here, there was a 45% average voter turnout in the province of Nova Scotia. Less than 50% of the people in this province voted in the last election. We should be doing everything we can to engage voter turnout and to improve that voter turnout, to improve engagement and strengthen democracy here in the province of Nova Scotia and throughout Canada. A fixed election date also creates stronger accountability. Elected officials serve their full terms, making them more accountable to policy and promises. There's also some cost efficiency. If we want to be thinking about that and how we're using our taxpayer dollars, election management bodies, Elections Nova Scotia here, can budget and prepare efficiently, reducing unexpected costs. So for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I will not be supporting this repealing of the fixed election date here in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm only going to stand for a few minutes, and I mean a few minutes. I want to make a point because I was one of the ones that stood when this bill was forward the first time around, and there was a lot of discussion. Yes, we all agree that a fixed election date is ideal. We were the last ones to actually put it in legislation, and the only discussion that was a debate was the timing. And the timing was chosen because it's less windier and folks didn't have to walk in the snow. Like, there was a number of reasons why, fall, spring didn't work out, and summer was the best option. Listen, I was okay with any way you put it, because as long as it was within a four-year frame, it made sense. Because as my colleagues were saying, Election Nova Scotia needs to prepare. It's actually a better plan, and it's cost-effective for the province. And so what we've seen with a snap election from this past election by this government was the unpreparedness. And I can speak about Halifax Needham in particular. Had no idea where people were voting. We didn't have voter information cards, which most people depend upon. The lowest voter turnout ever in history, which speaks to why it's important to have a fixed election date. And then I find it really, really funny that here we are, as my colleague said, we're divorcing our first ever. So proud that, like, if you would have heard the claps in this room, when this passed, it was like unbelievable. And we agreed that it was good to have a fixed election date. But it was, there's no explanation as to why it's not necessary or why we would need to repeal it. And I think, as we've seen, the government that is, standing now can choose any day they'd like. Like, the Premier can call an election next week if he so chooses. It is not something that he had to stand to. So having a fixed election date on the books is actually just better for folks to prepare. And I say that because I got to give Election Nova Scotia kudos for pulling it together in such a quick turnaround with the minimal amount of staff that they were able to prepare for, with the minimal amount of spaces to be able to prepare for, and as well to be able to engage the community the way that they did. I mean, I'm grateful that I live in Halifax Needham, and my people are engaged, like a number of other ridings here. But I will tell you this. If we were so proud at the time about a piece of legislation that was unprecedented, historic, all of the words that we hear every single day about every bill that comes across this table, and in less than 4 years we want to repeal it, I think we need to also double check all of the other bills that we're putting across this table. Because if we can do that to a bill on our first, and it was a first order of business to do that, I think that puts to question a number of other bills that come across this table that may possibly need to be repealed or questioned in multiple years, or next month, or next, whenever. We don't want to divorce anymore. We want to have a happy ending, and we want to make sure that we continue to do what Nova Scotians are asking us to do. And so I just wanted to stand and say this because I was one of the first ones to stand up and say, it's good to, congratulate the first ever bill and all this wonderful stuff, but here we are not even 4 years later, and we're saying, oh, it's not a good idea. Well, then what else is not a good idea, which is the question, right? So I just wanted to stand and say that, and I appreciate your time, Mr. Chair.
Shall Clause 11 carry? There's been a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. I will now ask the clerk to call the recorded vote. Please remain silent during this time. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Masland.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse. Adegoke Fodare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McQuarrie.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns.
Yes.
Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
Becky Druin. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Lisa Lachance.
No.
Derek Mombercat. Ian Rankin. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaux.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson.
No.
Lena Hamid.
No.
I recognize the clerk.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 38, nays 10.
Clause 11 is carried. Clause 12. Shall Clause 12 carry? Clause 12 is carried. Clause 13. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Bonjour. Mr. Chair, we are also putting forward amendments affecting MLA salaries. We will remove references to monthly installments so we can align the pay schedule for MLAs with that of the public service, which is on a bi-weekly basis. We also amend the definition of an outside member. Excuse me, sorry. This change will reduce the distance from the province house. A member's residence must be from 100 kilometers to 50 kilometers in order to qualify as an outside member. This stems from a recommendation in the 2025 MLA Remuneration Review Panel. It will take effect April 1st, 2025. FOIPOP Act clauses 16, 17, 18, 21. Chair, we are also listening to the feedback from the FOIPOP Commissioner. These changes will ensure that there are additional checks and balances when it comes to dismissing frivolous and vexation applications. Should a department or public body feel that a request falls into one of these categories, they will now apply to the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner for approval to disregard the request. Authority will also be added to enable the Commissioner to approve or reject these requests within a specific time frame and to give a right of appeal to citizens who disagree with the decisions. The bill is also required to require applicants to make reasonable efforts to list particulars for information they are requesting, such as time, place, event, and subject, recognizing that an applicant may not have all of this information. We will also make additional wording changes to ensure the bill is clear. These changes also apply to the Municipal Government Act. Members' Retirement Allowances Act, clauses 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Chair, we are also making a minor change to the Members' Retirement Allowance Act. The change will show the pension contribution rate for MLA pensionable earning is 10% instead of 8%. This is in line with existing provisions of the Act, and this just ensures the same level of contributions will be maintained for the MLA work done by the House Leader, Whip, Caucus Chair, Committee Chairs, etc., that will now be considered pensionable service. Changes recommended to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. It's going to be a long one, folks. Sorry. Executive Council Act, page 5, clause 13, add 1, immediately after the clause number, and add 2, subsection 6.3 of Chapter 155 is amended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 210, is further amended by striking out in monthly installments. I was going to explain them all, but I won't take everyone's time. Page 5, clause 15, proposed subsection 9A3, louder, sorry. Apologize. Delete in monthly installments. Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Is that better? Level? Okay. Page 6, clause 16, proposed clause 6.1b. Delete as to time, place, and event, and substitute and making reasonable efforts to list particulars such as time, place, event, and subject. Page 6, clause 16, proposed section 6.2. Delete as to time, place, and event, and substitute and making reasonable efforts to list particulars such as time, place, event, and subject. Page 6, clause 16, proposed clause 6.3. Add, with reasonable efforts to list particulars such as time, place, event, and subject, immediately after records the second time it appears. Page 6, clause 16, proposed section 6. Add immediately after proposed subsection 6.3 the following proposed subsection. 4. The applicant may ask to examine the record or ask for a copy of the record. Page 6, clause 16, proposed subsection 6A2. Add, apply to the review officer for approval to immediately after May. Page 6, clause 16, proposed clause 6A 2D. Add, and the requests are repetitious or systematic in nature immediately after body. Page 6, clause 16, proposed section 6B. Delete a decision under section 6A and substitute an application under subsection 6A 2. Page 7, clause 16, proposed section 6C. Delete and substitute 25E. When the review, it's on the other side. Oh, it's double-sided. 6C, the review officer shall, within 14 days after receiving an application under section 6A, decide whether to approve the application and provide a written report to the reviews officer's decision to the head of the public body. 6D, where the review officer does not approve an application under section 6A, the head of the public body shall respond to the request for access in the manner required by this Act. 6E, where the review officer approves an application under section 6A, the head of the public body shall notify the applicant, A, the applicant's requests are disregarded, and the reason. B, that the review officer has approved the decision of the head of the public body and disregard the request. And C, that the applicant may appeal the decision of the head of the public body to the Supreme Court pursuant to Section 41. Page 7, Clause 17, proposed Section 9A. Delete and substitute. 9A. The calculation of time within which an action must be taken by the head of the public body under Section 6A, 7, 9, or 25A is suspended during the periods between A, when an application for approval is made to the review officer under Section 6A, and when the review officer provides a written report to the head of the public body under Section 6C. B, when an application for approval is made to the review officer under Section 25A, and when the review officer provides a written report to the head of the public body under Section 25C. And C, when a request for review is filled with the review officer under Section 34, and the review officer provides a written report to the head of the public body or otherwise disposes of the review. Page 7, Clause 18, proposed Section 25A. Add, apply to the review officer for approval to immediately after May. Page 7, Clause 18, proposed Clause 25A-D. Add, and the requests are repetitious or systematic in nature immediately after body. Page 7, Clause 18, proposed Section 25B. Delete decisions and substitute an application. Page 7, Clause 18, add after proposed Section 25B the following proposed sections. 25C. The review officer shall, within 14 days after receiving an application under Section 25A, decide whether to approve the application and provide a written report of the review officer's decision to the head of the public body. 25D. Where the review officer does not approve an application under Section 25A, the head of the public body shall respond to the request of the manner required by this Act. Folks, there's going to be a quiz after this. 25E. When the review officer approves an application under Section 25A, the head of the public body shall notify the applicant, A, that requests are disregarded and the reason. B, that the review officer has approved the decision of the head of the public body to disregard the request. And C, that the applicant may appeal the decision of the head of the public body to the Supreme Court pursuant to Section 41. Page 9, Clause 21, delete 6A, 31D, or 40, and substitute 6E, 25E, or 40. House of Assembly Act. Page 9, Clause 22, delete 1992 supplement of the revised statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act. Page 9, add immediately before Clause 22, which will be renumbered. 22, Clause 2.1 EA of Chapter 1 of the revised statutes of the 1989, the House of Assembly Act, as enacted by Chapter 36 of the Acts of 2014, is amended by striking out 100 and substituting 50. Page 9, Clause 24. Renumber subclause 3 as 5, and add immediately after the subclause 2. 3, subsection 42.3 of Chapter 1, as amended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010 and Chapter 6 of the Acts of 2017, as further amended by striking out payable in monthly installments. 4, subsection 42.4 of Chapter 1, as amended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010 and Chapter 6 of the Acts of 2017, is further amended by striking out payable in monthly installments. Members' Retirement Allowance Act. Page 11. Add immediately, after clause 26, the following clause. 27, section 6 of chapter 282, as amended by chapter 29 of the Acts of 1993, chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010, and chapter 34 of the Acts of 2014 is further amended by striking out 8% wherever it appears and substituting 10%. Page 11, clause 27. A. Add to immediately after the clause number and add immediately before subclause 2 the following subclause. 1. Subsection 8.2 of chapter 80 or 282 as amended by chapter 2 of the Acts of 2010 is further amended by striking out 8% and substituting 10%. B. Subclause 2, proposed section 8.3. Delete 8% and substitute 10%. Halfway there, folks. Municipal Government Act. Page 11. Clause 29. Delete and substitute. 29, Section 466 of the Chapter 18 of the Acts of the 1988, the Municipal Government Act is repealed, and the following sections substituted. 466(1). A person may obtain access to a record by A. Making a request in writing to the municipality that has the custody or control of the record. B. Specifying the topic or issue of the requested record with sufficient particulars and making reasonable efforts to list particulars such as time, place, event, and subject, to enable an individual familiar with the topic or issue to identify the record, and C. Paying any fees required pursuant to this part. 2. The applicant may ask to examine the record or ask for a copy of the record. 3. For greater certainty, a request for access to a record must specify the record requested, or where the record in which the relevant information may be contained is not known to the applicant, provide sufficient particulars and make reasonable efforts to list particulars such as time, place, event, and subject, to enable an individual familiar with the topic or issue to identify the requested record. 4. For greater certainty, where a request is made for records in the form of electronic mail written by a person or between persons, the request may specify the topics or issues of the requested records and make reasonable efforts to list particulars such as time, place, event, and subject. Okay. Page 12, check clause 30, proposed subsection 466A, 2. Delete, to which one or more requests for access are made under subsection 466(1), may disregard the request if the head or substitute may apply to the review officer for approval to disregard one or more requests for access if the responsible officer. Page 12, clause 30, proposed clause 466A, 2D. Add, and the requests are repetitious or systematic in nature immediately after a municipality. Page 12, clause 30. Delete proposed sections 466B and 466(7) and substitute. 466B. An application under subsection 466A2 must be made within 14 days of the recipients of a request for access. Of the receipt of a request for access. 466C. The review officer shall, within 14 days after receiving an application under section 466A, decide whether to approve the application and provide a written report of the review officer's decision to the head of the public body. 466D. Where the review officer does not approve the application under section 466A, The responsible officer shall respond to the request for access in the manner required by this Act. Okay. 466E. Where the review officer approves an application under Section 466A, the responsible officer shall notify the application, A, that requests are disregarded and the reason. B, that the review officer has approved the decision of the responsible officer to disregard this request. And C, that the applicant may appeal the decision of the responsible officer to the Supreme Court pursuant to Section 494. Pages 12 and 13, Clause 31, proposed Section 469A. Delete and substitute. 469A, the calculation of time within which an action must be taken by the responsible officer under Section 466A, 467, 469, or 484A is suspended during the periods between A, when an application for approval is made to the review officer under Section 466A, and when the review officer provides a written report to the responsible officer under Section 466C. B, when an application for approval is made to the review officer under Section 484A, and when the review officer provides a written report to the responsible officer under Section 484C. When a request for review is filled with a review officer under Section 487, and the review officer provides a written report to the responsible officer or otherwise disposes of the review, and D, when a notice of appeal is received by the responsible officer pursuant to Section 494, and when the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia provides a copy of its decision to the responsible officer. Page 13, Clause 32. Proposed Section 484A and 484B. Delete and substitute. 484A. The responsible officer may apply to the review officer for approval to disregard one or more requests for correction of the application's personal information if the responsible officer is of the opinion that A, the requests are trivial, frivolous, or vexatious. I think I said that right. B, the personal information has already been corrected. C, the requests amount to abuse of the right to make a request because they are 1, unduly repetitive or systematic. 2, excessively broad or incomprehensible. Or 3, otherwise not made in good faith. Or D, responsible to the requests would unreasonably interfere with the operations of the municipality and the requests are repetitious or systematic in nature. 484B, an application under Section 484A must be made within 14 days of the receipt of a request for correction. For all you following along, page 6. Okay. 484C. The review officer shall, within 14 days after receiving an application under Section 484A, decide whether to approve the application and provide a written report to the review officer's decision to the head of the public body. 484D. Where the review officer does not approve an application under Section 484A, the responsible officer shall respond to the request in a manner provided by this Act. 484E, where the review officer approves an application under Section 484A, the responsible officer shall notify the applicant, A, the applicant's requests are disregarded, and the reason. B, that the review officer has approved the decision of the responsible officer to disregard the request, and C, the applicant may appeal the decision to the responsible officer to the Supreme Court pursuant to Section 494. 484F. The review officer may, at any stage of a review, refuse to conduct the review or discontinue the review for any reason the review officer considers proper or necessary, including if the review officer is of opinion that A, the municipality has responded adequately to the matter, B, the matter has been or could have been appropriately dealt with initially or completely by means of procedure other than complaint or review under this Act. C, there's insufficient evidence to warrant a review. D, the review is trivial, frivolous, or vexatious, or is made in bad faith. E, the subject matter of the review is already the object of an ongoing review. Or F, the subject matter of the review has already been addressed by the review officer. 484G, upon the review officer making a decision under Section 484F, the review officer shall notify the applicant, A, that the review officer has refused to conduct the review or discontinued the review, as the case may be, and the reasons, and B, inform the applicant that the applicant may file a request for judicial review with the Supreme Court respecting the decision. Page 13 and 14, Clause 33, delete and substitute 33, Section 494(1) of the Chapter 18, as amended by Chapter 55 of the Acts of 2005, is further amended by adding under Section 466E, 484E, or 493 immediately after decision the first time it appears. Effective date. Page 24, Clause 68. Add immediately after subclause 2. 3. Section 22 has effect on or after April 1st, 2025. Updated clause numbers and cross-reference accordingly.
Order. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, we've heard the Premier say many times in the last couple of weeks how well the legislative process is working. This is it, it's working. Public bills, the fact that so many Nova Scotians had to take time out of their day, many of them professionals, many of them from away, many of them with no notice, to give the government feedback, it's working. The fact that we have an amendment to another Bill 1, this government has bad luck with Bill 1s, by the way. Just a friendly note. When next time you have a Bill 1, just think it through before you put it in, okay? Yeah. So, you know, like 30 minutes of amendments to an omnibus bill that fundamentally impacts the way that things operate, I would submit this is a terrible way of making legislation. And just by way of example, I'm going to bet that not a single member of this House could stand up and summarize in plain language what is in these amendments. I'm the leader of a recognized party. I have legal training. I've read these laws. I can't summarize what's in here. And I only received it tonight. And so I just need to say for the record that 55 people in this chamber are going to be asked to vote on something they don't fully understand right now. Maybe the government members do. Maybe the government members were given the courtesy of a detailed explanation of what is in these amendments, but the rest of us weren't. The public wasn't. And why not? This will pass. Spoiler alert, all of your legislation will pass because you can pass it. So I am inviting any member of the government to do us the courtesy of explaining why it is that we are doing things this way. We're all probably going to vote for this, I want to guess. I can't speak for all of my colleagues. I'm going to support this because it's better than what was there before, because it reflects some of the feedback, even I can see that, of what has come through on freedom of information and other questions. But here's an alternate scenario. We received this a week ago. We get a chance to look at it. We get a chance to understand it. Most of it we will agree with because it is the subject of criticism that we have leveled at this government. But we don't have the courtesy of agreement. Earlier today, the government called a resolution that we had asked them to call for debate. We had voted no to passage without debate because we wanted to debate it, and that debate was adjourned. We weren't given the courtesy of debate.
Shame.
And so I just genuinely want to remind this government of the majority they have and of the courtesy that they have the power to extend to us at no cost. You'll still win. The legislation will still pass. We'll just understand it. Our constituents will understand it. Nova Scotians will understand it because these are laws that govern their lives. And yet, Nova Scotians, via their elected representatives, are not given the courtesy of understanding what those laws mean. That is a fundamental miscarriage of the way we ought to be legislating. I applaud the government in laying back on the hours. I applaud the government for their patience with public bills, although it's a low bar. But I would just say that, like, we can do this. There are so many places where we can have points of agreement. We apparently need a Team Canada approach. We apparently need a Team Nova Scotia approach. We are one body. We will disagree on many things, but there is the opportunity for agreement on many more. And we are not given the courtesy of agreement. It doesn't make as good of a meme. It doesn't play as well on the socials. It doesn't position the government as well moving into a federal election, but it would serve the people of Nova Scotia much better. A few comments on what we had the opportunity to digest of these. It does appear that many of the recommendations on FOIPOP have been accepted here. I'm not actually clear. One of the challenges, okay, here's a great example. Page 7, Clause 18, proposed Section 25A, add apply to review officer for approval to immediately after May. Anyone? No. Because what does that clause say? I cross-referenced it. I figured out what it said. But it's not easy. What I see, and this is a question, not really a comment because I haven't had the chance to digest it, is it appears that although we are changing the rules in a favorable way around the restrictions on the FOIPOP office, we still are giving some leverage to the heads or delegates of public bodies around what they deem frivolous and vexatious claims. So they can no longer deem those by themselves, which is a good thing. That was one of the big criticisms, I think, of the FOIPOP officer. It is the jurisdiction of that office to do that. However, they can still apply for it to be deemed. Probably that's fine. I don't really know. I haven't had the chance to get an opinion from the FOIPOP officer on that. I think my understanding is that the changes around the pension stuff is housekeeping, that it's already been that way. I'm sure we'll continue to talk about inside and outside members and the mileage. That was a recommendation of the binding report, and we've already said that that's fine. So as I said at the end of the day, I'm not going to take a lot of time on this, but it has to be said, contrary to what the Premier has said every day in the scrum, that this is an objectively terrible way to legislate. Objectively. It is not a reflection of a government that listens. It is not a reflection of a robust legislative process. It is a reflection of sloppy legislating. So thank you, I suppose, for sort of patching up some of the problems in yet another ill-fated Bill 1. But I just implore you all to do better. Do better for Nova Scotians. Do better for this institution. These laws are going to outlive us. Like, it's funny listening to the House Leader read all these words that go on and on and on. Can he? What does he think? Can he pronounce vexatious? Can he not? I don't know. Stay tuned. But like, yeah, right. I mean, it's riveting. It's good TV. But but it's not a joke. And like, I don't want to belabor this. I don't want to be preachy. I just have to stand in my place as someone who's been here for 8 years and say, like, we can do better for Nova Scotians. We can do better than this. We all want good legislation. We all want the laws that govern us to make sense. When they reflect the will of the people, we all want to join and celebrate that. And we are denied that opportunity time and time again. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm actually probably just going to pick up on some of the discussions that we were having earlier about the Civil Service Act and describing that part of the policy-making process where you have a professional public service who speaks truth to power, and government has an idea, and you ask your team to think about it and to look at it and to consider the alternatives, what are the unintended consequences, and ideally engage with stakeholder consultation. And then that develops, well, sometimes you don't need legislation, right? So we're making laws here, folks. These are going to outlast us for a very long time. So sometimes it's laws, sometimes it's a regulation update, sometimes it's, it's a program, but here we're looking at the laws that are being developed. Sorry, I'm actually don't mean to use the hefty amendments as a prop. And then it seems like time and time again, year over year, session over session, that this government somebody writes some stuff down awfully quick and throws it in the House. And I was very sad, disappointed to not have a chance to talk about the resolution earlier today, because I was going to explain a couple things about that, and one of which is, like, yes, that was a detailed resolution that was dropped, and we were looking forward to having a chance to discuss it, not that we're ever really going to be given that option. Because, I guess bringing forth things as a surprise is a great way to have informed debate in the House. I'm not sure I would agree with that. And so with this act in particular, and particularly so it was clear what the government was doing on the OAG provisions. It was not clear to anybody here, to stakeholders, what the government was doing on the FOIPOP provisions. And, at the same time, we were going forward with public bills. And as you know, I assume it's not just the folks in like Halifax, Sable Island who were writing about FOIPOP. I assume other folks cared. So people were writing and wanting to talk about these, and it was very hard to have an actual discussion about what policy, what law was being proposed by the government, because we're like, I don't know, this is what it says now, but we understand it's going to be changed. And we have asked this government time and time again. It would not have been like, you wouldn't have lost the poker game if you had like shared with us and with the public the information. Maybe somehow you just didn't want to like put out the actual legalese. That's fine. You could have summarized it, right? You could have just said what the intent was. And you could have provided that to stakeholders in advance of public bills, at public bills, and we could have had a much more informed decision. As my colleague was saying, like, I hope that this reflects the discussions that stakeholders had and the discussion that have been had with the officer and other experts. And I'm just, honestly, I'm like embarrassed. I'm ashamed to have to tell you. I'm going to have to take your word for it. And since you didn't get it right, this government did not get it right the first time, that's an awfully big leap of faith. And it's not courteous. It's not courteous to stakeholders. It's not, you're not exercising, like, you have a tremendous amount of power. We have all heard about it. And yet, you can't extend grace and courtesy to Nova Scotians and to the folks who are also part of this lawmaking process to let us know what's happening before it hits hits this point at 7:27 on an evening, and it's deeply disturbing. And so one of the things that hasn't been changed, that I have raised as a question. I asked this in second reading. It was a genuine question, folks. I wasn't criticizing. I think we're allowed to have questions. Like, I understand that everybody, the government's kind of into like a yes attitude and like, don't question it, it's gonna be all fine. But, I do think we get to ask questions. And I hadn't noticed this clause, actually, until I was contacted by a stakeholder, and I was contacted by a number of stakeholders. Folks forwarded their messages, and that's clause 18. And I will say that I have heard from a number of folks. I know someone came and spoke specifically to this clause, also at public bills. So in second reading, I asked, what's the purpose of clause 18? Because people have come to be very concerned that it could be used to block the ability for someone to have the name or pronoun that they want, that they have changed, that they have asked to be legally called. And, well, I assume everybody in this government has the goodwill, right? But the thing is, this is the law. So theoretically, it should be good enough to stand after all of us are gone, right? And so the nice goodwill of folks here, we don't know if it's going to be present. And that's exactly what people are fearful of. So what I can tell you is that I have heard from a number of members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community with concerns about this. I asked in second reading, what is the purpose? What does it mean? How it would be used? And also, because I did speak to a few lawyers, you could amend it to refer subject to charter rights, to be like 100% positive that the good intent of this clause to, I guess, facilitate some sort of administrative efficiency, but also to respect the rights of folks would stand. And yet, I brought that forward. No one talked about it. No one answered the questions. And so I stand here again to say, this is here. Nova Scotians have had questions. I have relayed those questions as a member of this House. They have not been answered. This is not a respectful process. And, it's just deeply disappointing. So, I think we should, it's embarrassing for me, and I have no control over it. So I don't understand how folks in control of the lawmaking process can't step back and make better laws.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the members that just spoke. I just have to say, I can't vote on this. I'm going to have to abstain because I can't in good faith justify a yes or a no because I don't have time to actually go through all of this. Now, maybe everyone else here is much smarter than I am. There's a good chance of that. But when I get a bill, I have to read it. And when I get amendments, I have to take the bill that's being amended and actually read it and then try to understand what does the amendment mean. And there is absolutely no way that I could take what was just given to us, 6 pages, amendments to several bills that are going to be law here in this province, and do my due diligence and vote yes or no in any educated way. So, this is an autocratic style government, and anyone that thinks otherwise doesn't understand what an autocratic government is then. But maybe the members of government were given this ahead of time, and maybe the members of government are able to vote with a good conscience, knowing what they're voting on. And if that's the case, that's not fair. The people of Cumberland North that I represent deserve to have a representative that is informed and is given the information and given the time to actually read it and understand it. So I'm going to have to abstain from voting on this, which I do not like doing. But if I don't, and I go home and someone asks me, why did I vote yes or no, I won't be able to give them an honest answer. And I don't think it's right. I don't think it's ethical. I don't think it's responsible to vote on something without actually having the time to read it and understand it.
Seeing no further speakers, shall Gov. 1 carry? Carried. Carried. 13 now, is it? Shall Clause 13 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 14. Shall Clause 14 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 15. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe everyone has the change sheet that was passed out probably a couple hours ago now. And this is a recommendation that I'm making to amend Clause 15. And I'll read it. It's page 6, Clause 15. Add after the proposed subsection 9A4, adding the following subsection. 5, notwithstanding subsection 1, a member may not be appointed as a ministerial assistant if the appointment would cause the number of ministerial assistants to equal or exceed the number of members of Executive Council. And the reason that I am tabled this amendment, Mr. Chair, is in response to one of the speakers that we heard at Public Bills Committee. He's a professor from Acadia University, political science professor Alex Marlin. And I'm going to read into the record some of the justification for this amendment. The principle underpinning parliamentary democracy in Nova Scotia, our system of government is built on the principle that the executive branch must be accountable to the legislative branch. To govern, appointed members of the executive must maintain the confidence of a majority of elected members of the legislature. Members of Nova Scotia's Legislative Assembly, MLAs, must be able to represent their constituents and advocate on their behalf. All non-cabinet members must be able to hold the executive accountable for its proposals and decisions. MLAs must push back against bills that, if passed, would limit further their independence from the executive branch. So the risk to the principle that currently exists is, while not part of cabinet, ministerial assistants are assigned to support a designated cabinet minister. Ministerial assistants are expected to be loyal to the executive branch because they need to carry out duties on behalf of their minister. Example, fielding questions about government, attending public events, granting media interviews, and acting as a liaison with backbenchers. Currently, there actually are no backbenchers, as everyone is a ministerial assistant that otherwise would be a backbencher. Since they represent the minister, ministerial assistants effectively represent the cabinet and thus the executive. Although they are MLAs with one foot in each branch of government, they tend to behave as though they are part of the executive. Clause 15.2 of Bill 1 would see all ministerial assistants receive remuneration. In the governing party's caucus, there are currently 21 members of the cabinet. One serves as speaker, and the remaining 21 MLAs are ministerial assistants. Granting title without remuneration is symbolic. Doing so with remuneration constitutes a contractual arrangement to be loyal to the executive. Clause 15.2 of Bill 1 is a case of executive creep, quote, executive creep, namely to the encroachment of the executive over the legislative branch. Allowing Clause 15.2 to proceed as worded would aggrandize the power of the Premier's office and undermine the principle of responsible government and democracy itself. So the recommendation is that ministerial assistants warrant additional remuneration. This is broadly accepted principle for extra duties. To mitigate risk for representative democracy, the recommendation is that Clause 15.2 be amended to the maximum number of ministerial assistants shall be less than the number of cabinet ministers. And it's not exactly how my amendment is worded, but similar. In the immediate term, this amendment would require the current government to streamline the number of MLAs appointed to their roles. In the long term, however, the amendment would guarantee that all governing party caucuses have a subset of MLAs serving as more arm's length private members, helping to maintain a healthier level of autonomy within the caucus and possessing a greater ability to advocate for the people that actually elected us. So that is the reasoning behind me tabling this amendment, Mr. Chair. I do want to add in my research, it looks like Ontario is the only other province that has ministerial assistants, and they do pay their ministerial assistants. I will say, as an opposition MLA, I don't think it is fair that every government MLA makes more money than opposition MLAs. Now, there's some opposition MLAs that do make more, but it is a level of unfairness. I can tell you that, and some of people that are in government have been opposition MLAs, so they know how hard opposition MLAs work. So to fundamentally decide that government MLAs deserve more money than opposition MLAs, the two Liberal colleagues have to share critic roles for every department. As an independent, I try to be up on every department, and I know my colleagues in the NDP have many additional roles as well. So there is a level of fairness. The other argument that I would put forth is patronage. It's the highest level of political patronage. Paying your own people more, assigning them an additional role. Assigning government backbenchers additional pay could be seen as a way to maintain party loyalty rather than rewarding merit-based contributions. And it's a little, you know, something to hold over people's heads. You do as I say, or you're going to lose your ministerial assistant role. So it does, in my opinion, weaken democracy here in the province of Nova Scotia. I hope everyone will support my amendment.
Shall Amendment Independent 1 carry? No. The amendment's defeated. Shall Clause 15 carry? Carry. It's carried. Clause 16. Shall Clause 16 carry? Carry. Clause 17. Shall Clause 17 carry? Carry. Clause 18. Shall Clause 18 carry? Carry. Clause 19. Shall Clause 19 carry? No. Defeated. Clause 20. Shall Clause 20 carry? Carry. Clause 21. Shall Clause 21 carry? Carry. Too fast for me. Clause 29. Oh, sorry. I was too fast for you. Shall Clause 21 to 28 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 29. Shall Clause 29 carry? Carried. Clause 30. Shall Clause 30 carry? Carried. Clause 31. Shall Clause 31 carry? Carried. Clause 32. Shall Clause 32 carry? Carried. You guys are much nicer when you get along. Clause 33. Shall Clause 33 carry? Carried. Clause 34 to 53. Shall Clause... Clause 34. Yeah. Shall Clause 34 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 35. I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do consider myself, moderately intelligent, but I am a little bit lost. Are we in the Private Ways Act now, like the original Clause 35? Or are we on renumbers? I want to talk about the Private Ways Act. That's what I want to talk about. Am I there?
The original.
I can't figure it out. Sorry.
Because it's all renumbered now?
Order, just give us 1 second. Just give us 1 second. The committee is going to recess for a very few short minutes. I'll ask everybody to stay in their seat if they can. Thank you. order, please. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. We are on Clause 5, or Clause 35, sorry. Clause 35. I recognize the member for Halifax, Sidle, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm rising to speak to the Private Ways Act amendments that are contained in this bill. Once again, I have risen on this bill and on this section before, and I have asked some questions that have not been answered. And I also rose in second reading of Bill 24 yesterday and also asked the Minister of Public Works if perhaps there can be some explanation of the interchange, the interaction between the changes to the Public Ways Act proposed here in Bill 1 and the changes to access to right-of-way, anyways, I have to find the title, to respecting temporary access to adjacent land in Bill 24. So what I would say is, again, these are bills, these are changes that have been brought forward without consultation, and these are both bills that deal with the issue of land. And we are currently in a legislative session where not once, but twice, the Assembly of Mi'kmaq Chiefs has had to write open letters asking to be involved in discussions of the province as per their constitutional right. I understand perhaps there was a meeting. I don't know what the result, we haven't heard what the result of that is. But I'm actually just going to take a minute, maybe. I'm sorry, but I can't work in an environment that is this loud.
I remind members in the chamber to keep the noise down. I recognize the member for Halifax, Sidle, Sable Island.
Thank you, folks. I appreciate that. It's been a long day, as everyone knows. You can always take a break outside if you need to keep talking. So I'm concerned that I don't know why this change is being made. And if I understand that, if I look through the lens of like, does this make it easier for Nova Scotians to understand and exercise their rights as private landowners? And the change is that now you have to make an application to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia. So basically, if access to your land is being contested. So we saw that recently arise in Yarmouth County with lithium exploration, and I understand that people went to mediation, and there was a decision that overrode what was the desire of the private landowner. And so I'm wondering, is this based on that? Like, is this making things better for Nova Scotians? Is it making it easier? Or, as I would suspect, is it making it easier for businesses and organizations to gain access to people's private property? And whether they want that or not. And again, I have a lot of questions about this. I have a lot of questions about what's happening in Bill 24. And I really would invite the government to stand up and explain what these two measures are doing, how they interact. Is this really what Nova Scotians want? Like, do stakeholders ask, hey, we don't really like this process, so we'd love to have a chance to go to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia when we want to assert our private property rights? Like, I don't think so. Going to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia seems to put a burden on Nova Scotians. This is not, I don't think, I'd love to hear from the minister responsible for service efficiency. Is this a more efficient method? Is this better for Nova Scotians? I don't think so. But again, no one's answered any of the questions, so would love to hear some input from the government on this.
Shall Clause 35 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Shall Clause 36 and 37 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Clause 38. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. I want to just say a couple of things about Clause 38. Our understanding is that this clause basically changes the scope of ministerial capacity to enter into agreements, which in and of itself, further, I guess, to my colleagues' points on this earlier clause, we don't really know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it depends on the agreement. What we do know is that it means that those agreements won't be public. So when Cabinet makes a decision, there's an order in council that emanates from that decision that is publicly available. The media spend a lot of time looking at orders in council. Our research staff, when we have the capacity, spend a lot of time looking at orders in council, because that's how we find out when things happen. And it's sometimes the only way. We know that there will be an announcement about anything that the government is excited about. We know that there probably won't be an announcement about stuff the government isn't excited about, but we want to know about that too. And the way we find out about it is through orders in council. Because the Executive Council is the body that makes these very important decisions. What we know is that by giving the minister more authority to enter into agreements, there will be fewer orders in council. So, like I say, we don't understand the rationale for this. So maybe it is that there is a genuine need from an efficiency standpoint for ministers to have that added responsibility. Maybe there is a way that this lack of transparency will be circumvented. We have not been told about it. So based on the information we have, which is that fewer agreements will become public in a moment where we already have a lot of questions about the lack of transparency of government contracts, about the lack of proper procurement and contracting. This is a provision that we are concerned about. I would invite anyone in the government side to stand up and explain it. Thank you.
Shall Clause 38 carry? Okay. Clause 39. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am like absolutely flabbergasted at the fact that, you know, here's an opportunity, as we've been told in the Committee of the Whole House, to ask questions and have questions answered and clarified, because we can't bring them forward in public bills because law amendments aren't allowed. And here's an opportunity for the ministers or someone who has information on any of these amendments or any of these portions of the bill to actually discuss, you know, what it is that this government's intentions are for this bill. And we hear nothing but passing, but you don't even know what you're passing. Have no idea what, and I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain why. Because I'm cross-referencing the bill and the amendments and the other bill and the act. I'm doing all of this because I've had to learn this from my first time here. And so this is a tedious process in which this is an opportunity where folks can have an understanding of how this is going to affect Nova Scotians. And in the Clause 39, you know, this has to talk about, you know, the public sector employee compensation. Are we not concerned? Do we not want to have clarification? I think, you know, in the spirit of collaboration and the National Day of Happiness, we want Nova Scotians to feel good about what's being passed. We want Nova Scotians to have an understanding of what it is that's going on here in legislature. Because, you know, I just got to let people know, and I'm only saying this because I'm very aware, people are paying attention. They're paying attention. They're watching people's views. They're taking a look at the votes and the carrying and the passing of things. And people in Nova Scotia are actually tuned in and engaged more so than ever. And I think the people of Nova Scotia deserve to know exactly what it is that we're changing that is going to be law here in Nova Scotia. So I say this because I'm standing up and I'm saying, you know, I would like clarification on this. Like, I would like to know, you know, it says it will be a subpoint to the existing bullet of provide such direction as it considers appropriate to the public service or any part of the public service in relation to collective bargaining. We've asked questions in this House about the public service. We have gotten no answers other than efficiency and moving quickly, and the government is shifting. This is your time to explain why and how, and what this means for the people of Nova Scotia in the public service. So, I mean, if we love the public service, is what we say, and some of us actually do care, I'm just wanting to have clarification by someone on the government side who has a knowledge of this particular piece of the legislation to clarify that for myself and all Nova Scotians. So I think we deserve that in respect to what's being put forward, and it's not to like make anybody feel away. If you have an understanding of what this bill's about, then maybe it'd be easier for folks to be able to explain it to those that don't have an understanding, like your new members, or folks that just don't actually have an understanding of reading amendments and going through act by act, line by line. And I think this would be a good opportunity for us to show the act of collaboration and working together, because that's important for all of us here in this House and every Nova Scotian in this province. So with that, I take my seat.
Shall Clause 39 carry? Carried. Clause 40. Shall Clause 40 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Clause 41 to 53. Shall Clause 41 to 53 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Clause 54. Shall Clause 54 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Shall the remaining clauses 55 to 68 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Oh. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to speak for a moment on title, really quickly, to say that through the debate of the amendments and what we've done tonight on this bill, which has been a very good, I think, good debate. There's been a lot of really good information and good points brought up by many members of the opposition. And I just want to register my disappointment in the fact that we posed an awful lot of questions to the government members about these changes that have been proposed, and we've heard nothing. And so it's deeply disappointing as this bill moves through the process of the House. Each stage of the bill process is important, Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on Bills is particularly important because it is where the bill can be improved and changed, as we've seen tonight. And so one would think that having robust discussion and a real back and forth would be welcomed and honored, and it hasn't been. So we continue through the bill continues through the process of becoming a law without a lot of questions answered. I want to register my disappointment, and we'll see you in third reading.
Shall the title carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the bill carry?
Carried.
Carried. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please call Bill number 11, Administrative Efficiency and Accountability Health Care Act?
Bill 11, an act respecting administration efficiency and accountability in healthcare. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 11 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 18, 2025, and contains 7 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 2. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried. Clause 3. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to spend a few minutes talking about this clause, which is to repeal Chapter 4 of the Acts of 2009, the Emergency Department Accountability Act. We will be voting against this clause. We think this is a terrible idea. We need more accountability in all aspects of this province and in this government and the way things are run. We should not be giving up accountability for the sake of efficiency. Efficiency is great. Efficiency is important, and there's lots of things that I think we should be more efficient at and in. But accountability cannot be sacrificed. Transparency cannot be sacrificed for accountability. And I just want to mention, so thus far, in the debate on this bill, or on this part of the bill, our conversation has been sort of limited to this idea of the ER report. So it is clause 6. The minister shall table annually a report in the House of Assembly that provides the dates that all emergency rooms in the province were closed and the reason for the closures.
Please. Are you reading Clause 6?
No, I'm reading the act that's going to be repealed.
Sorry, I thought you said you're reading Clause 6. Sorry. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
This is the act that's being repealed. So this will be repealed. The minister shall table annually a report in the House of Assembly that provides the dates that all emergency rooms in the province were closed and the reason for the closures, both by individual hospitals within a district health authority and in a district-by-district format, the nature and outcome of all consultations. Okay, I won't go into it. But so the conversation thus far has been around the importance of this particular clause. And I will speak to how important this is. But my understanding and my recollection of the debate thus far, Mr. Chair, is that the Minister of Health has said we don't need this anymore because we have other ways of reporting this information. So that may be true, but I don't think we need to take away less reporting of information. It's great that we have the more day-to-day, more timely information, that we don't have to wait for an annual report to see the information. But having a report with all of the information, and especially the way it's compiled, is very important to looking at trends year over year and to figure out where we need to be putting our efforts in terms of emergency rooms in the province. So that's basic to me. I just wholeheartedly disagree that we don't need to table an annual report. But as importantly, is a part of this bill that is going to be repealed that we haven't been talking about. And that is this part. This is Clause 4, where the emergency department of a district health authority has experienced an ongoing pattern of closure of the emergency department since the last public forum held by the district health authority pursuant to Section 18 of the Health Authorities Act, the district health authority shall consult with the community served by the emergency department as part of its next public forum pursuant to that act. The consultation must include consideration of proposed community solutions to keep open or reopen the emergency department or to provide alternative health services. We haven't been talking about this at all. That's a great idea. And we know that so many of the smaller emergency rooms, smaller emergency departments in this province are closed often and sometimes for days on end. We know the implications of that when that happens, that paramedics and emergency responders are having to take their patients farther afield, in some cases an hour more in distance driving to another emergency department where they can get care. We need to be focusing on making sure that there is emergency care or urgent care in every single community in this province, and that the distance to a major emergency department is limited, like there are options for EMTs and responders. So with clause 3 of the bill that we're debating now, all of that gets repealed. It's not just that yearly report that the minister does not no longer have to table, but it's all of this work on emergency departments, Mr. Chair. And I just want to point that out and say that for all of those reasons, we can't support this clause. We don't feel this bill should be repealed, and I hope that the government will vote down this clause. Thank you.
Shall clause 3 carry? Carried. Clause 4 and 5. Shall clause 4 and 5 carry? No. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North. Which clauses are you speaking on?
4.
4?
Sorry, did we skip 4? Did I miss 4? Okay.
I call clause 4. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this clause gives the minister the power to require or permit providers to charge public or private plans of insurance other than MSI for the provision of insured services, allows providers to bill insurers other than the province higher rate than MSI rate. Basically, for this one, we have a ton of questions. Again, going back to all of the questions we brought up in the last bill that we were debating, we cannot make good laws if we are not sure what these clauses mean. And so I invite someone from the government to explain what the clause 4 is, clause 4 and 5 for that matter, and explain it to us so we know if we can support it or not. Thank you.
Shall clause 4 carry? Carried. Clause 5. Shall clause 5 carry? Carried. Clause 6. Shall clause 6 carry? Carried. Clause 7. Shall clause 7 carry? Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you please call Bill number 21, Justice Administration Amendment 2025?
Bill 21, an act respecting the administration of justice. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 21 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 18, 2025, and contains 46 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Carried. I recognize. Are you good? The committee's going to recess for just a few minutes. We pass out some change sheets.
just shout.
Order. The Committee of the Whole on Bills shall come to order. We are on Bill 21, an act respecting the administration of justice. Clause 1. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 2 to 9 carry? Carried. Clause 10. Oh, gotta find this tricky. I recognize the member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. Speaker, the amendment that we are putting forward today reflects the work of the former member for Halifax Chebucto. And the proposed amendment is specific to Clause 10. Page 2, Clause 10, proposed Clause 25A 1B, delete 9 and substitute 3. Page 2, Clause 10, proposed subsection 25A2, add and for each act or provision of an act listed, providing an explanation for that act or provision not yet being proclaimed in force after subsection 1. Page 3, Clause 10, proposed subsection 25A, 3 to 5, delete and substitute the following. For each act or provision of an act listed in a report tabled under subsection 2, the Attorney General shall, within the calendar year in which the report is tabled, either obtain by way of resolution approval from the House of Assembly to further delay proclaming that act or provision for a period of time specified in the resolution, or introduce legislation to repeat that act or provision. 4, the House of Assembly may, by resolution, further extend the period time specified under Clause 3A. So again, as I mentioned, this is a reflection of work that was put forward by the former member for Halifax Chebucto. As he explained when he first introduced the measures contained in this amendment, I think it would be a pretty simple thing to have a provision under which any pieces of legislation that has not come into force by a certain period, a year or 2 years, that the government department or minister is responsible to report on that to the House of Assembly. The intention was to create a feedback loop, to alert members to bills that have yet to be proclaimed and to prompt a collective action by the members of the House. Despite it being a fairly simple thing to implement, the government has put forward an extremely lazy version of what was previously introduced. Letting unproclaimed laws sit untouched for 10 years before they are repealed without debate or consideration in the House is lazy and misinterprets the key democratic principles of creating a process of dealing with unproclaimed laws. While there certainly is irrelevant and obsolete unproclaimed laws that an automatic repeal would take care of, putting through this amendment will not only create a transparent process around unproclaimed laws, but it will also require the House as a whole to collectively decide on an action, whether it be proclaiming, allowing more time for planning, or repealing. And this process will happen after 3 years of an act going unproclaimed rather than 10. And so if we are trying to become more efficient, I would say 3 is more efficient than 10. I would like to tell a quick story to demonstrate why the members in this House need to be prompted into, my apologies. I would like to tell a quick story to the members about why this amendment is important. In 1999, Stephen Giffen died outside of a downtown bar after being beaten by bouncers. Stephen's family fought for years to ensure that no family feels the pain that they felt. BC has had their Security Services Act in force since 2008. Alberta has had theirs since 2010. In 2010, in Nova Scotia, there was an act brought forward that made it through to royal assent. However, it has yet to be proclaimed. And then on December 24th of 2022, Ryan Sawyer died in a hospital after being found unconscious on the street in front of a bar in downtown Halifax after an alleged interaction with one of the bar's security guards. Wayne McKay, a professor emeritus at Dalhousie University's Schulich School of Law, says there's a significant legislative gap when it comes to the rules around in-house security bars in this province. But we didn't just learn of this significant legislative gap in 2022. We had learned about it much earlier, as Ryan, very unfortunately, was not the first person to die due to this legislative gap. So again, legislation was passed to address this gap in 2010, and it remains unproclaimed. This law could have a life-saving impact. The events that took place in late 2022 should have been a wake-up call. It showed us that the members of this House need to pay closer attention to what happens to legislation after it is passed. We know the Premier reviewed the unproclaimed bill regulating bar bouncers, but no action was taken. The power to decide on the fate of unproclaimed laws should not rest in the hands of a few. It should be up to the members of the whole House as a whole. If there had been a provision requiring all unproclaimed laws to be brought back to the attention of the elected representatives in this House, we could have acted together to make a positive change in our society. We could have prevented irreparable harm, but the proposed changes in this government's bill do not prompt collective action. Instead, the proposed changes will mean that unproclaimed laws will sit untouched for 10 years and then simply vanish. It will be like the members of this House did not spend hours creating, consulting, and debating this legislation. The proposed amendments to the Interpretation Act decrease democracy when what we really need is enhanced democracy. And that is what the amendment that we are putting forward will do. It will enhance our democratic processes and ensure the policies that Nova Scotians need are being enacted. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Perry.
Thank you, and I'm not going to take too long, and I really mean that. First, I just want to congratulate my colleague from Fairview Plain Park on bringing forward her first amendment to this House. She did yeoman's work in discussing the importance of this amendment. And so I'm not going to belabor, but I do want to take out a few key things here. What we are asking for is simple. We are asking for accountability. We need to know when bills have not gone, legislation that we thought is passed, received royal assent, we need to know if they were not proclaimed or not. And we need to know why. And we need to know in a timely manner so that we can make the changes that need to happen. 2 individuals did not have to die, but they did. We need to rectify that so other individuals, other individuals don't lose their lives, and other families don't lose a loved one. It is simple. We could have a Coastal Protection Act, but it hasn't been proclaimed. We could have a full force on how we protect our coast instead of downloading it all to municipalities, but we haven't. And how many other bills that are important have not been proclaimed? This House deserves to know why they're not being proclaimed. We need to know if a gap has occurred, a mistake was made, so that we can rectify them here in this legislature. And so I implore my colleagues to please accept this amendment, and I want to thank my colleague from Fairview Clayton Park for bringing forward this amendment and doing yeoman's work on it. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. Amendment defeated. Oh, sorry. I recognize the honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. I'm just going to say a couple of words, and then you can all vote no. But I want to say that I know there are more amendments coming that deal specifically with the bill that was referred to. So I want to go ahead and say now, I'll let my colleagues bring their amendments. We absolutely support that bill going forward. If that bill was passed by the NDP government and then sat through the Liberal government and now through the Progressive Conservative government, this is an opportunity for that bill to go past. So, you know, because what we are suggesting in this is that we make sure that unproclaimed legislation is known about. Because while my colleague from Fairview Clayton Park said we knew there was a legislative gap, in fact, the family of the young man who died in 2010 didn't know that. This was the point that I was trying to make this afternoon when I put this question to the Premier. If we don't know, it can be very dangerous, because when bills pass in this House, we assume they are proclaimed. We assume they are. And so the family that worked so hard to get that bill passed in 2010 thought it was passed and that it was saving lives. And only when another young man died a similar death did they discover, in fact, that every party had failed them and that bill hadn't been proclaimed. And it might be all these years later that we need a new version of that bill. If so, I would encourage the government to bring one forward at their earliest possible convenience. But the spirit of this motion, this amendment, which, as my colleague said, was originally brought forward by the member for Halifax-Chebucto. I think we're allowed to say Gary Burrell now, that he's a retired member. In conversation with these families, was to make sure that when legislation is repealed, we know about it. That's all. We understand this is housekeeping. We understand this housekeeping has to happen. But why wouldn't we make it public? Why wouldn't we let the families know? So what we want to do is ensure that repealed legislation is known about, and we want to make sure that this bill that would put some parameters around licensing and criminal record checks for bar security, which I think would be in the purview of the Justice Minister, comes forward. We really will be looking for that bill to come forward. Thank you.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. It's defeated. I recognize the member. I recognize the member, city member too.
Don't you start, Mr. Chair, forgetting us. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one amendment on Clause 10, and that is, and I'll read it, page 3, Clause 10, proposed subsection 25A, 3-5, delete and substitute every act or provision, excuse me, of an act in the list attached to the report tabled by the Attorney General under subsection 2 comes into force on December 31st of the calendar year in which the report is tabled, unless the act or provision of the act comes into force on or before December 31st of the calendar year, or the Assembly adopts a resolution that the act or provision of the act not come into force on that date. Number 4, the Attorney General shall, within the first 90 days of each calendar year, publish in the Royal Gazette a list of every act or provision that came into force under subsection 3 in the previous year, and may publish the list in any additional manner that the Attorney General considers appropriate. So I'm introducing this amendment, Mr. Chair, to automatically proclaim legislation after 10 years. The act will be repealed under the Clause 10, are acts that have been passed by this legislature, in some cases unanimously. It isn't right for these acts to be automatically repealed. If an act is to be repealed, it should be because the host decides to repeal it, not because the government of the day decides to wait out the clock on proclaiming any bill. There are good acts that will be repealed if this clause comes to pass. Laws like the Security and Investigative Services Act, which was passed in 2010, which my colleagues also have referenced as well. We heard from families and public bills who have lost loved ones because of the actions of our security staff. They spoke to us passionately about how this law must be proclaimed. Clause 10 also puts important acts like the Traffic Safety Act at risk. If that act isn't proclaimed soon, it too could be repealed. There are legitimate reasons why an act shouldn't be proclaimed, and this amendment recognizes that the host can delay proclamation or repeal an act. This amendment, we believe, will strengthen our democracy, and I encourage all members to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall Amendment Liberal 1 carry? No. Amendment's defeated. Continuing debate on Clause 10. I recognize the member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have an amendment on Clause 10, and it is page 3, Clause 10, proposed subsections 25A, 3, and 4. Delete and substitute the following. The Assembly may, by resolution and no earlier than 30 days after the report is tabled by the Attorney General under subsection 2, repeal an act or provision of an act in the list attached to the report. So, Mr. Chair, I'll just make a few comments on that, and I think that I think we have a unanimous consent over here in opposition after listening to people present at public bills and do some research on this, that we definitely do not agree with the legislation as it currently exists. So I'll be honest, I had no idea that there was legislation that wasn't enacted. I just assumed that when we pass legislation in here, that it gets done. I did not realize that there's hundreds of bills just sitting there that were never enacted. And it's really disappointing to know that, because every bill that I bring forward is brought forward from my constituents. Every idea, every solution is brought forth because a constituent in Cumberland North or someone throughout Nova Scotia has met with me, or a group of people have met with me and are looking for that change or looking for that new piece of legislation. So I would assume most of the bills that got passed and that are sitting there that are about to be repealed and kind of tossed aside quietly in the dark. People, as we mentioned, we gave an example already, had no idea that that wasn't even put in place. So I do think there needs to be a change, as my amendment suggests, and as my colleagues' amendments also suggested, that we need to ensure transparency, accountability, and fairness in the process of repealing unproclaimed legislation. So the government bill, as it stands, allows for an automatic repeal of unproclaimed legislation after years of receiving royal assent. And as I mentioned, this means that laws that have been debated, voted on, and passed, often after significant public advocacy, could disappear without any meaningful notice to the public. And this does matter, Mr. Chair. This does matter. Repealing them in silence undermines public trust in the legislative process. Really, if things are going to be done in an autocratic style of leadership, why are we even all here? Why is there a legislative process at all? The proposed amendment that I have before us ensures that no act or provision of an act listed for repeal can be repealed earlier than 30 days after the Attorney General tables a report on the matter. Furthermore, the repeal could only proceed by way of a resolution here in the House of Assembly, ensuring that elected representatives, not just cabinet, have their say. So every elected member in Nova Scotia would be aware and would have their say through by way of a resolution that's tabled here in the House of Assembly. This process introduces a crucial layer of transparency, ensuring the public, stakeholders, and legislators have a fair opportunity to review, debate, and if necessary, oppose the repeal. This amendment is necessary as it prevents the quiet erase of legislation without public knowledge or input. It ensures accountability by requiring the House of Assembly to actively consider and vote on any repeal rather than allowing it to happen passively and quietly in the darkness. It gives advocates and stakeholders and the public at least 30 days to respond after the Attorney General's report is tabled, allowing time for public discourse and democratic engagement, which we emphatically believe in, at least here on this side. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, this amendment is about preserving democratic accountability and legislative integrity. If any law is to be repealed, it should be done so through a transparent process with proper notice and only after an elected representatives have had a meaningful opportunity to deliberate and decide, and that includes all of us, Mr. Chair, not just council, not just executive council. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to protect the legislative process here in Nova Scotia as we represent the voices of the people of this province. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is a true process of showing Nova Scotians how efficient we can be when it comes to the work that we do here. As my colleagues have said, from all sides for all directions on this little corner here, we all came forward with a way for folks to understand the transparency and accountability of this government and to, you know, as a legislator, we assume that bills that go through this House are passed and are, you know, are what we need to be abiding by as Nova Scotians. And when we find out that, you know, there are at least 100 or more bills that have gone through this process, through debate and review and discussion, and have passed in many different forms, but they haven't been proclaimed, is quite, you know, alarming if you think about, you know, the number of bills that have been put through this House over the past 10 to 15 to 20 years or more. I say this because I think this is a good opportunity for folks to show that they are accountable and that they're actually doing the work to make sure that things that come across our table or things that come from our constituencies or things that come from people, as we heard in public bills, that, you know, lives can be saved, and that there are things that we can do to help continue with the laws that we put forward, that we can be accountable and transparent about what it is that we put forward here in this House. So repealing it without discussion and debate is actually a disservice to Nova Scotians. And it has already been passed. So the bill is already, it's an act. So it just needs to go through proclamation. And I think, you know, as a minister of whatever department that is that this bill falls under, it should absolutely be something that is examined and brought back here to have discussion on whether or not it's relevant. Maybe there's an amendment that needs to be put forward, but there's an accountability to Nova Scotians to show that the hard work that is happening here in this House by all sides and by every one of us in our constituency is actually going to show proof that it is going to be done in the way that it's supposed to be done without these little mishaps. And I say this because there are probably bills on the table from all sides of government, which we all need to be aware of, because I mean, the time that we found out about, you know, this particular situation with this legislation, it was because there were 2 deaths. We could have prevented that. There could have been a time when there was a process in place through the Securities, is it the Securities Act? Whichever act was put forward, that we could have done some prevention to that. And had we known, or had whichever government of the day had known, they could have enacted it and proclaimed it. So then that way there was protections for these folks. And that's not, we're just using that act as an example, but there are a number of acts that are clearly on the repeal table that will affect each of our areas, every part of the province. So we really need to be examining this. And I think, you know, as my colleague said, there has to be a process. There has to be a notice. And I think as elected officials, we have a due diligence to do that work. And whether it's to say, you know, view it, have a discussion, whatever mechanism that looks like, I think because it's been passed through this House, it automatically should have a view of whether or not it needs to be, whether or not it is adequate to be proclaimed and debated upon, if so or if not. So I say this because, as my colleague said, it undermines the trust and in our processes that we have here. I mean, we want Nova Scotians to believe in the work that is happening here in the House. We want folks to believe that when they come to us with a concern and we're bringing forward legislation that is impacting their lives, we want them to know that this is something that's going to help all Nova Scotians because of their impact and because of the things that they've said. And when we don't proclaim it, it literally it shows Nova Scotians that, you know, some folks are not doing their job. And we're not trying to say that. What we're trying to say is give the acts an opportunity to come back to the floor and be discussed and then proclaimed. Because at one point in time, they were already taken to a sense. So I decided to stand up because I figured, you know what? 3 times we're talking about this same a clause, and I think it's housekeeping. It's essentially, you know, crossing our T's and dotting our I's. And I think that's important in the work that we do here as legislators, because it's work that's already been done. It doesn't have to be duplicated. It has to be looked at by us, or saying yes or no, or figuring out a process in which Nova Scotians can believe that the work that we do here is relevant and that it is going to be effective for all Nova Scotians. So I stand to say that because this is the 3rd time that this amendment has been put forward, and I think it just needs to be in consideration, and I hope that all members will stand by this and carry it. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Independent 1 carry?
No.
Amendment's defeated. Shall Clause 10 carry?
Carried.
Carried. Shall Clause 11 to 44 carry?
Carried.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Am I in the right spot here?
Can you clarify which clause?
45. Okay, sorry, 45. I'm coming up on clause 45.
So we're good? Okay. Clause 11 to 44, shall it carry?
Carried.
Carried. Clause 45, I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of passionate conversation, an important conversation for my colleagues here tonight about some very tragic but important stories that we heard from families in public bills. So this is really where this is coming from. The amendment, Mr. Chair, is on changes recommended to the Committee of the Whole host on bills. Page 13, renumber Part 8 as Part 9. On page 13, renumber Clause 46 as Clause 47. On page 13, add the following immediately before Part 9 as renumbered. Part 8, Security and Investigative Services Act. 46, Section 57 of Chapter 9 of the Acts of 2010, the Security and Investigative Services Act, be amended by A, adding 1 immediately after the section number, and B, adding the following subsection immediately after subsection 1 as renumbered, and 2, Section 25 of the Interpretation Act does not apply to this act. And the reason why we're doing this is because this bill already exempts 2 acts from automatic repeal, the Offshore Petroleum Resources Act and the Oil and Gas Operations Act. It's essential that we add an exemption for the Security and Investigative Services Act. We've heard from the families at public bills that we've all talked about tonight who lost loved ones because of the actions of bar security staff. They spoke to us passionately about how this law must be proclaimed. I do want to thank the families that have come forward to tell their stories, and really, as my colleagues have talked about tonight, this law and these bills that were passed, every party had a chance to proclaim them, and we didn't. And what we're saying is that we don't want to see this bill automatically repealed. The government has made moves to ensure that the Offshore Petroleum Resources Act and the Oil and Gas Operations Act aren't repealed automatically. This is one that I think we need to talk about as a legislature, and I would hate to see, it would be devastating, honestly, to see it be automatically repealed, especially based on the testimony that we've received from those families and the heartache and the confusion around the laws, and really the fact that how they found out it wasn't proclaimed. So that's the intent, Mr. Chair, of this. We don't want to see this automatically repealed, and I hope the government will support our amendment.
Shall Amendment Liberal 2 carry? No. Amendment's defeated. Shall Clause 45 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall Clause 46 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank everyone for the debate tonight. Chair, I move that you do now rise and report these bills.
The committee will now rise and report. We'll take a short recess to set up.
The Committee of the Whole House on Bill reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills. Bill 1 with certain amendments, and Bills 11 and 21 without amendments. And the Chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favorable consideration of the House.
I ordered that these bills be read a third time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Honourable. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, would you please call order of business government motions? Speaker, oh, you want me to keep going? Yeah.
Would you please call government motions?
Oh, yeah, okay, yep. So would you please call the order of business government motions? I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call, address, and reply?
Address and reply. I recognize the Honourable Member from...
Nope.
All right, I know it's been a long day.
No. I recognize the member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you. All right. So, as I was saying, I know it's been a long day, but if you got 8 more minutes left in you, I'd be grateful. So, there you go. So, I'm Brad McGowan, and I am so grateful to be part of Premier Tim Houston's team and the MLA for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth. Can't say a name. That person. Order. When I went to the amazing people of our community and asked for the honor to...
Order. I just need to remind the honourable member that he cannot use your own name or other members' names that are in this. Thank you.
Okay.
I recognize Cole Harbour Dartmouth. I recognize the member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you. I'm Brad McGowan, and I am grateful. I can't say my name. Give me one more swing.
Order. I will remind the member once again that he can't mention his own name or other members in the House. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. I am grateful to be the MLA for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth. When I went to the amazing people of our community and asked for the honor to represent them in this storied legislature, I promised that if it mattered to them, it would matter to me. I've worked each day since and will continue to work every day moving forward to live up to that promise. Today, I would like to share with this House and the wonderful people who saw it fit for me to be here a little of the journey that led to this incredible place and this moment. Speaker, I was raised in Cape Breton, Whitney Pierce, Sydney to be exact. The oldest of 3 boys to an extraordinary single mom, and it is her love, work ethic, and kindness that has made me the person that I am today. My mother, Cecilia, is one of 7 children of RJ and Jesse McDonald from Riverside, Inverness County, Cape Breton. And while my grandparents are no longer with us, their sense of family and caring continues and has been passed down from their children to my brothers and cousins, and we have in turn passed it on to our children. Even though there has been great loss in our family after losing Randy and Donald and Marie, Joe, Alan, and Guy, the indelible family bond started by RJ and Jesse endures to this day with the McDonalds, McGowans, Arsenaults, McNamara's, and O'Neills. And together, we carry each of the special people we have lost in our hearts. My brothers and I were raised without a dad. But we were blessed that my mom worked every day to be both mom and dad.
Our small group of 4, with the support of some extraordinary role models like Uncle Donald, Guy, Ranny, and Leo, and my mother's sisters, Jeanette, Marie, MC, and sister-in-law, Boopsie, we certainly didn't want for any love, and I continue to be grateful to be part of such a close family. I do regularly feel the presence of my dad, Grant McGowan, even though he's been gone a very long time and I didn't know him well. The truth is, I often confuse his memory with my memories of Elvis. In my mind, they're kind of interchangeable. But I must say, the one person that I've cobbled them together as is oddly important to me, and for better or worse, I'm glad. My 2 younger brothers, Bucky and Trevor, are truly extraordinary men. Dads to Shelby and Logan, Una, Hayden, and Yeji, partners to Nancy and to Ho-Sun, sons and brothers. Bucky is now Papa to Eden, and they are so lucky to have each other. My brothers have gone on to become extraordinary educators and make a difference in the lives of countless students who are finding success at school because they truly matter to these caring men. One of my favorite memories is of the 3 of us watching Star Trek with my mom on Saturday mornings and knowing that there was no place I would rather be and no people that I would rather be with. I'm so proud of both of my brothers and the unit that they and my mom and I have been and continue to be. It has been and is the most safe and loving environment I've ever known, and I'm grateful. I love you guys so much. I've had a pretty amazing life so far. I have 4 degrees from 3 different Nova Scotia universities. I've led summer school for HRCE, where hundreds of Nova Scotia students were given a second chance to show how amazing they are. As an instructor with the ILA, I've taught school leaders across the province as an assessment course that I know is making a difference for students in countless schools in our province. I've been a teacher, a vice principal, a school supervisor, and now a member of the Legislative Assembly of Nova Scotia. And as amazing as all that is, nothing compares to or matters more than my roles as dad, papa, and husband. This new unit that I am now part of is one where I work each day to ensure that its members feel as loved and safe as my mom and brothers and I made each other feel when it was us against the world in our little home down the pier. My daughters, Braylee and Cassia, are simply the greatest people that I've ever known and have added more to my life than I could ever repay. These exceptional young women have always been and will always be my last thought each night and my first thought each morning. And it is their love that has shown me that the world truly is a beautiful place. I am so blessed to have a front row seat to witness the exceptional adults they have become, and their love for one another, for our family, and for me is truly breathtaking. I can't wait to see their next chapter. I love you both more than you could possibly understand. Always remember that the 3 of us are one thing. 15 years ago, I was blessed to have my family grow as my beautiful stepchildren, Anna and Devin, became brother and sisters to Braylee and Cassia, and I am so touched by the love and respect they show each other each day. Devin and Anna are exceptional people, and I am so proud of the adults I've watched them become. I could not love them more or be more grateful for the love they bring to my life. Anna is married to DJ, and Devin has made a wonderful life with Felicia. They too are loved and make our unit stronger. Anna and DJ have blessed our family, allowing me to become Papa to Violet, who is so smart and so beautiful, and it's the light of our family. Violet, Papa loves you so much, and you fill my heart every day. Speaker, very little in my life would make sense if not for the love of my amazing wife, Janet Rose. Janet is my best friend, my love, and my #1 supporter. Janet is the glue that holds our unit together, and the love that she has shown me and my children is one of the most beautiful things I've ever known. Janet is a school counselor and has a private practice as a therapist, yet still finds time to also be an amazing mom, stepmom, daughter to Marge, sister to Jennifer, and wife. Janet really is the superhero of our family. Janet, I love you beyond words. So, as I stand here, so blessed for the opportunity to represent the people of Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, I am reminded how lucky I am to also be a son, a brother, a dad, a papa, and a husband. I am so grateful for the life that I've lived and all the wonderful people I met along the way. I hope that I've made a small difference in their lives, and I hope they know that they've made all the difference in mine. Thank you.
Judge.
The motion is order.
And I move to adjourn the address.
The motion is to adjourn debate on address and reply. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded? Motion carried. I now recognize the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Speaker, this concludes government business for today. I move that the House do now rise to meet again Friday, March 21st, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Following daily routine and question period, government business will include Bill 36, Bill 6, Bill 12, and Bill 68.
I move adjournment. I guess I can't. So the motion is to adjourn the House and return tomorrow from 9 to 5. Yes. All in favor? Aye. Contrary minded? That's what I thought. Carried. Adjourned.